Hello, welcome to our streaming show. I'm meteorologist Lee Southwick.
And I'm Jasmine Monroe.
And we're here to bring you, obviously, normally at this time, I'm doing a streaming show at 11 a.m. with our sister station in Tampa. But today I have Jasmine joining us because she's going to keep us updated on all things local. So today we're just going to talk about local impacts with this winter storm. Yes, even though we don't feel the weather changing here, we're getting impacts when it comes to travel. And then I'll dive into the storm and then also later on dive into some local weather. But Jasmine, thank you for joining us.
Yeah,
Since
you're
you
welcome.
were here helping out, I'll let you go first. Do you see anything going on with our airports, anything like that?
Yeah, so our photographer, Donovan, who did such a fantastic job today, it's not like it's a lot happening for us, but there are some delays that are happening that are popping up mainly in the Miami area. So we do know that when it comes to airports, you're always supposed to get there 2 hours prior to. I would definitely give yourself even more time if you're headed to the airport because there are so many delays that are popping up. Detroit had been impacted the most is what we saw so far this morning. I've been reaching out to friends and family who live in the Dallas area, and they are saying that they are hunkering down and preparing for all case scenarios. So other than that, our roadways, of course, here are clean and, I like to say green and clean.
Yeah.
As of right now, I'm excited for the 81-degree weather, but I know that I'm a northerner. At heart, I grew up in Pittsburgh. I worked in Cleveland, Ohio for 6.5 years. So I know what it's like to have the lake effect snow, talking to friends in Cleveland. I mean, they're more so, I can't remember what they were saying. Are they getting snow or are they getting ice up in the Ohio area?
And more so for them, it's about the
bitter cold. See, and that's the story, because I think everyone thinks that it's all just snow that you're going to get or ice that you're going to get or rain. Everyone's different. I know Pittsburgh is supposed to be getting some snow, though.
Yeah, and so if Katrina, who's our director working behind the scenes with us, if you wouldn't mind pulling up those temperatures, so we can just take a look at some of these temperatures right now. Like these are your current temperatures, not even feels like, and currently it is -4 degrees in Chicago right now. Let me look this up for you and your friends too. So Cleveland currently is at 5 degrees.
I cannot believe that.
And it is snowing. There's light snow falling right now in Cleveland.
So
5 degrees.
Chief Meteorologist Betsy Kling, she does a great job. Her and the weather team, of course.
She helps us here too at this station.
She's awesome. Yes. So Betsy knows what she's talking about when it comes to the weather. And just like Lee, you know what it's like to be in the snow too as well. Covering it. We've done it all.
We have. And so when you have, it's different for everyone. So right now, our sister station in Dallas, they're talking about the ice and the snow. And then obviously our sister station in Cleveland, they're going to be concerned about the snow. But it happens. It's the cold.
Yeah.
Because then you have people outside. That's the dangerous cold. So while it's 5 degrees, it feels like 5 below zero. Wow. And
I don't miss that.
No.
I can tell you that.
You also mentioned Pittsburgh. Let's look at Pittsburgh.
So my mom is in Pittsburgh. I have family in Pittsburgh, and I'm saying these names because I want people to understand that, we may be in Florida and it may be nice for us, but a lot of us are snowbirds, and, we are traveling from other places, and a lot of these places are getting hit with either the snow, like Lee said, or the bitter cold temperatures or those icy storms. And I have people, of course, in Pittsburgh, and I'm just like, did you go out to the store? Did you get your food? Do you have your candles? And we know what to do, but life always, with the pipes. I know Atlanta struggled a lot last year when the pipes burst. I saw a lot of people talking on social media about how serious it was. People flooded out of their apartments. Think about renters insurance. Think about all of the types of insurance that you need when it comes to things like this. And sometimes they don't even have that because they're not used to getting these catastrophic events.
Also, I have a lot of friends in Texas, and they're scared from what happened last time when their systems went down. I think something around 200 people lost their lives.
Wow.
So Dallas, obviously, like they say it's almost like PTSD. They are very scared about what's happening there too. So eyes across the country. Pittsburgh right now, 4 degrees, feels like 10 below. It's currently sunny, a few clouds out there, but the snow is on the way in Pittsburgh. And then other things too that I just want to show everyone is, we've been talking about the feels like. So it's actually currently temperatures are at 11 below zero in Minneapolis.
And they are getting snow, right?
And then, but look at it feels like negative 23. Negative 23. You talked about how we all have friends and family everywhere. Sally, who's our editor, was telling me about, she has family north of Duluth, Minnesota, where it was negative 30.
I remember being outside in front of Lake Erie. We were covering the Browns losing season parade, which was so funny. But it was it felt like negative 28 degrees, and I remember being outside.
I've never felt that.
And it's almost like you can't breathe.
That
like
makes sense.
It's like you're out there. You're not really talking. You're like, everything's slow to speak, and you're trying to like stay warm as much as possible. But folks, if you do not have to be in those cities, come on down to Florida.
Yes. Like today, all things considered, if this wasn't happening, I think you and I this morning on the morning show would be like, oh, today's kind of gross. It's cloudy. It's in the 60s. It's cool. Well, this makes it seem a whole lot better. I mean, so you have the snow and the ice in places like Dallas. It extends over into Tennessee. Memphis has been snowy, and Nashville as well. So those are the hubs being impacted. Nashville and Dallas right now. Tomorrow it will move to Atlanta, Charlotte. New York City's going to get some snow.
Okay, so what's happening in New York City?
So,
we
can see those temperatures.
I never
11 degrees right now.
New York has never been, a destination for me besides like seeing in the summertime and then leaving.
That's like me in Chicago. I love rooftop season, and I would never go. Yeah. Okay, another thing when we're talking about people all over, I have friends who had to leave out of the Orlando airport yesterday and fly to Chicago for a family matter. And so they left Orlando, and they said, feels like, and my bad, I should have fact-checked them as a meteorologist.
They think they know more.
But they said they left Orlando at 75 degrees and landed in Chicago, and I'm totally blanking on the exact temperature they said, and I feel like they meant more feels like temperature. Yeah. But they said the temperature difference was over 100 degrees.
Oh.
Like that's what your body's reacting to, because it went to below, negatives, below zero, and I can't imagine the shock to the system. Floridians flying into Chicago right now.
And even like when I would go home around December, November time, it wasn't even this cold at the time, and I was still shivering because being in Florida, like what do they say? Your blood thins out.
Yes, exactly. And we get used to it.
Yeah, you get used to it. But Lee, I have so many questions when it comes to like wind chill and the difference between, because we do say feels like, right? And some people say it was negative 26 degrees outside, but it's the feels like temperature, right?
Like. And the reason why I don't get mad about people saying that though is because the feels like is what our skin reacts to, what our body reacts to. And so I kind of like that people think, oh, I'm at 23 below zero in Minneapolis. While the actual air temperature is not, and so our record keeping is not going to say it was that cold. That's what people are having to deal with and live through. Their body is reacting like it's that cold. Right. And so to them, I would say technically it is that cold. It is. Your nose is freezing over at that point. Like it is so cold. So yes, if they're like kind of the same in summertime when we're like, it's 110 degrees. It's not. Yeah. But it feels like it. And so we're sweating like it. We're becoming dehydrated that fast.
Just like it.
And so if it's in your brain, it's 110 degrees. I think people would react more appropriately. So. And
you have friends who are in Texas, correct?
Yes.
So what are they seeing now?
So one friend is in Dallas. She's also working at our sister station, so she is at work. She is seeing cameras like us. But they're covering the freezing rain. And actually, I'm so glad you said this. Let's pull this up. I shared this all morning, but comparing Jacksonville to other cities. So this is the Texas Motor Speedway in Fort Worth. 20 degrees right now.
Is that snow?
That is all snow. And currently now it's freezing rain. So on top of that snow, rain is falling and freezing on impact. So it's getting covered in a layer of ice. And that's what's so dangerous. Ice is more impactful than snow. And so through this winter storm, you've heard a lot of us focus more on where it's icing over rather than where it's snowing, because ice at the end of the day is more dangerous.
It is. covering it up north, it's the black ice that you don't see on those overpasses, going across bridges. A lot of these places have bridges, and you're trying to stop, you're speeding, and then people think that just because it's snow and you got new tires, you can go as fast as you, or the regular speed limit. People, I remember back in Cleveland, ODOT would say reduce your speed.
Yes.
And then you would see those pileups on 90 and things like that. It's
so dangerous.
It is so dangerous, and it's like those blizzard-like conditions, the drifting snow, which is a problem too.
Gosh.
It's a lot of things that you have to deal with, and especially if you are not. I'm talking to Malcolm, our digital person. He works here. He said he's never seen snow before in person. Really? So he's a true Florida man.
He is.
So I think that's pretty cool, but it's so dangerous. Like I try to remind people that it's so pretty, but it's also so dangerous. So if you don't have to be out in it, check it out in your front yard or something like that, but don't go driving in it.
And so something we were talking about, Robert Spetta and I were talking about this earlier in our streams that we were doing earlier this week. There are a lot of people like Malcolm from here who have never seen snow, and snow tourism is a thing. People will leave to go see it because you want to experience it. And we kept saying this is not the event to go to because of the ice. If there's going to be some nice fluffy snow, go have some fun. But the ice, like you mentioned, the road conditions, so people driving, because a lot of these airports are canceling flights. You can't really fly there. If you're driving there, you're going to hit those slick roads, those massive pileups. And then also, when ice coats everything, it gets heavy. So power lines come down. Yeah. If the power line doesn't come down, the tree branch above it might come down and then take the power out with it. So then you're sitting in something like 18 degrees with no
power. Yeah.
And that's where it also gets really dangerous.
And it has happened to many people before. So that's why things like you have to have those heating pads that you have.
The warm your hands up?
The heat warmers, candles and things like that. Sometimes I went out with a friend. She had, it's so funny to think about it now. She had the vest on that you could just push the button and
I want one of those so bad. And I know I live in Florida. But
that's what I was like. I'm like, what are you doing with this? And she's just like, well, it's getting cold. It's the winter time. But those are things that if you live up north, I had all of those things. Warming, hand warmers, it was all packed up in my car. But I just try to tell people, like, if you do not have to be out in it, just don't go out in it. And I can't get over those thoughts and those visions of I've been in an accident personally myself before.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. On my way to work, because the roads are not paved at the time that we're coming into work, because we typically have to be here at 3:30 a.m. So I'm on the road. I was on the road in Youngstown, Ohio, and one of the tractor trailers just flew by, and his the back of his tail started fishtailing.
Oh my gosh!
And you try to swerve,
so
but they tell you to just be calm, and that's what I did. But I just went off to the side of the highway and had to get towed out. But it's dangerous. And it's just take it easy, take it slow. If you don't have to be out there, just please don't do it. But it gets it's those icy conditions, which a lot of people are seeing. I do know that Atlanta, which I was so surprised, I thought that they were going to close their airport down because of how everything was happening. But just like you say, the meteorologists explain exactly where it's going to hit in Atlanta. Certain parts of Atlanta, it's not going to be as bad as others.
Yes. And
it takes me back to Cleveland. There would be sometimes that it would be snowing on the east side, and on the west side it would be people would be cutting their grass. Yeah. And it was just so crazy.
We know that here in Florida where it's thunderstorming on one side of Jacksonville and a beautiful beach day on the east side. Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm really glad you brought up the warm weather tips, because here, just to bring it locally, if people are watching from the Jacksonville area, we're not worried about ice and snow, but by Monday the cold air arrives, and these are our lows in the 20s. And so, while we're not dealing with 1 degree temperatures, 26 is a shock to the system when tomorrow we'll have highs in the 80s. Yeah. And then we have several mornings in the 20s and 30s. I even have the 20s for Friday morning. So
why couldn't it be the other way around? We're going to get 180-degree day and then all these 20s.
You're right. I would rather multiple 80 and 120. So those warm weather tips that you're talking about, I mean, if you're thinking about a heated vest, I would get it by Monday, because Tuesday morning, and then we don't really warm up either. I'm just going to jump ahead and show everyone the 7-day, because we start off in the 20s, and then Tuesday we could stay in the 40s all day. Wow. That's just sunny. but brutally cold day on Tuesday, and then Wednesday 20s, and then staying in the 50s, and then we get another kind of blast of cold air. So Thursday back down on 20s and 30s, staying in the 50s, and then Friday morning again 20s and then low 50s. So I'm going to let Jasmine go here soon, but before you go, just one more time, give us all of your tips on staying warm.
Oh, just stay in the house. And it's so fun. When you are in the house with family, you get your hot chocolate, you start watching whatever local news station. Hopefully it says First Coast News.
Coffee, get your warm drink.
Get your warm drink and you watch your TV. Make sure your phones are charged. Make sure you have gas in the car, gas up the day before. What are some other things? Cook some meals that are easy, like sandwiches that you can just have in a cooler and things like that. Make sure you have ice, some water and things like that. And just flashlights, candles, batteries.
Oh, for power outages, yeah.
Because the power outages happen more often than you think. A friend of mine is a lineman, and he just described just how dangerous those conditions are. And certain power companies don't go up when it's severe weather and things like that. So
that makes sense.
If it's snowing at the time, sometimes they just don't go up. They wait until it stops. So they want the snow to just fall, and then they start working on those power lines.
That makes sense.
But they do work hard, and shout out to the linemen and line women too as well, because they do.
We have local ones, right?
Going. Yes, we have. I think it's 50 or 20 people who are going to North Carolina.
I thought you said Myrtle Beach.
Is it Myrtle Beach? Okay,
I think you said Myrtle Beach.
Yes,
I think
Myrtle Beach.
I
think so. We'll correct it. I'll send Lee a text
pretty sure it's Myrtle Beach, which is South Carolina, but on the border of North Carolina.
Yeah.
So I mean,
the Carolinas. Yeah, they're helping out. But when you see those power, the linemen, you'll see them going up the highway, and they travel together in a pack. Just beep your horn a little bit and tell them thank you, because oftentimes they do not get the recognition that they deserve, because they work really, really hard, and we do appreciate them.
We do. I mean, just the same way that they come in from around the country to us after a hurricane.
Yeah.
Like, I'm glad that we can now share the wealth and kind of help other areas.
And oftentimes that's the first time they see snow too. So,
oh my gosh! But imagine having to work in the snow and ice the first time you're seeing it.
It's funny because the people, the linemen who are from up north during the winter time, they're always waiting for to help out for us in the summertime. They're like, it's actually better because it's warmer. They're coming to warmer conditions, so they do prefer that versus us going down to the cold weather.
Going to where we're gonna freeze.
Because after the hurricane's over, typically the sun comes right out and it's a beautiful day.
Oh yeah, it can get hot and humid. I mean, I'm surprised.
Real sticky. Woo. But yeah, Lee, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us for the start of the stream.
Welcome.
All right, I will let you go. I know you're very busy. You got lots to cover and do. We're gonna keep it here though, and we're gonna do a quick look at our forecast as well as a wrap up of that big winter storm. So what you are looking at right now, or will be, you were just looking at current temperatures, where it is still 11 degrees below zero in Minneapolis and Bismarck, 12 below in Green Bay. Feels like temperatures in Minneapolis, negative 23, negative 18 in Chicago. I mean, it feels frigid. You've heard a lot of conversations about Atlanta. Atlanta becomes a concern tonight. Notice right now it's 41 degrees. It is too warm to snow, to freeze over. So Atlanta is not the concern right now. Dallas, meanwhile, it is 9 degrees. So all of that rain that they were seeing is now turning to ice. Here's a look at the radar. That's ice, and now some snow looks like it's mixing in too there in the Dallas area. More back towards Lubbock, up towards Oklahoma City. We have been taking some live looks out at Little Rock. Occasionally Memphis we were looking at this morning. Nashville getting some snow. More of this icy, wintry mix for places like Shreveport, Louisiana. St. Louis going to get some snow too. So quickly, I'm going to give you a little tour around. So we started with this. This is the Texas Motor Speedway, which is in the Fort Worth area. And it is covered in snow, more so than what we saw this morning when we were live tracking it for you on GMJ on First Coast News. And now they have some freezing rain falling. So that's the ice that becomes really dangerous. Let's see here. I'm going to find some cameras for you. Let's go to Little Rock, where it is currently snowing in Little Rock. Pull this up. See if it wants to work for us. Come on. There we go. So that's Little Rock. You can see the snow on the ground there. And we'll get a look out at Memphis. Ooh, snowy and cold for so many places across our area. Try to find a better camera for you all. It is not loading, you guys. Though I understand they are frozen. Okay, let's try this one more time. This is a look out at Memphis. Woo, looks rough there. I've been trying to keep an eye on St. Louis because when we were checking this morning, it hadn't started snowing yet. But let's see if it's snowing there now. Come on, zoom me in. We had a good picture of the arch, and that's what I'm trying to find for you all. Oh my goodness gracious. Here we go. It has started in St. Louis. We can't even see the arch anymore. Give it 2 seconds to load up on your screens. Boom. Wow. That is quite... You can even see the little tiny flakes of snow falling in St. Louis. I have a friend who lives there. I'm going to text her and see how she's doing. That's the big picture. Meanwhile, let me just pull up one from Atlanta just to show you how conditions are different. I mean, it is cold in Atlanta for sure, but it's just not snowing yet. And we talked about it so much. But here we go. That's what it looks like. So the rain is falling. You can see some slickness on the roadways. That's what's going to become ice here overnight. If it doesn't evaporate, it's going to freeze and become extremely dangerous. And so all eyes on places like Atlanta and Charlotte. So again, today it's more about Dallas to Memphis to Nashville to St. Louis. And then this system will continue to work its way east. And so tomorrow, it's more Charlotte, Atlanta, Washington, D.C., and New York City. Now here locally, temperatures starting to get up into the 60s. That's where we're going to stay today. We are not very warm. A bit of a temperature difference. Places like St. Simon's Island could even be staying in the 50s. Meanwhile, places like Palatka could maybe stay near 70. But generally speaking, most of us staying in the 60s today with some good cloud cover out there. There's winds coming out of the northeast that will help keep us cooler as well and keep that cloud cover and cooler air pumping in. But tomorrow is a totally different story. Tomorrow we are going to be in the 80s for a lot of us. Much, much warmer. In fact, around 15 degrees warmer than normal. But big changes arrive for us Sunday night. So that storm system that we've been watching continues to work its way to the east. So you can see by midnight tonight, Atlanta and Charlotte starting to get some of that freezing rain. Washington, D.C. starts to get snow. Sunday morning, New York City starts to see snow. Our attention turns to that line of storms starting to set up. This line of storms will push through Alabama, Georgia, the Florida Panhandle, and could become strong to potentially severe. Very low risk of it happening, but something that we'll have to watch out for, including Ware and Pierce counties here locally. So this rain will arrive to our far northwestern areas in southeast Georgia Sunday evening. For most of us, that rain is going to fall overnight Sunday night into Monday morning. We could have a few showers lingering on Monday, but most of us, it's while we are sleeping. However, the storms that arrive before we go to bed, again, have that potential of being strong. The area highlighted in green, that's a level 1 out of 5 threat, so the lowest threat, the lowest risk, but it's called marginal. And it does include places like Waycross. Our main concern there would be isolated wind gusts of 40 to 60 miles an hour, and then, of course, that locally heavy rain. So then that storm system moves through, maybe a few showers lingering Monday morning, but it clears out of here and the cold, cold air comes moving in. That's when our temperatures will drop. So Tuesday, we will see lows in the 20s and low 30s. So we have issued a weather impact alert because of those frigid temperatures. So for Tuesday morning, temperatures mid-20s to low 30s, a hard freeze is likely. So you have to protect your pets, your plants, your people. Some of you inland might need to protect your pipes. And of course, please practice that fire and space heater safety as well. Unfortunately, Tuesday morning, not the only morning we're going to be dealing with this. As I showed you before, those lows stay in the 20s again on Wednesday to low 30s for those of you by the beaches. Close to it again on Thursday and again Friday. So quite a big difference here on this 7-day. Where today cloudy and cooler, tomorrow warm. 70s to 80s, and then the rain moves through overnight, and then we start Monday noticing it's cooler, highs only stay near 60, and then temperatures plummet overnight, and we're going to be in the 20s to low 30s Tuesday morning with that weather impact alert. Tuesday afternoon, some of us might not even reach the 50s. In fact, I think a lot of us won't even reach the 50s. Then Wednesday, 20s and 30s in the morning, staying in the 50s in the afternoon. We just don't have a warm up after that. We are staying cold consistently. So think now about how you're going to stay warm. Make sure that your heater works. You know, you have ways to stay warm coming up next week. It's going to be a little bit of a shock after we have the 80s tomorrow, but big cold on the way for us. It is associated with this winter storm. So we're not getting any of the snow or the ice, but we are getting those frigid, freezing temperatures. So again, here's a look at your radar across the first coast, or excuse me, the country with that winter storm. And just remember, today is cool, but it could be worse. We're sitting in the 60s right now. It's below zero for a lot of the country. Thank you so much for joining us. I believe we're now going to toss it over to our sister station in Atlanta and their coverage. Is that correct, Katrina?
Go to break and then.
Okay. So we're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we will join Atlanta and their sister station with all of their preps, because remember, Atlanta gets hit tonight into tomorrow. But for now, thank you so much for joining us. We'll be right back.
Tonight, tomorrow. So
Welcome back. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to toss it over to continuing coverage out of our Atlanta sister station. They are dealing with a lot of impacts, or expecting a lot of impacts in Atlanta starting tonight, and that will continue into tomorrow. Of course, that airport there is going to create a lot of issues for everyone. So what we're going to do is we're going to stay with Atlanta for continuing coverage, but at the bottom of every hour, we here at First Coast News, we're going to come back, cut in, and give you guys an update on our airport conditions, an update on just the weather all around the country, and then we'll continue to bring it back to Atlanta. So for now, let's listen into Atlanta's coverage.
Not worth taking a risk with this system. This is one of the biggest ice storms that we've seen in quite a while, and it's just not a good idea to test it.
Commissioner McMurray, what roads do you expect could become impassable first? When realistically should people plan to avoid them, and for how long?
So again, with this wedge of cold air that's coming in, and the map behind us really indicates where we would anticipate seeing those sort of worst conditions first, and it's going to be a lot colder in those areas. And so again, we're asking people to stay off the roads today, but for sure, as you've heard from Director Lamb and Will Langston, the meteorologist, is by dark, get to where you need to be. And it's going to just be bitterly cold based on this forecast Sunday into Monday, which again is, and if we talk about ice, and as Will Langston just talked about the spread of the ice based on the warning area, all it takes is one spot of ice, not a covering of an entire road. All you have to do is find the wrong small spot to cause a peril for you and cause risk for you as traveling. So again, we're just asking everybody to get where they need to be today, limit your travel today, and expect to be there at least through Monday, and see where this holds potentially into Tuesday based on these very cold temperatures. Of course, the mountain counties and that cold wedge of air is right around the Appalachian Mountain coming into that area, and that's where obviously we don't expect any thawing to happen until well into Monday or later. So that's, again, that's the problematic areas when the temperature just gets that cold. We continue to brine. We'll continue to use salt and aggregate mix to try to break that up. And when the temperatures get around 20 degrees and below, we'll start using calcium chloride to accelerate, which lowers that freezing temperature even lower. So those are all the tools we have in our toolbox. But when you just have a continual amount of rain, freezing rain, and then cold temperatures on the backside, it's going to be a large effort for us to continue to try to keep up.
Director Lamb, you mentioned, I think, the MREs and the water. What's the quantity that you have of those, and how you going to distribute them when power starts going out?
Well, that's one of the important reasons we preach being prepared now. You do have to understand that we can get things out as weather conditions permit. So that's one of the reasons we harp so heavily on being prepared. You need to plan now to have 3 day supply ready, because once you get into the storm, you may not be able to get it. So that goes back to why we say it is so important for people to do their part and be prepared, which helps us do what we need to do.
Can you also iterate that across businesses that are planning on staying open, the dangers? I know we talked about drivers being off the road, but certain businesses that are still open or may open Sunday or Monday, what's your advice to them as the director of GMA in terms of safety?
Well, I'd say follow our messaging and the information we're putting out now. We're telling everybody it's going to be dangerous to be out on the roads. And we've said many times, and we'll say again, one of the most important things people can do is to heed that advice and stay off the roads, because by doing that, it allows us, one, for them to stay safe. It doesn't impede our DOT personnel that's out there keeping the roadways in conditions. They're not, and what I'd encourage everybody to is, as I said earlier, this is not just about you. Think about everybody else's safety as well. And I know everybody out there doesn't want to harm themselves, but certainly don't want to harm someone else. And I would say for them to consider that when it comes to your point.
Last question, so we can get these gentlemen back to work. No?
Commissioner Stevens, I know you had mentioned in the press briefing the risk of potential wildfires in South Georgia, with the lightning that will come in after this storm. What would you say to some of those folks that live in the southern part of our state about, I know we're focusing right now on ice, but the potential potential for potential wildfires?
Thank you for that question. Just be careful. Humidities are going to drop. Winds are going to be real high and gusty. It is not the time to be having a warming fire in the backyard, burning yard trash. You know, any spark can cause an unnecessary wildfire. The lightning is going to do that on its own until we receive significant rain. So we just ask to not contribute to that. Humans, unfortunately, are the #1 cause of wildfire, so let's not be a statistic. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, there we go. We just heard from multiple emergency officials there with GEMA, really showing you how widespread this is, really digging into this is an all hands on deck situation. We keep reiterating the staying off the roads and everything that they're doing to make sure that everyone stays safe in this huge weather event.
It certainly is a robust plan. We know that the state of emergency that was issued earlier this week will remain until effect until Thursday, because we are talking about days of ice that we could see, at least with the refreeze. And we also heard from some DOT officials talking about the preparations underway on our roads already. They started at midnight pre-treating a lot of the roads, miles of road with the brine. They'll do this in shifts until 12 o'clock noon today, which is in just about 30 minutes. Take a break and then do it all over again.
Yeah, Dan Kennedy was listening in to that press conference as well, along with a lot of our reporters. Dan, what did you find to be some of the biggest takeaways? Because we really are trying to stress the gravity of what's to come.
Right. Well, you heard those officials up there, Josh Lamb from GEMA and 6 other state officials closely aligned with Georgia's emergency response plans. They got up there and said they are getting ready for what could be the biggest ice storm in a decade. You know who was missing from that news conference was Governor Brian Kemp. Those officials briefed him right before this meeting began virtually because the governor, it appears, is still overseas. When he issued that state of emergency earlier this week, Governor Brian Kemp was in Belgium at the time. He's over there and now visiting the UK as part of an economic forum that he's taking part in. So the governor not present there, but he is still appearing virtually for some of these briefings. In addition to what you all mentioned about this continuous brining that is going to take place with phase 1 ending in just about 20 minutes from now. That's statewide. That's 18,000 miles of roadway that's being brined right now. I think it's also important to note that there are some warming shelters that are going to be opened up for people statewide. You had the Department of Natural Resources get up there, and they said that they are opening 16 warming centers at state parks across the state. Now, I have their website pulled up here, and I want to show you. You can check this out for yourself. This is gastateparks.org/alerts, and it has some more details for you here, including which parks are currently closed. So it's not just any old state park, but what did we say? 16 warming centers are open at select state parks across the state. So it could be a good option for you if you lose power this weekend. And then I want to show you their Facebook page here, the Georgia Department of Natural Resources. Somebody asked a great question, and I have the answer highlighted off to the right. Pets are welcome at these warming stations over the weekend if they are leashed and accompanied by the owner at all times. Pets may not be left unattended. Crates, travel kennels, strongly encouraged as well. So just thinking it's important to pass along that note for folks. Additionally, Aisha and Jonathan, the National Guard stands by. They are ready to help after this state of emergency was declared by the governor. The National Guard effectively deployed, ready to go. Some 500 soldiers on standby. They're going to be able to help with supplies if needed. If they need to get some supplies to counties across the state, they can do it by ground or by air. And one more note on that on the supplies before I toss it back to you. The state is sending blankets and MREs to North Georgia, and they're really focusing on the nursing homes up there and who those nursing homes need to call should they lose power. They are also opening up some Red Cross shelters in the following counties: White, Walker, and Rabun. Jonathan, Aisha, it was a 35-minute news conference, a lot to cover there, but I think that's some of the key takeaways.
Yeah, a lot of information coming out of that news conference. It really does seem that the state as a whole is prepared for what we heard again, Dan, could be several days of this weather impact.
One of the key points that I found interesting there, Dan, maybe you heard this one too, just really overstressing the people staying off the roads. it's going to take 12 to 14 hours for them to make that loop around the state and come back around. So the brining process, you think about it, you're really only going to get one shot to get your road treated, and don't even think that they're coming back around anytime soon.
No, it's a great point. We can all do our part to help out those folks as they work to brine the roads. 18,000 miles of roads that need to be brined. As you mentioned, it takes about 12 hours to do so. They are working in 12-hour shifts to get this done. And even after the brining, did you hear that they're going to have some snow plows out trying to get rid of any kind of slush or anything that can freeze overnight? And in addition to all those road crews out there, I'm sure you also heard that the state troopers are going to be out starting at 6 o'clock tonight, strategically positioned around the state. And then tomorrow, you can double that number, closer to 60 state troopers ready to respond to crashes if needed. But Aisha and Jonathan, let's just hope there are no crashes. If you heed the warnings of those officials, it's to stay inside.
All right, Dan Kennedy joining us live from the streaming center where he will be hunkered down himself all weekend long, tracking all of that for us. Dan, we'll see you in just a little bit.
All right, so this storm doesn't arrive until later tonight, but the city of Atlanta says the most important work is already happening right now. And some of that important work is also happening at the airport. A lot of people already had to change course. Thankfully, they waived the change fees a lot of airlines did so that you can stay home safely instead of trying to head out into the storm.
That's right. Our Stephanie Chaynock is joining us live from the airport. And Steph, we know that the world's busiest airport feels that it is ready for what may be coming.
Yeah, so airport officials say they are confident that Hartsfield-Jackson will remain open. They are, like everyone else, closely monitoring this storm as it makes its way here through Georgia. And like you mentioned, I did speak to a few passengers who told me they did reschedule their flight so they could leave out earlier this morning in order to avoid any type of headache. We know crews are working 12-hour shifts here, and that the airport is also going to be using, for the first time ever, new ice clearing machinery. They are hoping that will help with the landing and taking off here at the airport today. We know still delays, cancellations, very much so possible. And we're already starting to see some of those. According to Flight Aware, we're seeing 90 delays right now here at the world's busiest airport, 267 cancellations. And those numbers have been climbing since we've been keeping track over the last couple of hours. And it's still so very early this Saturday morning. So a traveler I spoke to, so he said that he's heading to New Orleans this morning. He's happy to beat out any type of ice issues. He's excited for the cuisine. He also told me he's from up north, so winter weather, he's no stranger of. You're from New York. Thoughts on, Georgia's reaction to, some ice and potentially some snow?
I think it was a little bit of an overreaction, but hopefully safe is better to, to overreact and to have a lot of accidents and stuff later.
So he's another person I spoke to this morning who feels Georgia may be overreacting. Obviously, we're going to have to wait and see. Another traveler told me that he's heading out this morning, heading back home to New Hampshire, where they are expecting, he says, 2 feet of snow. As always, the airport officials are telling everyone to just arrive early. Also, like you guys mentioned, most of the airline companies, they are offering you guys, travelers, able to adjust their flights, book or cancel without charging them. So that's a heads up to any passengers that may be traveling through this weekend. Live here at Hartsfield-Jackson, I'm Stephanie Chaynock, 11 Alive News.
All right, Seth, thank you. I've been seeing on social media, and, a lot of people are not from Atlanta, right? And a lot of people are from up north. And so you may think about not taking this as serious. I'm from Michigan, grew up driving in these conditions, but I'm not going to be so arrogant to think that me and my truck can do it.
Yeah, you can't, because ice, all it takes is just a little bit here. That's why we've been warning everybody. In fact, we've been telling you, people across Northeast Georgia, all of us are bracing for the winter storm. This is something we haven't seen potentially in a decade.
Yeah, and we know because of all that ice, it's just so heavy, it has the potential to bring down trees, especially those old ones, power lines especially, and that could leave people in the dark at least for a couple days.
It could be. Let's check in with our Chase Howell, who is in downtown Cleveland, which is over in White County.
All right, Chase, you got some new guidance from the county EMA there on how the state is stepping in to help the area. What are they telling you right now?
Aisha, Jonathan, it just goes back to what you guys were just talking about with Dan, how the state is helping out counties up here in the north. So I want to get this out, and I want people to have time to grab a pen and paper, grab your phone, shoot off a text, because this is important information for those that may need help. So what's happening right now is the gym at the White County Parks and Recreation Center is now an emergency shelter. So again, that's the White County Parks and Recreation Center. It is now an emergency shelter. So anyone who needs to go go there, go ahead and go. That's going to be at, here's that address, so make sure you write this down, type it in your phone, or shoot off that text. It's 327 Asbestos Road. Again, that is 327 Asbestos Road, where you can find an emergency shelter, which is at that White County Parks and Recreation Center. Now, they are asking people to pre-register on the county website, but if you don't have internet access, you can call 706-865-9800. Again, that phone number, again, if you don't have internet access to go into the county website, that phone number is 706-865-9800. Now, what you'll find at those emergency centers are actually 20 cases of MREs for those that are staying in those emergency shelters, all provided by the state, including a pallet of water. Now, also, you guys mentioned nursing homes earlier with Dan. So 2 nursing homes south of the county have received emergency power and heat from the state. They're also the public safety building will also be receiving a Starlink, which, if you don't know what a Starlink is, it essentially talks to satellites, and that's going to be a last case scenario if all their internet access goes away, the generators fail, they lose power. So they'll have that Starlink that's going to beam up to the satellites so they can get those 911 calls through to make sure anyone that's having an emergency can be responded to. But I want to go back to this emergency shelter at the White County Parks and Recreation Center. If you haven't taken out your pen and paper, if you haven't taken off your phone, do so now. That address is going to be 327 Asbestos Road. 327 Asbestos is spelled ASBESTOS Road. And they're asking people, again, to pre-register if you on the county's website, but if you don't have internet access, you can call 706-865-9800. Again, that's 706-865-9800. And there you will be fed with a bunch of MREs from the state, and there is a pallet of water there as well. So you guys, I wanted to get that information out as soon as I can because that's important for those watching us here on 11 Alive Plus to know, because we all know this storm system that's moving through, and at the accumulation of ice, we could see power lines down, widespread outages across the county here. So it's going to get cold, and it's going to get cold fast. So if you are not prepared, if you don't have the means to be prepared, they have that emergency shelter again at the White County Parks and Recreation Center.
All right, our Chase Howell joining us live there with some updated information. Always good to know the resources available before you end up needing them. So Chase, thanks for that information.
And that is what we are here for. We also want to make sure you know the timing and the track of this system. Meteorologist Chesney McNeil holding it down in the Weather Impact Center, bringing us that track.
Yeah, and it's likely we won't see the impact, or we won't see any freezing rain around here until we get toward the latter afternoon and into the evening hours. That's where we'll start to see some of those impacts here, at least in the metro area. It'll start in the northern counties first and then make its way down toward the metro area. Our temperatures starting off in the 40s, but will be falling as we head through the day. So that's what we'll be watching for. So we're saying Saturday evening into Sunday, in fact, into Monday is when we'll have these impacts around our area. And toward the end of it all is really start to see some of those impacts, especially on Sunday, because of the freezing rain around through the overnight tonight. That's going to start to weigh down those power lines, in those trees. They'll start to snap as well. So those are our two concerns right there. Of course, the power outages and also slick roads. They'll get worse as we head through the morning on Sunday into Sunday afternoon, especially with that cold air wrapping around this particular system and coming back in. Whatever is wet on the roadways will begin to freeze. Even some of our areas just to the south of the city, when we've been focused really on the freezing rain from Atlanta up here toward the northeast. And so that's our focus is for the onset. And then once things are done, you're talking about area wide, really, we'll be looking at that. We had some precipitation earlier on in the form of snow up to the far north, especially in the higher elevations of the North Georgia mountains. Right now, this is what's taking place. You got the clouds in place. Right? You got a little bit of precipitation up here to the north. A lot of this just not reaching the ground. Coming back now over into our extreme northwestern counties. So Dade, Walker County, maybe a little mixing taking place right now. We had some snow earlier on. A few raindrops over toward Higdon and western portions of Fanning and Gilmer County. And then you can see over here toward southern White County, over toward Mossy Creek, and then down into northern parts of Hall County, over toward Gainesville. You may be experiencing a drop or two. That's about it. If you were planning to get out and go out, maybe get out for something real real quick and come back in, then that's what you may experience over here toward Banks County, over toward Homer, down toward Commerce, even into northern parts of Gwinnett County, Sugar Hill, just a few raindrops around. And I do suspect that any precipitation here in the metro area may start off as a little bit of wet weather and then starts to change over. You can see up into Blue Ridge where we had some rain. The road's still a little bit dark, but it's starting to dry up a little bit now that the rain has begun to subside. So it is drying up a little bit. We have a little bit of a breeze out there. Those winds will start to pick up later on tonight and into tomorrow. Expecting through the day on Sunday for those winds to be ripping around. Gusts could be as high as 30 miles per hour at times. That's going to add to the problems, especially when we talk about power outages. Ice storm warning. You can see it covers much of our area. Georgia's Rome down through Atlanta over toward Athens and down toward Augusta is where we're expecting to see significant amounts of ice accumulation. What is significant amounts? Well, any amount is treacherous. But when you start to talk about a quarter of an inch and higher, that's when you start to get into the danger zone, especially when you talk about a half inch and higher, and we're expecting to see that up here to the far northwest, okay? We could be seeing really significant amounts if we get up to an inch, and there could be some isolated pockets that get up to an inch of ice, again, especially up here in the northeastern corridor of our state. You notice the blue counties down here is where we have our winter weather advisories, expecting a little bit of an icing there. Even a tenth of an inch can do some damage or cause some problems for us. You look at our potential, and that right there, where we're talking about Murrayville up toward Tiger, this is over even into South Carolina, over to Andrews, South Carolina, where you can see 3/4 of an inch of ice accumulation. Just south of that, anywhere from about 1/4 of an inch to a half an inch possible in these areas. And that's still, again, significant damage for the area as far as the roadways and trees being toppled over on the roads, not to mention, again, those power lines. And then once you get south of Atlanta, south of Social Circle, you're talking about traces around. If you live in these particular areas, say, for example, down toward Peachtree City, I wouldn't say, oh, I'm out of it and I'll be fine, or it's all rain. There will be some slick spots for you as well, especially as that colder air begins to move in later on after the system is over. So if you look at this, it kind of shows us what we can expect with the amount of ice that could be around. So if we're talking about just a tenth of an inch, you're talking about a light glaze on the roadways and sidewalks, makes it difficult to travel, okay? You're looking at also isolated power outages. Once we get to 1/4 of an inch, which is what we expected to be widespread, now we're talking about numerous power outages. We're talking about limbs sagging and snapping or breaking, trees maybe toppling over because of the winds with that ice that's going to be on it. And then when you get up to about a half an inch or better, you're really talking about long-term power outages, widespread, severe damage that's going to be on our trees, and also dangerous travel, if not impossible to travel. Okay, and then we're talking about that system over us. This is a widespread system, as you can see, extending from West Texas all the way up into Boston is where we're going to see these impacts. So making travel very difficult. Hopefully you're not flying out to any of these areas. Hopefully you're where you're going to be at least through about Tuesday, where the system can get in and get out. Road work can be done. Power work can be done. We're looking at this system making its way further off to the north. Now, interestingly enough, and Nicole has been talking about this really all morning long, this warm air that's going to be moving in to our forecast area. Here we are by 10 o'clock tonight. You can see where much of North Georgia under that pink area there, where we're looking at that ice in our forecast area. And then with this warm nose coming in, it's going to be the question of how quickly that's going to take place. This wedge that's over us, that easterly flow coming in with high pressure up here to the north, will keep us on the frozen side, right? And as that area of low pressure starts to head to the north, we still will be in that easterly flow. So how long will this wedge hold on before that warmer air gets in here? That could mean a prolonged period where we see that ice adding to the totals, all right? Now, if that warm air gets in here and it starts to change over to rain, that would be a better scenario for us, and we'd like to see that. But along that line will be some very heavy rain, possibly even some thunderstorms, especially south of the city, where there could be a brief spin up, certainly, before that rain begins to get out. Now, once it starts to move over toward the east, we're talking about the wraparound flow and that northerly flow coming in with those stronger winds and also the colder air. And so whatever falls on the ground now that's wet, of course, will begin to refreeze. With our temperatures on Monday, as Nicole will tell us, only getting up to around freezing. If they get that high, we'll be seeing a lot of this freezing over, and then maybe a brief thaw, and then it freezes over again because our temperatures through the first half of the week will stay on the cold side. Here to walk us through what we can expect here locally is Nicole.
Thanks, Chesley. As far as the timing goes throughout the next 24 hours, a lot of the ice accumulation won't actually start to take place until tonight and into tomorrow morning. So during the day today, we're still watching for that potential for some wintry mix to develop. There have been some locations in far north Georgia where there's already a light glaze of ice on car windshields, but so far ground temperatures are still too warm to really sustain anything. As we go throughout this afternoon, temperatures will start to drop, and that could allow for any untreated roads to turn slick, especially those bridges and overpasses in far north Georgia as those temperatures start to decline. By later this afternoon and tonight, that's when we'll start to see really not only more widespread showers, but a more widespread changeover from anything falling as rainfall to a freezing rain and sleet mix, maybe even a few snowflakes mixed in there as well. Temperatures will drop down into the 20s late tonight and into tomorrow morning, and that's when we'll start to see more widespread impacts of the ice. So roads will start to turn slick and icy. We could also see areas where the tree limbs start breaking, where power lines start breaking, and we'll be watching for that threat for power outages that really goes up later tonight and into tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, temperatures, we'll be watching those very closely. As Chesley was mentioning, we'll be watching for that potential for a little bit of warming into Sunday. Not a big dramatic warm up, but just enough to get us up just barely above freezing and retransition us back from the freezing rain and the sleet back to just rainfall. Here's how it plays out hour by hour on our forecast track. So through the next few hours, the bulk of North Georgia is either at or above freezing. Also keep in mind that just because the surface temperature, the air temperature is close to freezing, it's going to take a little bit while longer for roads and the ground to reach the freezing point. So there may be a little bit of a period of a transition where actual air temperatures are down below freezing, but the ground is not quite frozen just yet. A few isolated showers possible throughout the day today, but a lot of what we see is going to be very light, and it should be pretty hit and miss. Later this afternoon, we'll get that influx of moisture coming in from the southwest while we get the cold air wedge building in from the northeast. So the most widespread ice accumulation will take place tonight and into tomorrow morning. As that warmer air tries to wedge its way in by tomorrow, some spots will warm up to above freezing, Atlanta metro included, which could allow for showers and even thunderstorms into tomorrow afternoon. But some spots up towards the northeast of the city will continue to accumulate ice even into Sunday afternoon. And anything that remains on the ground will refreeze on Sunday night and Monday morning as temperatures drop down into the teens and the 20s. Jonathan and Aisha?
All right, Nicole, thank you. Well, we want to keep it moving and letting you know just all the different aspects where we are tackling this storm.
Absolutely. You know, one group working to keep those in need safe and warm during this winter storm is Must Ministries. They do so many good things. We're going to be talking with them in just a moment. We're going to be joined by their president and CEO in just a moment because we know there are a lot of our vulnerable populations who really do need the services and help as this storm is kicking in.
Yeah, and we can't forget about them. We know we have the warming centers, and including one in Gwinnett County. That is where we find 11 Alive's Grace King there, where leaders are saying, hey, we are here for you. We are open and operating to make sure no one goes cold in the system, Grace.
Yeah. Grace, good morning to you.
Good morning, or good afternoon now. I guess we're getting close there. But Gwinnett County, you know, they're opening extra warming shelters. They are calling in extra first responders. And they're also setting up a one-stop hotline that you can call or text to get some help this weekend. Now, of course, if it's a true emergency, call 911. They have extra dispatchers working around the clock so that they're able to answer all of those extra calls they're anticipating as that winter weather picks up. Now, the Gwinnett County is also establishing a hotline where you can call or text with non-emergency weather-related concerns. So you can call 770-513-5700 or text 470-636-9202 all weekend long if you have a problem. For you to get help from the right people.
Using these numbers will reserve the 911 system for emergencies only. Our teams will also be monitoring social media for reports of non-emergency incidents. So I urge you all to please be sure to follow our social media pages. You can tag Gwinnett County government, comment on our post, reply to our threads on X, and let us know the location of your incident, and we'll get that information to our crews as quickly as possible.
And they have crews on standby to help with salting roads, clearing trees, whatever else comes up. But they're asking that, again, you please go home, stay home, so that you're out of their way and they can get that work done and respond to all of those problems that could arise. Live in Gwinnett County, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
All right. Grace, thank you. So we want to get back to one group to help make those in need safe during this winter storm. Must Ministries always responding to the community's needs.
Yeah, we want to bring in now President and CEO Dr. Dwight Riegard. We appreciate you for being with us this morning. Hopefully you are nice and warm, but we know so many people do need to stay safe during this weather. So when winter weather hits Metro Atlanta, who do you worry about the most?
The people who live outside, they're the most vulnerable people in our community. And so when we have an event like this, we are the warming shelter for Cobb County. Anytime the temperature drops below 35 degrees, and when we have a stretch of cold weather like the next 12 days that's predicted, then we're going to have over 100 extra people in our shelter who already will have a capacity of 176 people. So it's quite an effort for us to be able to get ready for these types of extreme weather situations.
All right. And so tell us how you guys are approaching this weekend, any differently from past cold weather events.
Kind of like when you have a lot of company coming for the holidays and all of a sudden you've got a full house full of people where you've got to plan in advance or the amount of food that you're going to have. And Must Ministries is extremely blessed. They have over 8,000 volunteers every year who come in and volunteer their time. And at times like these, where it's extreme situations, then they step up and they really help us to be able to be there. So we're helping to make sleeping arrangements, the feeding situation for all of those people. And we're very blessed to have some great partners like Catholic Transfiguration Church, which will take about 20 plus women. First Baptist Church of Woodstock will take a group of men. And then Bethany Methodist Church in Smyrna also steps up. And so it is a team effort for the community, no doubt about it.
That's so good to hear. And, Dr. Riegard, we've been talking about past storms that we've seen here in Metro Atlanta. A lot of people think back to 2014. A lot of lessons were learned since that time 10 years ago. What lessons have you all learned at Must Ministries on how to get better prepared for what we might see this weekend?
Well, on a personal basis, I got caught in that storm the last time. I was at Must that day, making sure that everything was taken care of. And about 5 hours later, I finally made the 6-mile trip to my house. So you learn on a personal basis, but it's a matter of making sure that you've got enough salt to be able to put out on the sidewalks, because we have people coming in from the outside. We have people that have been living in their cars, and in the extreme cold, they're looking for that place to come. Not only are they going to be able to come in and they're going to be able to get warm meals, but we also have our workforce development people that are there to help people get jobs while they're there. So it's a productive time as well for people when they come in. They can get showers. We provide new clothing for them. So it's an opportunity for us to really step up to the most vulnerable people in our community. We call it wraparound services. Just wrap our arms around them, look after them. And we also have medical and behavioral health care available that no one is turned away because of an inability to pay. We're there in the community to serve our neighbors in need.
And what would be your message to anyone watching this, maybe for themselves or know a family member who may need to utilize these services, how to ask or how to go about getting help from you all?
The fastest way is to go to mustministries.org, and you can have someone who will get in touch with you. Our shelter is located on Bells Ferry Road at Cobb Parkway. And so perhaps if you're one of those that you're driving and you see someone that's out in the elements, tell them about Must. We're an emergency walk-up shelter, which means that's a designation by HUD that we're going to take anyone and everyone that walks up as long as we have a bed. We're going to make sure our goal is to have not one bed that's not occupied. And then, as I say, during times like these, we're putting out cots. We're taking care of about 100 extra people a night. Last year, there were 47 nights where it was 35 or below. This year already, we've been at 29 nights that have been at 35 or below. So we know it's going to be a tough winter. We haven't even made it through January yet. So we know that we've got our work cut out for us, but we got a community that really cares, and that makes all the difference.
All right, Dr. Dwight Rager, you all are prepared, which is certainly good. You all have a legacy of helping people in our community, and glad that you all will be with our people here through this storm as well.
All right, you know who else is here? The tag team is back again. Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb has joined us here in the studio, along with meteorologist Chesney McNeil. You know, you guys have a lot of weight on you, but you are ultra prepared.
Yeah, shoulders are broad. We've been through this a time or two.
We have. And Chesley, here it is. You know, we have been talking about this for days. On Monday night, we issued the weather impact alert. And a lot of people are like, it's not going to happen. It is going to happen. But here we are now within hours of this event that's going to take place. And you have been working really hard. The 11 Alive Weather Impact team has been working really hard to really be consistent with our message. I know there's a lot of stuff out there floating around on social media.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, you know, we've been trying really hard to be consistent with our message here. And the way things are turning out that we're seeing so far, this is going to be an event. It's going to be a bigger event for some people, not as much of an event for other people on the south side. And so that's where we're really working really hard on that messaging of letting people know where it's going to be worse. And here in Metro Atlanta, we are going to be experiencing some ice.
Absolutely. We work with the information that we have. And earlier in the week, we were looking at the ice being spread out all of North Georgia. But as we got closer, it started honing in. And so we began bringing you and talking about really the northeastern corridor of our state. And so that's where it looks like the higher totals will be, but that doesn't negate the fact that lower totals will cause problems from the metro area and a little bit further to the south.
And I think while we've been following this storm, we've been very transparent with telling people, you know, watch every day.
Oh, yeah.
Because that message is going to change. And it's really been interesting watching these models over the past few days, how you said, you know, one model was saying one thing, another model was saying another. And as meteorologists, you and I know that those models aren't the gospel. And it's our job to watch those models and watch the trends and then tell you what we think is going to happen from that. And saying that we hope these models will start coming together.
Right.
And in the past 24 hours, really 36 to 24 hours, those models have been coming together, highlighting that area north and east, getting the worst of the activity here, but still some of it here in Metro Atlanta, too.
Absolutely. And there's still some questions, right? We've been talking about the wedge, explaining what that is, whether or not it'll roll quickly, whether or not it'll hold on. All that will play a role in how much we receive as far as freezing rain today and how much that ice will accumulate.
And Chesley and I have been doing this a long time. Here in the southeast, the wedge, forecasting that is one of our biggest forecasting challenges.
The most difficult.
So whenever people ask me what is the hardest thing to forecast, number one, the wedge, well, just numerous things, but the wedge and winter weather.
Oh, man.
And this is the wedge mixing with winter weather, which makes it even more difficult.
Double hard,
but
absolutely.
The models are getting a better handle on how to handle the wedge. The big question for us is going to be on Sunday. The models don't often recognize when the wedge is going to leave.
Right.
And the models often say it's going to get scoured out in 24 hours, but then in reality, it holds on a little bit longer.
Right.
So this is where it's going to be really tricky on Sunday, that if this warmer air Sunday afternoon is going to be able to move up into our area on Sunday to get us above freezing for a period, maybe multiple hours there. And even though we don't think that would wipe away all of the ice, it would at least help to stop the thickening of the ice with the additional rain that's going to be coming down. So that's the big question. But timing has been pretty much on par. We haven't really changed our timing that much. It's been pretty much, we've been thinking it's going to be starting here in Metro Atlanta later on this evening, but northeast and northeast Georgia and North Georgia starting most likely by mid-afternoon.
We already saw some flurries and some sleet up in the far northwestern areas.
On that onset.
Right. And it has stopped, and the more of that will start to come back. So mainly up to the north is where you're going to see that first. But walk us through this, Chris. You're talking about temperatures already in the 40s, and they'll probably stay that way through about 3 o'clock or so.
I think so. And, we've been telling people, too, that the high temperature today was this morning. Right. And we're going to see these temperatures gradually falling here through the day. So we have those 40s over us right now. And Chesley, this is the wedge here. By tonight, the wedge is that shallow layer of cold air at the surface coming in from the north and east. And that's what you see here. So at the same time, we're watching the cold air coming in from the northeast like this, dropping down this way. Then we have moisture to the south and west coming this way, and that rides up and over this shallow layer of cold air, and that's where we get that freezing rain. And so overnight, look at Chesley, how that's going to be entrenched over us.
And pretty far down to here to the south. And so as that moisture comes in, you're talking about this area right in here receiving that freezing rain, and that's for a prolonged period of time. You're talking about overnight tonight going into Sunday morning, we'll be dealing with this ice, and that's going to lead to the accumulations. Now, it's going to last longer, mainly up here to the north and east, which is why we're saying the totals up there are going to be a little higher.
And this is at 4:30 in the morning. So when I've been telling people all along, and I think you have been too, here in Metro Atlanta, I want you to be hunkered down before sunset.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it may not start right at sunset, but to be safe, I want everybody to be in their place where they're going to be over the weekend by sunset, because things are going to be deteriorating overnight. And this cold air intrusion will be with us midnight. This is at 4:30 in the morning. It's going to be with us still in the early morning hours tomorrow.
Right.
And then this is the big question mark. This is at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. Whether or not this warm air is going to be able to overtake this cold air, which is that wedge.
Right, and this would be leading to rain. We may see a little bit of mixing here in the metro area first, and then it may change over to all rain if the warm air makes its way further off to the north. Certainly down here to the south, we'll see that warming taking place, where we could even see some thunderstorm activity down to the south. Can you believe that?
Yeah, down in central and south Georgia, they have a level 1 risk.
Right.
In South Georgia for thunderstorms as that system moves through. But we've got the wedge in dealing with winter weather that we're going to be dealing with here. So watch here going through the day on Sunday how that warmer air is going to be pretty much near us and maybe above freezing for multiple hours. That I don't think will get rid of everything, but it might at least help it a little bit. And even in Northeast Georgia, they may not get above freezing very long at all.
So this area right in here could stay that way. So as long as the moisture is around, it's coming down as freezing rain. Now, the good news is that it should be ending in our area by Sunday night. So at least the precipitation will be gone, but it's what's coming in after that that will make the impacts linger on.
Another surge of colder air coming in Sunday night and into Monday. So even though, as Chesley said, the precip is going to end on Sunday late afternoon and into the evening, it's going to be dry air and no extra precip coming down, so no additional freezing rain or anything happening. But whatever is still on the ground from Sunday night and may have changed into watery or not totally frozen here in the metro area, but whatever is on the ground here Sunday night and into Monday, when this comes in, it is going to turn slick again.
And I think this could be the worst part. I think people have a misconception of freezing rain. We talk about the ice, right? But it comes down as rain, so it just feels like it's raining on the outside. But when it hits the surface, especially an elevated surface, that's when it starts to glaze over, freeze, and then it starts to pile up on us if we're still continually getting that as we head through the overnight. So you really will start to feel the effects from this on Monday, even into Tuesday, and could linger into the rest of the week because of those trees toppling over, which is going to happen after the precipitation is gone, right? Because it weighs down the trees and the winds, right? The wind's picking up.
We're talking about wind gusts 20 to 30 miles an hour, maybe some gusts up to 35.
Yep.
So if you have a tree that is coated in ice at a quarter of an inch, half inch, greater than a half inch, that weighs down that tree so much, and then add wind, that would bring down branches, that would bring down trees, and of course that lands on power lines, and that's when you have an interesting situation there. I'm glad you mentioned that again about the freezing rain, how it's liquid in the air. Now I can hear people now looking out the window, 9, 10, 11 o'clock, and looking out saying, oh, this is just rain.
Right.
Well, it is rain in the air, but when it splats on the ground, that's when it spreads out and freezes and causes that glaze of ice. Now, sleet, which we don't expect here, I know there was a little bit of sleet this morning in North Georgia in the onset. That would be pellets, and ice pellets would bounce on your windshield or hood or on the ground, but you'll see raindrops just splatting on the ground, but it's when they hit that surface, elevated surfaces, the ground, the roads, your back deck, the trees, it turns into ice, and that's what freezing rain is.
Yep. All right, so you got to be on the lookout, folks.
Yes.
All right, we're going to toss it back to the anchors now with more.
All right, we appreciate you both staying with us this morning, keeping us safe. Well, state officials are certainly getting ready to keep all of us safe during this storm. We just heard from leaders from the state, and it is a coordinated, robust effort from GMA and GDOT all the way up to the governor's office.
11 Alive's Caitlin Ross is live outside of the GMA headquarters after hearing from those officials in the last hour. She took some of the most intense notes I've ever seen, making sure that you all get the information relayed to you properly. Hey, Caitlin.
I was not messing around with those notes, okay? I was making sure we had everything we needed to stay safe, because I know that's what so many people are concerned about. It's safety. People want to make sure they are where they need to be by 6 p.m. tonight. They can be there until at least Monday, because these roads are going to be impassable in some places. They talked about the program that they have together to make sure that people are in place to address any sort of car crashes, any sort of road issues. One point I thought was really interesting. They said if you do have to be out on this road, make sure you're wearing something that if you get into a crash, you can be outside with. So dress appropriately for the weather. Charge all of your devices right now. Get the food you need right now. It's all of those last minute tips that they want to make sure people know before this storm hits.
All right, Caitlin Ross, we were just looking at our phones to get the latest updates as well. Caitlin joining us there from the GEMA headquarters. Caitlin, we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
We're also getting ready to, as you see, Chris Holcomb is here just to let you know how intense we are with keeping you guys on this coverage. Our next shift is now arriving in the newsroom, getting ready to head out. We're swapping on, 12 hours off. And you guys may say, well, you guys are telling us to stay inside. And, you guys are going out in the elements. We've actually acquired hotel rooms to be close to exactly where we need to be to make sure we're not actually navigating the roads to bring you all the information. We're going to be outside showing you what it looks like so that you don't have to go.
Absolutely. Stay home if you can. And that really is the overall message. Stay home and stay off the roads. So crews have plenty of time to be out there to pre-treat. We actually heard from the governor's office. They have started pre-treating roads with brine as of midnight. They're going to go all the way up until about this time at noon and then start it all over again.
Rebecca Lindstrom joining us now from the newsroom with a look at how MARTA is reacting to the storm.
Yeah, I think everyone just has to kind of take into consideration that nothing is normal today. If we're telling folks, the governor's telling folks to stay inside, that means a lot of businesses are doing the same thing. So many of these stores are going to be shutting early or not even opening at all. So if you do decide that you need to head out, do a couple quick things, make sure you call ahead to see if they are open. And if you are counting on MARTA to get you there, you're going to want to make sure that your route is running. MARTA says today it will operate on an inclement weather plan. That means only the 10 Lifeline bus routes will be operating. These are routes that provide direct service to major medical facilities and emergency rooms. All of the other bus routes are suspended. Now, trains, they will run on a 20-minute schedule, and you may see an out-of-service train whipping by. Well, that's because MARTA says it's going to continue running those trains through the weekend to ensure that ice does not cover the tracks. And mobility service, that is only going to be available on a pre-booked medically necessary basis. Now, MARTA says it will run this reduced service as long as it can, so it's going to be keeping an eye on that weather as well. Earlier this morning, we did start to get some pictures from some of our viewers, mainly in North Georgia, getting a little taste of what is to come. Kim Fortenberry in Murray County woke up to what looks like sleet on her deck. And then about 2 hours later, another member of our 11 Alive Weather Impact team, Sweet on Sky Valley, sent us this view. Sky Valley, if you don't know, it's right on the border with North Carolina. And I suspect all of that has melted now. In Ball Ground, a viewer woke up to a bit of rain. The temperature at 9:30 this morning there was about 40 degrees. If you are still heading out to get some supplies, well, you may be a little bit too late, because David Brooks sent us this photo of an Aldi in Woodstock. And while it may be too late for bread, crews are out in force, as we've been showing you all morning long, to remove branches near power lines and start getting those roads ready. This picture came to us from Katie in Dunwoody. Well, we want to know exactly what is going on in your area. How are you preparing for the storm? Are you seeing something that is falling in your area? A beautiful scene, just maybe a creative way you and the family are staying active indoors. Let us know. Text your photos and videos now. You can send them to 404-855-7600. And I wish, when you guys are talking about us doing those 12-hour shifts and staying where you need to be so that we can stay safe, I wish we had some pictures of all of the sleeping bags and blankets and pillows and suitcases that have been showing up here as we've been doing that shift change, because it's been very interesting to watch people walk in and out with all of the things that they've bundled so that we can be here to help our viewers at home know what they need to know to stay safe.
Yeah, it's like a big slumber party here at the newsroom.
It
We'll
is.
be asleep and then we'll get it together and be right on air. All right, Rebecca Lindstrom live in our newsroom. Thanks so much.
All right, and heading to Cobb County right now, where the DOT crews say they are ready to pre-treat and clear thousands of lane miles if the ice develops throughout the weekend.
That's right. Ariana Manise is live this morning in Marietta at the Square for us. So, Ariana, how is Cobb County getting ready right now?
Well, here in Marietta Square, people have been out and about all morning. Families say they're using those last few hours of dry weather, of weather without ice, to just get outside and just get out all the energy, especially for the kids before they may have to hunker down. Now, we were able to go out to Cobb DOT and see how they're getting ready, because once the system moves in, they really want everybody to stay off the road. So it's going to be a different situation here tomorrow. They say they have people on standby. They have an army of trucks ready in equipment stage with the plan in place to treat roads before ice forms. Officials say they have 6 brine trucks ready. They will start pre-treating the roads. 11 salt and gravel trucks are on standby to melt any ice and improve traction on the roads. Crews said they're also using a mobile road temperature system to track conditions in real time and adjust their plans as needed. And while crews are getting ready, as I mentioned, families here in Cobb County, they're doing the same. We spoke to one family out here this morning who says they're preparing for the possibility of losing power and turning it into a stay-at-home day.
It is pretty cool, but we wanted to come out just to entertain the kids a little bit, just in case we do have to stay in the rest of the day. So we went out and had some breakfast, and we took them to the train over here in the Marietta Square, and then we're going to take them to the library to stock up on books in case we don't have power. Reading is always a good entertainment option.
Yeah, it certainly is. Those kids were out here playing. She said she wants to make sure that they have all the fun they can have outside before things move inside. A lot of people just walking around the square enjoying this weather before the situation just really evolves over time. Now, Cobb DOT crew says that they're going to first prioritize the major highways. If your neighborhood happens to see ice on the roads, they say they are not hitting your neighborhood first. They're going to make sure emergency crews, Georgia Power, they can move through those major highways, get there safely, and then they'll move over into those neighborhoods. So that's why you'll be hunkering down for a day or two if we do see some ice on the roads here in Cobb County. We're going to be out here, bring you the very latest from Cobb County. Reporting live for 11 Alive, I'm Ariana Manise.
I love the shots behind Ariana. Every time we've gone to her, people are just vibing in the background.
Yeah.
They're just walking the dogs. They're just, they don't even have on real coats. They're just vibing it out.
Yeah, well, I guess if you're going to be hunkered down for a few days, go ahead and enjoy this little window. Ariana, we'll be checking back with you throughout the morning. Now let's get over to meteorologist Chesley McNeil. Still looking at the timing, it looks like tonight is when we really need to be hunkered down.
That's absolutely right. It'll start in the far north first, and then make its way down toward the metro area as we head into the late afternoon and into the evening. We're expecting to see freezing rain. That's been our focus here for the last couple of days, as the models have confirmed that we're looking at ice accumulating in our area. Significant ice at that could be around the forecast area. So you have to plan for it, folks. We talk about travel, 2 things in particular, travel and also power outages. That's key when we talk about freezing rain, because it weighs down the power lines. It topples over trees, tree limbs fall. Chris just reminded me that parking under our tower here at the station could be hazardous because of icicles that fall down on your car, and I don't need that on my ride. I don't need that. And so you got to park in the right place as well. If you're parking under trees, know that you can see those icicles falling down over time as this takes place. We got time on this, folks. This is not going to be something that just comes in like a severe thunderstorm, like a tornado or anything like that, comes in, causes damage, and gets right out. This is going to be stretched out over time, folks, like a snowstorm or like a winter storm does as it continues to move through. So we have our 11 Live weather impact alert from now until Monday. We're going to still experience the effects from this even after the precipitation is gone. We'll still be experiencing the effects from this. Look at this, drying up. I was showing you this road earlier. This is up in the Blue Ridge where it was wet, where we had a little light rain, light precipitation coming down, but has been rain. Now things starting to dry up just a little bit, getting a little bit better. So a lot of folks obviously venturing out. As Jonathan mentioned, we got a nice little window here before conditions continue to deteriorate. Now, we've been stressing this. By late afternoon, or at least by at the latest tonight, and I would say by 10, 11 o'clock, you need to be where you're going to be. And not only do you need to be there for tonight? You need to be there or have a plan to be there for the next couple of days. I would say even through Tuesday. Just make sure you can stay right there. All your supplies, everything you need to last for a couple of days, because this system will cause some problems for us, not only with the power outages, but you may not even be able to navigate around your neighborhood, maybe not even on your street. As that ice begins to pile up. You can see it now back off to the west of us. Up to the north, you got the snow, and then you got this area where you have some sleet and freezing rain. That's going to continue to head toward us and will likely arrive here, as we said, by this evening. Right now, the precipitation has been on the light side. Up here to the north, we've seen, especially in the higher elevations, some flakes flying around, but nothing too significant as of yet. So you still have people out and about walking around. We did have a few light raindrops coming down. That's it. Clouds for the most part here in the metro area and southward. We suspect it will stay that way for much of the day today. There's a better look at what's taking place up to the north. Our radar indicating some mixing taking place. There may be some sleet mixing in, but again, it has been on the light side, and so far, so good, right? But we know that this will continue to go downhill from here as those temperatures continue to drop. Ice storm warning in effect. You can see from Atlanta, just south of Atlanta, in fact, Henry County northward, covering just about all of North Georgia. We're looking at this from 1 o'clock in about a half hour. Will kick in and will last all the way through Monday, about 10 a.m. We're looking at this ice storm warning. It's in these areas right in here where we can see significant amounts of precipitation coming down as far as freezing rain goes, and that is just going to pile up on us, folks. South of that, where you see the blue in here, that is where we have the winter weather advisory that is in effect. That winter weather advisory will last about the same time, but we're looking at lighter amounts, at least, of that precipitation around. Again, the two major concerns with this will be the slick roads and also the power outages. This is a huge system. We're not talking about just our area, right? This extends all the way back over into Albuquerque and extends all the way up to the north as far as Maine, Boston included in it, where you see this pink area here. These are winter storm warnings that we're looking at, folks. And so this is a huge system. We're tracking an area of low pressure that's going to continue to slide up here toward the northeast. Notice down here to the south, that's all rain, and some of that could be on the severe side, which is why we're thinking in the southern portions of our state, there could be some severe weather around. Can you believe that? While here in the northeast, we'll be dealing with the ice. And look at that. By tonight, we're expecting that rain, whatever rain we have, to change over into freezing rain, and we'll have a period of that through the overnight going into Sunday morning. Will the wedge hold on? That's what we'll be looking at as we head through the overnight tonight. But we're expecting up in the northeast that maybe it could. And if it does, you're talking about higher totals, and that could lead to some major problems in our area. Here to talk more about that is Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb.
You were talking about that ice storm warning that we have, and it's going to be interesting in that not everybody in the warning area is going to experience the same conditions. Like folks down in Henry County who are in that warning won't experience the same conditions as folks up in northeast Georgia, like up in White County, Rabun County, even Hall County, because that is going to be the area there to the north and east where we're going to see major impacts from this system. And even though Atlanta is just outside of that major category, it's still moderate impacts here. I want everyone in Atlanta to be prepared because we are going to have some icing overnight and also in the morning. It's just going to be more severe up in parts of northeast Georgia. And then on the south side, we have the minor impacts. So let's break this down even more. For that area in Major, which is northeast Georgia that you see right here, ice totals over a half an inch, and that is a significant amount of ice. I know that doesn't sound like much. You're saying only, that much ice. It is a lot when you see that much ice weighing down on trees and power lines. We know it's going to be dangerous to impossible to travel beginning later today in northeast Georgia, but mainly this evening, overnight, and through much of the day tomorrow. There's dangerous and impossible travel there in northeast Georgia. Not only are we going to have widespread power outages in this area of northeast Georgia, but they're going to be lasting a long time because there's going to be so many power outages. That's going to take a while for all of the workers that are going to be out working so hard to repair the power. It's just going to be overwhelming almost. So that's why it's going to be longer for those power outages to take place. So that's northeast Georgia. How about northwest Georgia into metro Atlanta and out the I-20 corridor? That's where we're going to see ice totals a quarter of an inch to a half inch. That's still a heavy amount of ice that will bring us some problems here in the metro Atlanta area. And that's going to be difficult travel. We've been telling people all along here in the metro area, we want you to be where you're going to be hunkering down by sunset. even though it may not be happening right at sunset, there might be a little delay in that. Just to be safe, I want you to be where you're going to hunker down by sunset tonight, which is around 6 o'clock. We will be seeing difficult travel. We're going to have scattered outages, not as many as they're going to have in Northeast Georgia, but still some power outages here in the metro area too. And then for far south and southwest of us, that's more minor area, that's where we're going to see ice less than 1/4 of an inch. We're talking about a glazing, maybe up to 1/4 of an inch in some spots. There will still be some slick travel there and some isolated power outages. And what makes that a little more concerning is that it may not be widespread icing everywhere in this area, but there will be spots. And that might make it even more dangerous because you might get a false sense of security thinking that everything's fine, and then you could hit a bridge or overpass that has slicked up, and then you would be spinning out and possibly having a wreck there too. So you've just got to be careful everywhere. I wouldn't plan on any driving late tonight, overnight, early tomorrow morning. Now, in the afternoon tomorrow, we're going to have to watch to see how or if we see any improvements as temperatures get back up above freezing for a brief time here. So take a look at Sunday. We're going to start off at 29 degrees here in the morning. That's going to be below freezing for the first part of the day tomorrow. And I don't think we'll get back above freezing till maybe around lunchtime and after. For the afternoon hours, still with some of that freezing rain around. And we may have some breaks in that rain.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for watching our stream, checking back in with us. At the bottom of every hour, we're going to do this. We're going to cut in and give you a quick update on what we're seeing, what we're hearing, and then we will send it back to the continuing coverage out of Atlanta or even Charlotte by tomorrow, too. But for now, we're just briefly cutting in to give you an update. First, I want to start with flights across the country, not just our area, but across the country. So you're looking at FlightAware, what they call the misery map. And this talks about cancellations and delays. And right now, the main one is Dallas. Not a surprise there. 30 delayed flights, but 221 canceled flights. Second up is Chicago. They have had 31 canceled flights and they have 73 delayed flights. Third is Houston, and that would be 26 canceled flights and 46 delayed flights. Atlanta right now has 18 canceled flights and 33 delayed flights. Now, for today, within the United States, flights that are delayed going into, out of, or just within the United States, there have been 1,729 delays. As for cancellations associated with the United States, 3,656. This is coming in from FlightAware.com. That's the information that I'm seeing. So let's talk about Jacksonville specifically. I know Jacksonville's not on that map, but we have delays at the Jacksonville International Airport at 14, and then cancellations today, 9. So not too bad, but still 9 cancellations. It's 9 entire flights that have been impacted, and 14 of those are delays. So again, this is just something we're watching closely. We're going to continue to keep an eye on the airports for you all across the country as we go through the rest of today and into tomorrow. So now let's go get a look at our radar and take a look at what's happening with this storm system, because we've been keeping you in tune with Atlanta 11 Alive, our sister station there in Atlanta, their forecasts and their continuing coverage. But just to give you more of a look across the country, big impacts right now happening in the Dallas area, more snow up to Wichita, and then through places like St. Louis, a whole lot of snow in St. Louis, Memphis, Nashville, and then Louisiana getting the rain and the sleet and the freezing rain and the wintry mix there. Temperatures across the country still frigid. 10 below 0 in Green Bay. -9 in Minneapolis. 6 below in Bismarck. Feels like temperature is way worse. It feels like -20 in Bismarck. Feels like 24 degrees below 0 in Minneapolis and 22 below in Green Bay. Portland, Oregon feels like 6 below. New York City only feels like 4 degrees. The actual air temperature, 13 degrees, not great. Chicago's actual air temperature is 1 below, and then they're feeling like 14 below. Meanwhile, Miami, my goodness, Miami, 81 degrees. So big temperature difference there. Now, I have been trying to take a look around the country when it comes to our cameras. And so I'm going to leave you real quick with this look at radar while I start trying to pull up some different cameras from across the country. We've seen a lot of impacts so far in places like St. Louis, a lot of heavy snow coming down there. In fact, I actually have a friend who lives in St. Louis who sent me a picture and said it is getting really rough outside. It's very cold there, of course, too. Let's see, I'm trying to get you a good picture. There's one where we could see the arch this morning, and now we cannot see it anymore because of how much blowing snow there is. Here we go. We'll load this up for you. Ooh, look at that. Look at all of that snow coming down in St. Louis. Man, oh man. So that's just one of many cities being impacted right now. Let's get a check on Tennessee. We'll go towards Memphis. Unfortunately, our Nashville cameras have not been working very well. So here's a look at Memphis. Cold, snowy. That's Memphis there. Alrighty, and then let's go back over towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area. There's been a camera that I've been showing of the Texas Motor Speedway in Fort Worth, and that's been a really cool picture and a cool shot. So let's see if I can get that up for you. Here we go. Okay, it's loading. Look at that. So these are the places being impacted right now. Now, of course, we've had continuing coverage out of Atlanta where they're not dealing with this yet, but it's overnight tonight that they could be dealing with that freezing rain. So a quick look at how this will play out, which does include us here on the First Coast. Remember, tomorrow we are warm. We're like, winter? What winter? What is everyone talking about? Because it will be in the 80s tomorrow. But this storm system does eventually send a cold front our way. So Atlanta, this is midnight. That's when they're going to get some of that wintry mix. It's still happening in Dallas, by the way, tomorrow into Monday morning. More snow for St. Louis around midnight, Cincinnati, Washington, D.C., the freezing rain and wintry mix for places in North Carolina. And then more of that snow Sunday morning extending across D.C. into New York City, Chicago areas. Again, we mentioned Cincinnati, but then our attention here locally turns to rain and storms Sunday evening for places like Ware and Pierce counties, and then more rain will fall overnight while a lot of us are sleeping into Monday. So for those of you in Ware and Pierce, we'll keep an eye on those storms. This is the new update from the Storm Prediction Center. Luckily, they have removed most of us out of that severe thunderstorm threat, but still something that we will watch closely. Then the cold air arrives for us, and our temperatures are going to plummet. Now, it's not what they have been experiencing across the northern portion of the country, but still for us, 20s and 30s, not just one morning, but several mornings. Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, Thursday morning, Friday morning. Absolutely brutally cold air, and we don't get to really warm up in the day. Staying in the 50s, and Tuesday we might even stay in the 40s all day. So the cold air is on the way for us, but it really arrives Monday into Tuesday morning. So in the meantime, that wintry weather, the snow, the ice, that is all staying north of us. We'll get some rain late Sunday into early Monday morning. But anyway, this has just been a quick check-in with you all. Remember, we'll be back here at the bottom of every hour, but for now, we are going to send you back to Atlanta. We're going to cut right back into their programming, so you'll kind of see a little bit of a jump here. But you can see that 11 Alive covering that weather too. So let's listen into their coverage now.
A little bit of a mix up here to the far north. It's been on the light side, so we haven't seen a whole lot with it. So a flurry or two in the higher elevations of the North Georgia mountains. Got some reports of sleet. Doug just told you about that, where he was. Just a little bit. It only lasted for a little while, then it was gone, right? We even seen some raindrops in some spots over toward Georgia's Rome. We had some rain already. Up into White County, we've had some sleet already. And so seeing that in and out of the area, and I think that's the way it's going to be for the rest of the afternoon. Here in Atlanta southward, just the clouds in place. The onset of the precipitation may come down as rain first, but we're expecting that to begin to mix with freezing rain before changing over to all rain as we head into the evening. So it's going to take some time. And again, keep in mind that freezing rain comes down as rain. right? And then when it hits the surface, it starts to glaze over or begins to freeze up. And that will begin to pile up because we're expecting that to be around not only for tonight, but right on into Sunday morning, maybe even into Sunday afternoon in some spots, especially up here to the far northeast. So we'll be watching for that. You can see where we have that light precipitation up here in Higdon, down toward Cartacay, mainly coming down in the form of liquid so far. There may be a little bit of sleet mixing in at times, but that will be out of the way pretty soon. And then you'll see a little bit more popping up. So it's up to the north where we're experiencing that precipitation first. Ice storm warning in effect, you can see for much of North Georgia. Georgia's Rome included in that. Atlanta, over toward Athens, even over toward Augusta. You're all in this warning area. It's in the warning area where we're expecting to see significant amounts of ice. Now, I say significant amounts because I'm talking about a half inch or higher in some of these spots. Even a tenth of an inch is significant because you just can't get around it. I don't care what kind of car you have, what kind of truck you have. I don't care how heavy it is. That tank that you drive, it's not going to do you any good when ice is on the ground. So be very careful. That's our number one concern is the travel. Second concern, if not as high, would be the power outages that we're going to experience with this. You get that weight of the ice on top of trees. Those trees begin to bend, maybe even crack some limbs before some of those will even start to topple over because we'll start to see those winds begin to pick up as well. And a lot of those impacts will be felt not only once we start to see the ice begin to accumulate, but even after it's gone because those winds will start to pick up and our temperatures will be on the cold side. So this is going to last for a while. It's not just today it comes in and gets out of the way like what we would experience with severe weather, but we're looking at a winter storm. So it's going to take some time for this to manifest and take place in our area. And again, it's up here to the far north and east that we're looking at as far as the heaviest amounts or the heaviest amounts of accumulation, but also the greater impacts. Again, as I mentioned, this is a large system, so it covers a lot of ground, as you can see. So trying to fly out somewhere may be not going to happen today, at least. Maybe not for the next couple of days. You're looking at Wichita, St. Louis, Cincinnati, Washington, D.C., all the way up to Boston. We'll be experiencing this system. As that area of low pressure starts to slide by us, it's going to move up toward the northeast, and so it's going to carry on even up into the northeast corridor. So they'll be dealing with it as well. There's the area of low pressure I was telling you about. You look at the snow that is developing over two parts of St. Louis back toward Wichita, all the way into Memphis. Memphis so far this morning has seen snow, but because the temperatures will warm up on you a little bit, they'll get into on this freezing rain as well. That will make its way over toward the east and be over us by tonight. Chris was saying by 6 o'clock. I'm going to double stamp that as well, even though there may not be any precipitation coming down at that particular hour. 6 o'clock is a good time frame for you to be where you're going to be so that when it starts coming down, you're already in, folks. You're already in. We're going to start noticing powers going out by tomorrow morning. We'll be seeing or hearing some of those limbs starting to crack on us a little bit. So you definitely want to be inside. Now notice this, all right, this rain down here to the south. It will be on the strong side here in the south and possibly for the southern portions of our state, even some severe weather, certainly possible. But we're going to be watching that warmer air to see how far north it gets. We have this wedge. We've been talking about the wedge that's going to be over us. How quickly will it erode? Will it erode, right? Will it hold on and that air over into the northeast stay on the cold side as that warmer air rides above that? We'll be seeing that or watching for that. So that's still in question for us. And so that's what we'll be analyzing as we go through the evening and into tomorrow morning and by tomorrow afternoon. Even after the rain stops, that's when we're expecting that wraparound flow to come in. So the air will be much colder by then. We'll be watching those temperatures only around the freezing mark. We're starting off with temperatures in the 40s. I think that's where we're going to stay at least to about 3 o'clock before we watch those temperatures really start to fall back down into the 30s later on tonight. You're looking at 41 degrees by 3 o'clock, 39 degrees by 7 o'clock tonight. Here's our forecast track model. You can follow along with me with the time right there at the top of the screen. Notice this, by 9 o'clock tonight, here comes that wet weather, right? You got rain here in Atlanta southward, but up here to the north, already starting to see that changeover, if not mixing in with some rain, certainly freezing rain around. And that line just goes further down to the south, overtaking much of our area through the overnight into the morning once we get into Sunday. Still with us as we get into the 8, 9 o'clock hour, and then certainly by the afternoon, starting to wind down just a little bit as there's some heavy rain will push through the forecast area. Notice on Monday, we still have our 11 live weather impact alert because even with the sunshine, we're still looking at those temperatures just above freezing if we get that high. And so whatever's on the roads, of course, is going to freeze over. And so that's going to be with us. More impacts, of course, we'll be dealing with it maybe even into Tuesday morning. So keep it locked right here for the very latest. And our team of meteorologists here to keep you covered all day and all night. Guys,
All right, Chesley, thanks a lot. And it is good to see you once again, sir. Always good. And hopefully we can see you for the next 12 hours, maybe. I don't think we will. Hey,
well, maybe not. He needs a break.
He needs a break. But a quick programming note. Some of you may be wondering, where is my sports on this Saturday afternoon? You can find it over on the WATL.
All right, there you go. Good information, because we want to make sure that we are getting this critical weather information to everyone that needs it across our area. So at this hour, we want to get you over to Dan, who is
Dan
in
Kennedy.
our streaming center right now. And Dan, you have been prepping, helping to prep for these conditions all week long, and you actually had a chance to speak with Atlanta's Mayor Andre Dickens. What was he saying, and what was his message for folks ahead of the storm?
Hey, good afternoon to you both. Yeah, we had the opportunity to have Mayor Andre Dickens onto our streaming show here within the Streaming Center yesterday. It was a 10-minute live interview. Chesley actually joined for it, and we got to ask the mayor all about the storm today. Look, he advised the same thing our meteorologists have been advising for days now. Just stay inside if you don't have to get out. That will also allow the road crews more room to do their job, and the bulk of that work just started about half an hour ago.
Let's not have people on the roads unnecessarily. Saturday afternoon, you will start to see Atlanta Department of Transportation out with the salt trucks and brine trucks, as well as GDOT. You also will see Georgia Power as we prepare them for in the event that tree branches and trees snap power lines, so people may be without power. So we're just telling people, be prepared, have batteries, have flashlights, have food and water that can last you a couple of days as we wait out this ice event.
Ron and Jennifer, you might be wondering where the mayor is going to be watching the storm response tonight. He told me he's going to be in the city's Emergency Operations Center. It's been activated officially at police headquarters downtown. You're going to have fire there, the sheriff, GDOT, GMA, also Georgia Power, and that's where they can start to deploy resources and watch as everything unfolds this evening.
Dan, thanks a lot. You know, before we let you go, sir, I know a lot of people are thinking, well, there's going to be brine all over Atlanta, every single street. Is this something that the mayor discussed at all?
Well, how about this? 18,000 miles of road they have to treat across the state when it comes to this brine. So GDOT's been doing that from midnight until about noon. They just finished that first 12-hour shift. And then the mayor now talking about how Atlanta crews kind of taking over this afternoon. So you'll see them more on the city streets. And by the way, Ron, they are going to be treating even as the rain starts coming down tomorrow. So expect those road crews to be out there.
That's really good to know, Dan.
And
thank
an
you.
important distinction here as well is there are jurisdictional boundaries here. The state takes care of what is the state's purview, and the city of Atlanta, the city of Chamblee, Dunwoody, whatever the city or municipality, the county, those entities are taking care of what they need to, respective of where they are. So that's a lesson we learned from Snowmageddon when people got mad at certain people, and it's like these things belong to certain jurisdictions. So Dan, thank you so much for keeping us updated there. Speaking of the roads and travel, you know, Chesley mentioned not too long ago about people maybe hoping to get in or out of the city. I don't know about that, but we do want to get you to our Stefanich Haynock. She is at Atlanta's airport, where folks maybe are hoping they can get one of those last few flights out.
So long lines there right now?
No, actually, Ron and Jennifer, things are quiet here at Hartsfield-Jackson this morning so far. No line behind me here at the main checkpoint, and things are looking good. Now, we have spoken to a few travelers this morning who told us that they did reschedule their flights to leave a little earlier, trying to avoid some of the ice that is accumulating or will be accumulating. Crews we know here at the airport working 12-hour shifts, and also the airport for the first time using this new ice clearing machinery. They say that other areas use that see much more winter temperatures than us, like Chicago, for example. So we'll see how that goes. We know that right now there are some delays and cancellations. There are flights coming in and out of Atlanta's airport right now. So right now we're seeing about 101 delays, 272 cancellations. We have seen those numbers continue to grow since we've been here since about 7 this morning. Now, one woman we spoke to, she's actually traveling to Florida with her daughters this morning. She says to go to her mother's wedding. She also tells me that she traveled via car from Nashville to Atlanta overnight.
I was worried about the state of emergency, like canceling our plans, and we really had to get down there, so I just drove last night. We got in at like 1 a.m.
We're going to Florida.
Florida. What's in Florida?
Well, I'm going to be the flower girl.
She's going to be the flower girl at her grandmother's wedding in Florida. Majority of airlines, they have issued travel waivers, allowing passengers, if they choose, to cancel their flights or maybe even reschedule them to avoid any type of headache that they may see if not leaving Atlanta, maybe during your connections. Live here at Hartsville Jackson, I'm Stephanie Chaynock, 11 Alive News.
Okay, Steph, thanks a lot. We know we have a lot of folks, team members here from 11 Alive who took off early this morning, so I'm sure they're going to get to their destination. If it's later this afternoon, I think they're going to be out of luck.
Yeah, the only question then becomes, when can you make it back?
Yeah.
So hopefully that those newly acquired machinery items that the airport now has will help in getting folks back home again as well. We have been all over Metro Atlanta.
Yeah.
As we said, our crews are spread out, trying to keep you as informed as possible. And we know that another group that is spread out all across the state are power crews. They are staging across the state in advance of the storm so they can be ready to respond when the worst passes us by.
Absolutely. So we're talking about freezing temperatures, ice and heavy wind could pose massive threats to the classic city. We're talking about Athens right now. Let's get up there to 11 Live Joe Ripley. He joins us live in Athens. This is right near the University of Georgia. So Joe, how are things, what are the linemen up there preparing? What are they doing for the storm?
Yeah, Ron, Jennifer, we were just steps away from the iconic arch here on Broad Street in downtown Athens. And as you can see behind me, things are pretty normal for right now. We've seen people in cars about, but it's right down the road that we've seen linemen already starting to deploy, just staging and getting positioned for what's to come later tonight, the worst of this winter weather event. We were told earlier that more than 100 linemen from all over the southeast have come right here to Athens. They're expecting widespread power outages from this winter storm. The trucks are weatherized and outfitted with technology to make sure crews can endure the rough conditions to come. I spoke with Ralston Suits with Power Pros. That's a union contractor that works to restore power nationwide. And Suits expects a major weather event tonight and overnight. He says crews are ready to respond whenever and wherever they're needed most. Crews are going to work 16-hour days, he says, try and get a nap in when they can, and then go right back to work. Suit says he's preparing for the worst case scenario and plans for crews to work around the clock to make sure those lights are turned back on.
Now, we're here expecting anything, but we hope for the least amount. We hope that even our families at home don't have to deal with power outages and everything else. So we're just here to help and do whatever we can. We are trained to do as quick as possible, but as safe as possible.
We were speaking with several students from the University of Georgia here on campus, and a lot of them plan to hunker down here. They don't want to chance any travel on the roads, especially with some living out of state. Some students living a couple of hours away. They said they're going to have everything they need as far as power, medication, food, water, what have you, to make sure that they can stay safe and warm. Suits says any advice for folks planning to weather this storm, he says make sure you do have that extra food, water, and a reserve battery source, power source, because power will likely go out. We're live here in Athens. Joe Ripley, 11 Alive News.
All right, Joe, you kind of beat me to the punch. I know that's your old stomping grounds, mine too. And I was going to ask you if you would happen to see any students out there. We were getting new information from the University of Georgia earlier this week where they were telling those students that they are urging them to get out and go home if they could. We know not everybody is able, but we do know that that was the word because of these conditions that they're anticipating up there.
All right, Joe.
Yeah, that's right, Jennifer. I was here, sorry, Ron, to cut you off there. I was here in 2014 when there was a major snow and ice storm back then, and a lot of us, myself included, tried to weather the storm here on campus. And I think the university learned that, any word we can give out to help people prepare for this and get out before the worst comes, that's the way we want to plan things. So we're continually monitoring any messaging the University of Georgia is putting out there. There are also local shelters here around the Athens area for folks who may not be close to campus, who are just looking for a warm place to stay tonight. Even though, it may feel cold now, it's only going to get colder. Expecting the heavy winds to pick up, freezing temperatures to come, and then that ice, the most dangerous part of the storm that I've heard from so many people. It's hard to potentially prepare for, but once it gets here and you have no other options, you want to be in a safe space. So that's why, we continually emphasize the dangers and risk with this storm.
Joe, thank you so much for staying on top of it. They are from the classic city of Athens, and that messaging really is so important. That's why our team of meteorologists have been letting folks know about these anticipated conditions all week long with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Alert.
That's right, and our chief meteorologist, he's standing by right now with more on that, because Chris, you've been talking a lot about the importance of the ice that's going to build up over the evening.
And ice is the worst type of winter precip that we can have. Snow is fun. Sleet, has impacts, but ice is the worst type of winter precip because it is going to be slick. It's going to be impossible to travel. In some areas, it's going to be harder than others, and it's going to be dangerous. And I want to make sure, I don't want to be the bad guy here for your kids, but if they're tempted to go out and slide around on the ice, please be very cautious with that and try not to let them do that for a couple of reasons. Number one, ice is hard. If you're sledding on snow and you fall over, it's a little bit softer, right? But if your kids want to go out and slip and slide on the ice, if they fall, it will hurt. And if you crack your head open or break a bone, you may not make it to the hospital for treatment. So try not to let the kids go out and play. There's another reason too, because when those trees get a lot of ice on them and it's weighing down, if they're in the backyard, walking around, and icicles come down on their head or even tree limbs, ice is just a different thing, and it's nothing that you want to go out and play in. So definitely be careful. We've been warning people just to be careful when you step outside and you think the back step is going to be fine, and then you find out that you may slip down those steps. Even though it doesn't look slippery, there might be a glaze there that it does make it slippery. So my thing is, be aware of your surroundings. Don't take any chances, because we take it for granted that if we hurt ourselves, we can go to the hospital and get treatment. But with the roads the way that they're going to be in some spots, you may not be able to make it to the hospital. So just please be extra careful out there, because ice is not the thing that icy conditions is not really what we want. So as we were telling you yesterday, that as this all started at the onset of precip, we might have a little sleet in parts of northeast and northwest Georgia. We did see a little bit of that earlier. Now we're getting some light rain, and it may be trying to mix in with the little frozen stuff there now. But this still isn't the beginning of the main event that's going to be coming into our area a little bit later on. Northeast Georgia a little bit later on today, and then into the evening hours for us here in Metro Atlanta. And this is all part of that huge system that's impacting millions and multiple states here around the country. And you can see how it's getting a little bit closer to us here. We have freezing rain over in parts of Mississippi, northern Louisiana, back into Arkansas. Texas has been being hit overnight. They're still getting some winter precip there. We are next in line as this is going to be pushing into our direction. Again, it's not going to be snow. It is going to be freezing rain by the time it gets into our area. As you know, we have been watching these models very closely over the past week. And then during the week, we had really wide ranges of scenarios of what we could see for this weekend. But we told you, keep watching us every day, because we're going to get new model data in. And as we get closer to the event, the models are going to start coming more into agreement. And that's really what we're seeing now with, number one, the location of the best coverage of ice. There's a little bit of differences here between the American model and the European model on how thick that ice will be. The European model is showing northeast Georgia getting thicker ice than what the American model is showing. But what I want you to see here, it's this area of northeast Georgia that is going to get hit hard. Now, we do think around I-20 in the metro area and along the I-75 corridor, we're going to be dealing with icy conditions there. Not as much on the south side, but this is all dependent on how far down to the south that wedge of cool air is able to go. And that's that area of colder air, shallow layer of cold air at the surface that slides in from the north and east. Sometimes it stops in Atlanta. Sometimes it goes beyond Atlanta. And the wedge is really a hard thing to forecast here. So we're giving you a lot of scenarios for folks on the south side, even though you're not seeing that on the models, to be prepared if that wedge is able to kind of push on down into your area. Now, this is an interesting thing that we haven't really had to change that much, and this is the timeline. We haven't had to change this graphic at all over the past couple of days, because things are still lining up as coming in to parts of north and northeast Georgia for the afternoon hours. And we'll just see that mixing developing and starting to transition during the day. And some untreated roads in north and northeast Georgia could start turning slick mid-afternoon to late afternoon. But for us here in the metro Atlanta area, the main event is going to be generally after sunset. So I want you to be hunkered down and in the place where you're going to be all weekend by around sunset tonight. That's when, after that, through the evening, we're going to see more of the freezing rain coming in. The accumulation is going to start intensifying. Temperatures drop into the 20s overnight with rain moving into that. And that's going to make those roads turn slick and very icy. Then on Sunday, the winter weather continues in the morning. The wind's going to start kicking up. We're going to have even a higher power outage threat during the day on Sunday, but still watching those temperatures very closely into the afternoon as to whether or not some warmer air will be able to come in for multiple hours going above freezing tomorrow, and that would help us to kind of curtail that buildup of the ice out there. Now, we know ice is not something that, the thickness of the ice is very dangerous. And Melissa Nord joins us right now. Melissa, and people say, it's just between a quarter of an inch and a half inch. That's really not a big deal. But when you're talking about ice and the weight of that ice, it is a big deal.
It is. And if we were just talking about a quarter of an inch to a half an inch of plain rain and not freezing rain, it would be no big deal. But the threshold between a quarter of an inch and a half an inch of ice really changes the impacts you're going to see. At a quarter of an inch and higher, we see not just the icy roads, but we start to see a lot of those smaller tree limbs getting weighed down and some of the smaller tree limbs starting to snap. Power outages also start to increase because that's adding some weight on those power lines, especially if we introduce a little bit of gusty winds into the equation. Half inch or more, that's a really bad ice storm. At that point, the roads are impassable in many locations. We're talking about tree damage that is not just limbs, but even large trees dropping large branches as well. And then power outages that can be widespread and long-term because of how many outages we end up seeing. And it's because when you increase from a quarter to a half an inch of ice, you're adding a lot more weight on the trees and on the power lines. A half inch of ice adds about 500 pounds of weight hanging down on one segment of lines. And the way that that ice accretes or forms on those power lines is over here. It's not a perfect circle. It actually is a teardrop shape. This is the power line in the black right here. The teardrop shape, it's slowly cooling and freezing as we see it melting down to the bottom. So that gives us a different bit of dynamics, wind dynamics, aerodynamics as the winds start to blow. And you might see the power lines into tomorrow afternoon and Sunday in northeast Georgia doing kind of this galloping effect. Let me show you the winds. This is not something we want to see, and unfortunately it's part of the equation tomorrow into Monday. Our wind gusts 20 to 30 miles an hour. You can see here tomorrow morning that strong wedge gusting at times 20 to 30 miles an hour. As we head into Sunday afternoon, still some breezy winds, but then the winds pick up again into Monday. So I'm actually more concerned about the cold air on the backside of the system. Ice secreted on the power lines on the trees, and then the entire day Monday, these wind gusts of 25 to 30 miles an hour. Chris, that could really incrementally increase the power outages heading into a couple of very cold mornings in a row. And a day Monday when northeast Georgia, where we're expecting the highest ice, is not going to climb above freezing Monday. So gusty winds, still below freezing. It's not a good equation for those power outages.
We're thinking about how the freezing rain is not a great scenario for us, but add wind to that, and it's going to be even worse because that weight of those trees and that wind is just going to knock down more of them. So as we've been telling you, we have this 11 Alive weather impact alert through the weekend, today and tomorrow. It's extended. Yesterday, we extended it into Monday. And we wanted to wait to extend it into Monday because we didn't want people to be confused about, oh no, is there going to be more precip on Monday? We're not going to have any more precip on Monday. That's going to end on Sunday night. But it's whatever is left on the ground from Sunday into Monday. It is going to be slick again on Monday morning, and that's from the freezing rain over the weekend, late Saturday, and also into your Sunday. And as we've been telling you all week long, plan for travel and those power impacts that we're going to be dealing with. I love this graphic. Melissa made this yesterday, and it's a really great explainer about what we have going on here, whereas today, we're in the 40s. That's the highest that we're going to be early this morning and into this afternoon. But then we're going to see those temperatures dropping through the afternoon and then getting colder to around freezing later on tonight. This is that cold air intrusion. This is that wedge coming in from the north and the east. So watch how that settles in on us through the overnight hours. This is at 4:30 in the morning. So as that cold air is pushing down in this direction from the north and east, we're going to have the moisture and the rain coming in from the south and also the west of us. And that's going to ride up and over that shallow layer of cool air at the surface. It'll be raindrops in the air. So we've been saying all along, you're going to go outside and you're going to look and you'll be like, oh, it's just raining. Those weather people were wrong again. It's not anything frozen. Well, it's not going to freeze until it hits a surface that is at freezing, and it would make a glaze there on tree limbs, on elevated surfaces, on bridges and overpasses first, and then eventually the ground when the ground also gets to or below freezing. So this will be rain in the air becoming ice when it hits a surface. Then this is the big question going into tomorrow afternoon. The models often don't handle the wedge very well, and the models often say that warmer air is going to overtake it sooner than what it really does. So we do think that tomorrow we'll begin to see the colder air to the north and east of us retreating a little bit, allowing some of this slightly warmer air to move back in on Sunday. The big question is, how much warmer will it be and for how long? We're thinking that we'll get up above freezing for multiple hours. Whether or not that's going to be enough to get rid of all of the ice, or it's just going to kind of curtail the growth of the ice coming in. So that's going to be the big question for tomorrow as that warmer air comes in. So we should get a little break in the precip later on Sunday. It's going to be ending, hopefully temperatures above freezing for a bit, but whatever is still there Sunday night, look what happens going into Monday. Another surge of cold air, and I mean really cold air, comes in for Monday morning with temperatures that are going to move down into the mid-20s here for your Monday morning. So whatever is left from Sunday is going to be slick again on Monday morning. Now, as I'm showing you that warmer air and the colder air, northeast Georgia still may not even get up above freezing very long at all. So that's why we think it's going to be worse up in parts of northeast Georgia over the weekend, beginning, again, late this afternoon there, and then through the night, overnight, and then the colder air holding on longer. So that's going to just allow for more of that buildup of ice. So stay with us. We're going to keep talking more about the forecast track and whether or not that warm air intrusion is going to get here and how that will impact us on Sunday leading into Monday. And then just know next week is going to be bitterly cold. So we want to get rid of whatever ice we can with these temperatures briefly getting up above freezing on Sunday.
Okay, Chris and Melissa, we really appreciate that. We'll talk to you in a couple of minutes, but there's one group which is extremely vulnerable when the winter weather hits us, and that's our senior citizens living with dementia.
And there can certainly be hidden dangers when you think about this vulnerable population. We want to bring in now Nancy Treaster. She's a co-founder of the nonprofit, The Caregiver's Journey. Nancy, thank you so much for taking some time to speak with us. Talk to us about why this population is at risk of so much dangers, especially when we talk about these winter storm conditions.
Well, a couple of different scenarios. First, a lot of people with early stage dementia or simply mild cognitive impairment are still living by themselves successfully at home. And as long as they're in their normal everyday routine, that's fine. But when a stressful situation comes in or they have to deal with something like the power's out and have to go through with some problem solving, it falls apart. And so if you've got someone who's living with dementia and is successfully living at home by themselves, now would be the time to really put them with a friend or family member so that they're not having to problem solve if the power goes out, and figure out how to handle that, because those stressful situations are not very easy to deal with.
Yeah, Nancy, you know, this really hits home. I'm sorry, but this really hits home for
No, go
me.
ahead.
Both of my mom and dad, they were suffering from dementia. We became caregivers. We were part of the sandwich generation, having kids, taking care of mom and dad at the same time. What advice would you give to caregivers for those who have parents or loved ones living with dementia? Because sometimes, you know, you may not be paying attention. They will slip out the door and they will go out there into the elements. What would you suggest to them?
They will. And curiosity is normal, but particularly for someone living with dementia, they're not thinking about putting on a warm coat and what needs to happen for them to even go outside. And so you do need to keep an extra special eye on your loved one. If they've wandered before, then definitely. I mean, take the keys away, lock the doors, keep an eye on them. Keep the coat next to the door. If they do wander out, maybe they at least have a chance of putting the coat on. But this is definitely the time you don't want them outdoors wandering without any protective clothing on. Also, register them with with the police and make sure they have a picture of your loved one so that if they do wander out, everyone can quickly find them.
All right. So if the unfortunate happens and that does take place, what should people do right away? Is it a immediate call to 911? What steps should people take if something like that should happen?
It's a very good question. Most people want to go look for their loved one right away. We suggest you call 911 right away and get that part of the process started. Then go look for your loved one and keep your cell phone close to you when you are.
Yeah, okay, so another personal situation, my dad ended up slipping out of the door. It was during the summer in Northern California. It wasn't too bad. Immediately, we had to call 911 to try to find him. And then my son and me and my wife, we had to go out to look for him as well. And he says he was confused when he walked out the door. I think that is so important that you make sure that you contact, you call 911, you contact law enforcement, get the professionals involved to make sure they can help find your loved one. I mean, what do you think about that?
Absolutely. And that is not our natural reaction. We want to go out and just do it ourselves and think we can find them quickly. And you miss precious time if you don't get them moving while you're out looking for your loved one. Doesn't mean you won't look for your loved one, but you're going to do that after you kick 911 off and get things started. So you're exactly right.
Yeah, and this is certainly an issue that deserves talking about and that some people don't realize or don't think about themselves unless they are in it or unless they've experienced. So, Nancy, thank you so much for spending some time with us ahead of the storm to maybe share some advice that people can actually use and start to consider for their families.
Absolutely. Thanks, Nancy. We appreciate it.
All right.
Well, thank you very much as well.
Nancy, thank you. And we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back here on 11 Alive.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, hello. All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And stuff. That's from 57. For me, Chris's mic, 1, 2. Okay. Yep.
Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And welcome back to 11 Alive News and also 11 Alive Plus. I'm Ron Jones.
And I'm Jennifer Bellamy. Our continuing coverage as we anticipate the icy conditions from this winter storm continues here. Our meteorologists are standing by. They've been trying to get you this information all week long about the conditions we are looking ahead to. Our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, is standing by. Melissa Nord also here with us this evening. So, Chris, what are folks needing to know right now? It's about 1:12, and we're not too long out from this starting to hit some portions of our area.
Yeah, you have a little bit of time left to get out and get whatever you need to prepare to hunker down here for this ice storm that's going to be developing here later on tonight. We're still well above freezing. We don't have any precip in the metro Atlanta area, but we are watching here in parts of northeast Georgia. This is the area where we think we're going to start seeing that freezing rain first. Now, we already have seen in parts of North Georgia at onset of some of this precip. What was happening is, as some of this precip was coming down at the beginning, the air was still dry and it was causing a little bit of sleet in some areas as it was evaporating and cooling down the air around it. But now the air is starting to saturate a little bit more. And what we're going to be watching is, I'm going to kind of get a little bit closer here so you can see, this is going to be the area through the afternoon in northeast Georgia where we're going to see things starting to switch over first. So even still in northeast Georgia, I think you're going to be fine here for a little bit. But in these highest elevations, like in the northern parts of White County here, up closer to Helen, and in those highest elevations getting over closer to the Suches area, we may already be seeing some of that changing over into a little bit of freezing rain. But that's mainly in those highest elevations there. I really think once we get to mid-afternoon, we're going to start seeing more of the pink that's going to be developing here in northeast Georgia. So that's going to be the first phase of what we're watching with this changeover from rain over to freezing rain. And the reason it's going to be starting there, I know you've been hearing us talk about the wedge so much, but that is the main ingredient with this system. It is that shallow layer of cold air at the surface that's going to be draining in from the north and the east. It actually does have a meteorological term. We called it cold air damming. And the reason it is called that is because you get this cold air from the north and the east, and it gets kind of dammed up here by the mountains, and it just drains down into our area, pushing that cold air toward us. And it does usually make it over the mountains here, and including the mountains, but that's why a lot of times the wedge doesn't totally impact northwest Georgia, like Dalton, Calhoun, Rome. Sometimes their temperatures are warmer there in a wedge situation because that colder air doesn't always make it to them. But what it does is that cold air just kind of hits the mountains and it's dammed up. Cold air damming, all right? And that pushes down to and toward Atlanta. Then the big question is, how far south is it going to go as we have that cold, shallow layer of air at the surface, while at the same time, we're going to watch this moisture moving in, up and over that. And look how that moisture is building out to the west. Now, the main part of that, even though there's a little bit trying to develop in northeast Georgia, the main area of rain that would become freezing rain is still going to be a while before it gets here. It's going to be mainly during the evening hours tonight when that moves our way. And that is also going to be the same time when those temperatures begin to drop tonight, getting to freezing around 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight with the moisture moving in over that. So it's going to be tonight, overnight, into tomorrow morning when we're going to be experiencing the active freezing rain. That is raindrops in the air. It falls to the ground or hits a tree, and if that surface is at freezing or below, that's when it becomes ice. So it's not ice in the sky, it's not ice in the air, it is liquid, but it freezes once it makes contact with a surface. Now, you can see how it is getting more active there in Louisiana. Look at Mississippi, northwest Alabama getting more active there. Tennessee is seeing mainly snow there. We're not going to get the snow part of this. We're going to get the freezing rain part of this. And we have multiple states in winter storm warnings right now. It goes up to New England here, up to Maine, stretching all the way back through Texas and even into New Mexico. And then the purple that you see there, that's where we have the ice storm warnings. And that's what we have over our area, an ice storm warning for North Georgia and Metro Atlanta, roughly north along I-20 northward, but it does include Henry and Clayton County. Now, this is different from yesterday, too. Remember, these counties on the south side were included in a winter storm watch. The National Weather Service upgraded that to a winter weather advisory, and they even added a few more counties into that, like folks down in Pike and Lamar County, just north of Upson County. You're included in that, as well as down north of Macon toward Jones County and Monroe County. They have been added into that, too. So the ice storm warning means we are looking in any of these areas here for ice accumulations, dangerous travel, also power outages that are going to be widespread, and it's going to be worse in some areas than it is in others. We think it's going to be worse in northeast Georgia, where it's going to be major, talking about ice totals over a half inch, dangerous to impossible travel, widespread power outages there, roughly Gwinnett County, north and eastward, and progressively worse the more you go up toward the north. Then in Metro Atlanta, ice totals 1/4 inch to a half inch, including that area out I-20 on the east side in northwest Georgia. Difficult travel, also scattered power outages here. And then on far south and southwest of us here, in this minor category here, you're still going to have some ice glazing to maybe up to 1/4 inch. Slick travel there, and some of those isolated power outages too. And of course, Melissa, these temperatures are going to be very, very critical as to how this rain is going to move in, how long it's going to be ice, and how long that ice would possibly stick around.
And you know, it's amazing, Chris, how mild that some of these numbers have gotten this afternoon before that wedge builds in. We're up to 47 in Atlanta, but tonight, as the temperatures drop, the first areas we're going to be watching to become slick in terms of driving, that's going to be bridges and overpasses, like what we can see from our tower camera on top of the station. You can see this is a live look. This is Buford Highway and I-85, just northeast of downtown Atlanta and the downtown connector. And it's that part of the I-85 stretch where if it's not brined well enough, it could be one of the first places to get slick. And the reason why is the ground holds moisture, or warmth rather, and it's going to take longer for the ground to cool down than bridges and overpasses. Let me explain over here. Here's a look at kind of how in this setup tonight our temperatures are going to fall and what the temperatures of the road versus a bridge or an overpass are going to be. With bridges and overpasses, you have colder air that's going to go on top of them and under them. So it loses that heat a lot quicker. Watch the number dropping, 36, 35. As we get down to 34, this is taking longer to drop. So we're going to end up seeing that those bridges and overpasses are going to be the first ones to turn slick and icy. Even as we go through the overnight tonight, those are going to be the ones that we see the problems first. Even if your temperature is only 32 degrees and you're maybe on the southwest side of the metro, watch for those bridges and overpasses. Those will be the first to become slick and icy. And then, Chris, as we see area-wide temperatures dropping into the 20s by tomorrow morning, it's going to be any of those roadways that turn very slick and icy, especially northeast of Atlanta, where the ice, the freezing rain amounts are going to be a lot higher.
And I really am concerned about the cold, really cold air coming in for next week, too. I'm hoping on Sunday we'll be up above freezing for a long enough time to at least kind of curtail the growth of the ice out there and maybe get rid of some of it. But we're going to be cold again, as you mentioned, Monday morning, and then barely above freezing Monday afternoon. And then Tuesday morning, we're down to 15 degrees. And then throughout the rest of the week, we start warming up a little bit more, maybe upper 30s on Tuesday. Wednesday might be the warmest day of the week, getting up to 41 degrees. So a lot of these slick spots are going to be hanging around for a while. The sun coming out will help on Monday and Tuesday, will actually help to kind of eat away at some of that ice, even if those temperatures are still cold. So a lot of things we're going to be watching through this week. So we still have that 11 Alive weather impact alert in effect through the weekend and into Monday. Because of the freezing rain we're expecting tonight and into tomorrow, but for Monday morning, it's because of the cold air, and whatever's left is still going to be slick. So continue planning for travel issues. Don't be traveling out there tonight or tomorrow, and also those power impacts as well. Plan ahead for some prolonged power outages, especially up in northeast Georgia, but some power outages here in the metro Atlanta area too.
All right, Chris, thanks a lot. Chris and Melissa, we really appreciate our weather impact team for all that you guys do, our meteorologists. Well, as you pointed out, a lot of folks are getting ready for this storm that's headed our way. State officials are now issuing urgent advice ahead of this winter storm.
Yeah, our Savannah Levins is joining us now live from GEMA's headquarters. Savannah, what are we learning from state officials at this hour as we get closer and closer to this weather event?
Well, Jennifer, Ron, we just wrapped up a press conference at 11 a.m. It was about 40 minutes of just an absolute information dump from agencies all across Georgia. If you missed that on 11 Alive Plus, just stick with me for the next 3 or so minutes here, and I'm going to break down the most important parts for you. But I think the overall takeaway is that crews are really anticipating that this will be the biggest ice storm Georgia has seen in at least a decade, and they're taking that very seriously. It's going to take coordination from crews all over, not only Georgia, but other states as well. We now know 500 National Guard members are standing by ready to deploy. More than 10,000 emergency response crews, including from Florida, ready as well. They're bringing up power crews from South Georgia up north to the metro and more north than that to respond to power outages as well. Some of the most critical supplies, we're talking food, water, blankets, those are going up to North Georgia. Here's what emergency response crews said that you need to know right now and need to do right now before this weather moves in.
The best help we can get is for individuals to be prepared and to stay informed. If you haven't already, take the time now to prepare your family and home for the winter weather impacts. Sit down with your family and make a communications plan. Know how you'll contact one another and reconnect if needed. Make sure you have a ready kit with enough non-perishable food, water, and medications for at least 3 days. Ensure you have warm clothing and blankets, flashlights and batteries. Update your first aid kit, and remember, always have a way to charge your phone. If you have pets, make sure they have enough food and water for 3 days, and bring them inside with you as much as possible. Take precautions like installing and testing smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detectors, covering outdoor pipes with styrofoam, sealing your doors and windows, and cleaning out your gutters.
All right, so the roads were a big part of the discussion as well. GDOT has 1,800 personnel at the ready, crews pre-treating roads as we speak with that brine from I-20 up to South Carolina and Augusta, I-85 from Noonan up to South Carolina, I-75 from Macon up to Tennessee, and Metro Atlanta and upwards. You see a lot of that impact up north. We're talking 18,000 miles of roadways, and to do all of that, it takes 12 to 14 hours just for that one loop. They started the first round around midnight and finished around noon. Those crews took a short break and they picked back up just about an hour ago around 12:30. Now, starting tonight, they are adding 300 plow trucks with the heavy-duty salt mix. That's the big stuff. They did say people staying off the roads is really going to help them do that efficiently and quickly. They did note that traffic has already been down 30 to 40% today, which they say has helped.
Our expectations of this is an ice event. This is not a snow event. This is an ice event. We're going to do what we can to try to keep the ice from sticking to the roads on the interstates and the state route system. Again, state routes, interstates are the high priority state routes. This is going to be a challenge as this weather comes through with freezing rain continually.
All right, let's talk public safety. Starting at 6 p.m. tonight through the overnight hours, there are 30 state troopers strategically placed along highways to respond to emergency calls. Tomorrow, that number will increase to 50 to 60 throughout the day. DPS also has drones ready to go up at any time to assess damage or issues anywhere that they're not able to drive to. They also have helicopter crews ready to move critical supplies if they can't transport them on the roads. They also have teams standing by to respond to any locations that need any extra help. Now, finally, we heard from some environmental folks, EPD, Georgia Forestry Commission. They say that Georgia's beautiful trees, frankly, are just not the type of species that can handle an ice storm like this. So they do say people need to be prepared for trees to come down. They need to be prepared for outages. They actually have chainsaw crews ready to deploy to some of those down trees as well to get to them as quickly as possible. Now, there are two major concerns that all of these agencies seem to have when it comes to their response. The first is wind gusts. They say if the winds get too gusty, as it's looking they might be, some of these crews might have to stop, take a break. They won't be safe for power crews to be up, for example. Some of the crews treating roads might have to take a break as well, so that could delay power restorations and things like that. The other big concern that they repeatedly talked about was a potential melt from Sunday into Monday. So it's one thing, right, to pre-treat the roads now, now and get it all ready. But once things start melting and washing all that away, that could pose a potentially really dangerous situation. Now, if your power does go out, just before I go, I want to let you know that there are warming centers at 16 state parks across Georgia. You can find that information on our website, 11alive.com, or you can look up Georgia State Parks. It's all right there for you. And pets are allowed, by the way, if they're leashed.
You know, Savannah, you said you're going to give us 3 minutes of information dump, but that was so important. That was some really good stuff. We really appreciate that. All right.
All right. Thank you so much, Savannah. We want to take you now up to Gwinnett County, where we find 11 Alive's Gila Malamed.
Hey guys, this is one of the areas where crews can come in, get some more brine, get some more salt as they work to pre-treat the roads. We actually just saw a truck leave a few minutes ago. They were over by those 2 huge brine tanks refilling up, and they headed out of this lot probably to go pre-treat more of these roads. And this is something that crews have been working on since 7 a.m. yesterday. Inside this building where I am, there are huge piles of salt as well, and trucks with plows and spreaders staying dry right now so they can be ready for that storm. Crews are pre-treating major roads and overpasses and bridges. They're also prepared for trees and branches to fall onto the road from ice, so the transportation director says they do have chainsaws ready to go to respond to that. The county DOT has 36 dump trucks and 23 snowplows strategically placed across the county to respond once the storm hits. The transportation director, Edgar Aponte, is stressing the importance of people staying off the roads so those crews can clear them.
For this type of event, for this event, please stay off the road. That's the most important thing that we all can do so that as we address the incidents that we see on the roads, our staff can get to the places that we need to get to address those incidents, as well as our emergency vehicles.
So it's not just important for people to stay off the road so these transportation crews can work, but county leaders are really stressing the importance of people staying home so first responders can get to where they need to go. And coming up, I'll share a little bit more about how first responders are preparing for the storm. Live in Gwinnett County, Gilad Malamed, 11 Alive News.
All right, Gilad, thanks a lot. And Georgia Power, of course, is working around the clock just to make sure that they're ready to respond to this storm.
And that is exactly who you want ready for the storm. We are joined now by Matthew Kent with Georgia Power. Matthew, thanks so much for giving us a bit of your time. We know it is extremely busy for all of you guys. Tell us right now what preparations are looking like today.
So right now we have about over 10,000 crews in our area from Florida, from contractors throughout the state, making sure that we are ready. They are positioned in areas that they can respond quickly to any power outages when it's safe to do so. Much like with Georgia TOT, we want to make sure that the roads are safe for our crews.
And we also know that it is about safety. The crews can't get to work until certain things happen. But also, talk to us a little bit about the priority level, because we know that everybody at their house wants their power back. But if there is a loss that is impacting some major facilities like a hospital or something, we got to get those taken care of.
Yes, hospitals and those kind of big infrastructure needs will be the first that we take care of. And then the largest amount of customers that we can repair with a single repair, that will be the next. And then we move down the line, making sure, again, that we have everybody repaired by the end of the event. But we want to make sure that we have hospitals and schools and those important infrastructure places online.
You know, Matthew, our chief meteorologist talked about how it's going to be really wicked up there up north, and then it gets a lot less as you move into Metro Atlanta, then later on in the southern part.
Back. Thank you for streaming with us on this Weather Impact show. We've been bringing you live coverage out of 11 Alive in Atlanta. That's our sister station. But as previously mentioned, at the bottom of every hour, we bring you an update. And so what we're going to do is continue to bring you updates on flights and then the weather, both nationally and locally. Let's start with a look at our flights. And this is called the Misery Map. It's from FlightAware. And the airport that's most impacted right now, no surprise, that is Dallas. And in Dallas, they have had 241 canceled flights and they've had 31 delays. Second would be Chicago. Chicago has had 27 canceled flights and 63 delays. New now, Denver takes a spot at number 3. Last hour when we talked, it was Houston, but Denver has had 20 canceled flights and 46 delayed flights. Then Atlanta comes in at number 4. Atlanta has had 21 canceled flights and 31 delayed flights. And then Charlotte is number 5 with 22 canceled flights and 21 delayed flights. Now, I do expect Charlotte and Atlanta to have their numbers significantly increase tomorrow. But as of today, all flights within, into, or out of the United States, we have had 3,708 cancellations. We have had 2,175 delays within the United States. For Jacksonville specifically, today we have had 9 canceled flights and we have had 15 delayed flights. So that's just at Jacksonville, 9 and 15. So still disruptive, but not as bad as it could be, right? So now I'm going to bring in meteorologist Robert Speta, and we've been talking about how we're going to bring you updates at the bottom of every hour. So after this, Robert's going to take over. But Robert, it has been extremely busy. We've been talking about this for days, and today is the day that everyone has been dreading.
And leading up to the last few days, I'm hearing a lot of people already say, hey, I feel like the meteorologists are hyping it. Is this really getting blown out of proportion? And we're seeing this come together, and it is a monster of a storm. Definitely one of the worst ones in some time for a lot of areas where they're seeing power outages down trees in spots that have not been impacted by a storm like this in a few decades. And then behind it, Lee, we're also talking about the cold air that's spilling in. I was just looking at some reports real quick, though. Already in parts of Louisiana and Texas, so if we go back to that radar right there, you can kind of see where some of that freezing rain line is right there in northern Louisiana. It's northeastern Texas. And 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch in freezing rain in spots.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, that is going to snap trees that are just fixtures of neighborhoods out there. Also, we've seen up to 5 inches of sleet in parts of Arkansas. That's just sloppiness. And the snow already coming down some areas there in Oklahoma, already near a foot of snowfall out there, Lee.
Wow. So this is the big storm system overall. And then, Robert, you also mentioned the temperatures. We've been looking at our temperatures all day. So honestly, Green Bay, Bismarck, Minneapolis have gotten significantly better than obviously the early morning hours when we were looking at it this morning and looking at their lows. Still, this is the actual air temperature, 7 below in Minneapolis and Green Bay, but then you add in the wind chill. 20 degrees below zero for a feels like temperature in Green Bay. And then you even think of places like New York City, so populated. It feels like 4 degrees there. Little Rock feels like 4 below. So, Robert, these temperatures are shocking. Dallas, 7 degrees.
And that's the one that worries me. And I know this is not a one-to-one of what happened in 2021, but if the power goes out there in Dallas and you have 7-degree wind chill outside, it's going to be a very bad day, and I hope that their power stays on. Everybody stays warm there. But even like Little Rock, look at that, -4. My goodness. What are we looking at right now,
so
Lee?
This is, we've been pulling this up. This is in Fort Worth.
Wow.
This is the Texas Motor Speedway.
Wow.
And so this morning when we first took this in GMJ, there was not nearly the amount of snow that you see now. And then at points they had the freezing rain as well. And then a couple of others that we've been checking all day. Oh, you know what this is?
That camera just has a cold look to it. Like, you don't even have to tell me what the temperature is in that, and I can tell it's below freezing, obviously, but like near zero. It just has that look to it. Oh my goodness.
And then, can you
Don't they have a race coming up in a couple weeks? My goodness.
This one?
Wow. Where are we looking at now?
This is Memphis. And then we've been checking this one out too, because this one is the only one I have out of Little Rock. But we just showed you those temperatures where it feels like the negatives. You know, it's just so cold. So all of that. Oh, you know, it's another good one that we've been checking out. Not good, because it's actually really scary for everyone there. I have a friend there, St. Louis. But this morning we were taking a live look out, checking out the arch. Nothing had happened yet. It was just really cold. And now you can't even see the arch because of the amount of snow.
Oh my
Look
goodness. That's one of those spots where I'm sure they're going to get close to a foot of a total snowfall out there. And for St. Louis, it's not unheard of to get snow.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's that combined with what these sub-zero temperatures and the winds, that's going to be one of the big issues in those areas too.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just, it's brutal. And I know hopefully that most everyone has gotten their supplies across the country. Really quick before we go, because this is just a cut in, I do want to show our 7-day because this system is impacting us, Robert, not in the way of snow or ice, but that cold front's going to come through, and that Arctic air that we've been looking at is going to reach us. By Monday, it starts to move in, and then Tuesday morning, weather impact alert for freezing temperatures here locally, 20s and 30s for our lows. Here's a look across the first coast at our lows for Tuesday morning. And then, of course, that's not it. We have then 20s and 30s in the forecast Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, Thursday morning, Friday morning.
Multiple days of freezing temperatures.
We just don't get to warm up again.
Wow.
So I feel like that can... I won't say it's dangerous if you're not prepared. So we need to think now about making sure we have ways to stay warm, making sure our heaters work well, all of that, because we will not have Mother Nature warming us up.
And those gardens that maybe survived the last freeze, they're going to have a hard time in this time around because this is multiple days of just those frigid conditions. So stay warm out there. It's a big, bad storm staying north of us, but eventually it will impact us out here, Lee.
It will move through, bringing that cold air. So the rain Sunday night to Monday morning, and then the colder air moves in behind it. So here's one last look at the big radar picture. Again, we've been keeping you updated with our sister station in Atlanta, 11 Alive. We're going to go back to their live coverage now. We will break into their programming, so it will be a little bit disruptive as we jump in. But that's literally what we're doing. We're just jumping back into their coverage. And then don't forget, all day today, and we're going to do it again tomorrow, we're going to break in at the bottom of every hour and bring you an update on the weather locally and nationally and the airports. So Robert will take care of that at 2:30. So for now, signing off.
Here at the airport, and then of course the extent to which those flights are able to take off and land, and how quickly the de-icing equipment that you're talking about, the new machines that the airport acquired in November of last year to clear off the runways and clear off the taxiways, they're projecting that those machines are going to be pretty efficient and that the flights here will be mostly unaffected. They may be slowed down a little bit, but mostly unaffected. But as we said, the destinations that are on the board now for cancellations are other destinations which have had icing issues over the last 24 hours or 48 hours or so. And I don't know personally what kind of icing equipment they have at DFW in Dallas-Fort Worth, but it appears certainly that's one of the destinations that is impacted at this moment. Folks trying to get from here to there and unable to do so.
All right. Okay, Doug, thanks a lot. We really appreciate that. That's insight. So we're going to go from planes to the tracks right now, and we're talking about MARTA.
Yeah, our Liza Lucas is joining us now from our newsroom, and we understand MARTA, just like everyone else, is making some adjustments ahead of this winter storm. Liza.
Yeah, exactly, Jennifer and Ron. And I am going to get to MARTA, but I do want to point out a few things that we're also working on behind the scenes. Georgia Power, I know you were talking to Matthew Kent just a few minutes ago, a nurse actually told us, and she took some great pictures. I'm working on getting them for you guys, but a nurse said that she's at Children's and she's hunkered down at a hotel so she can go to and from pretty easily. She's got a whole bunch of trucks ready to go right outside her window. She said, what an encouraging sight that is as we watch this all unfold, just seeing those resources at the ready. So again, I'm going to work on getting a picture for you. And then Governor Kemp, we're also monitoring him. I know Savannah's down at GMA headquarters, but he was tweeting out that he's been major medical facilities, emergency rooms. All other bus routes, though, are going to be suspended. Now, trains, they're going to be running on a 20-minute schedule. You may see out-of-service trains coming by you. MARTA says it's going to continue running these trains throughout the weekend to ensure the tracks do not ice over. So don't be surprised if you're waiting there and you see that happen. Mobility service, it's only going to be running on a pre-booked medically necessary trips. MARTA is really great. They tweet out all the changes. They post them on social media. So make sure that you're kind of tuned into their channel as well if you depend on that, because that's where they're going to also post those changes. And of course, we'll stay on top of it here. Now, as we monitor all of that, we also want to know what's happening in your neighborhood. And we've got a way that you can let us know super easy, 404-885-7600. You can send your pictures and video if it's safe to do so. We want to see how your family is prepping. What are you noticing in the grocery store? Of course, any weather changes that we need to be aware of as we start to monitor these icing conditions and the sleet coming down, and maybe even what you're doing to keep yourself or your kids entertained as you hunker down. Here's a look at some of the images that we've gotten so far throughout the course of the morning. There's Kim up in Murray County. She woke up to what looks like sleet on her deck. Over there is Sky Valley, Georgia, a member of our weather impact team on Facebook, sharing this view. And then in Ball Ground right here, you can see right there, a viewer woke up to a bit of rain. The temperature at 9:30 this morning, they said it was about 40 degrees. Obviously, we're watching all of that, and we've talked about the temperatures dropping since. And then if you're going out to get some supplies, you may be a little late. One of our former photojournalists, David Brooks, sent that picture of the empty shelves. So we'll watch that. Let us know how things are going. But again, that sight of the crews spreading out their resources. We're going to continue to bring you a lot of these pictures as they come in, so you can see how things are differing in different necks of the woods here in the metro area and northeast Georgia. And again, there you go. 11 Alive wants to know what's going on in your area. It's super easy. You'll get me on the other end, 404-885-7600. You can send your photos, your videos, and your questions. If there's anything you need to know from our meteorologists, I can easily relay that along as we get all of this information and process it. Our many sources here in the newsroom. We want to push that information out to you guys. Ron and Jennifer.
Yeah. Liza, thank you so much. And we've been having some pretty good responses, some pretty good questions from some of our viewers, and our meteorologists have been doing a fantastic job answering them as much as they've been able to among the other many tasks that they are juggling as they track this incoming storm.
You know, we have had some gremlins kind of working today, you know, because we were trying to get to Rachel. But this time, I think we have Rachel over there to talk a little bit about the traffic. We showed them some video out of Louisiana where it was just like a standstill on Interstate 20. Hopefully, it doesn't turn out that way here.
Not even a standstill. Nobody's moving. It's like sheets of snow there.
Rachel?
Yeah, I know, guys. It was definitely interesting to look at.
I think we're still having some audio problems right now. We can't hear you.
We got Rachel, but not her audio. But we'll try to come back again, Rachel. Thank you so much for sticking with us and standing by there.
All right. Well, you know, it's a long haul, and it's an important
We've got a lot to cover here.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
so I think at this point, we are going to try to get to weather. Our chief meteorologist, Chris, is never too far away. He is on the job for us.
All the time.
Always ready to step in when we need him. And we really do right now.
That's right. So, Chris?
Well, we, of course, are watching what's going on with this weather that's moving in right now. It is still calm right now. And as we've been telling you over the past couple of days, we aren't really expecting anything to be going on yet. For us here in Metro Atlanta, I want you to be in your safe place where you're going to be hunkering down and settled in for a while, beginning around sunset. Now, the onset of the freezing rain may be a little bit after that, but just to be safe, try to be home and hunkered down by sunset tonight here in the metro area. Now, in northeast Georgia, I want you to be hunkered down a little bit earlier. Let's say mid-afternoon, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the afternoon in northeast Georgia. We're already beginning to see a little bit of mixing trying to take place right now in parts of Rabun County, also into those areas of White County, Lumpkin County as well. And not all of this is making it to the ground, and it's just the beginning of the transition there in those highest elevations of North Georgia where we're watching this take place. It's still going to take a while for our temperatures here to fall below freezing, and it's still going to take a while before the moisture gets here. We're dealing with mainly just clouds over metro Atlanta right now, but there's that moisture coming into Alabama. A better coverage of that, we're talking about freezing rain here in parts of northern Mississippi, also in Louisiana. We've had the snow in Texas and Oklahoma, and look at that snow up into parts of Tennessee as well. The snow part is not going to make it here. That would be better than freezing rain, but freezing rain, of course, is ice, and that's the worst type of winter precip that we could have because it's going to be slick and it's going to be very dangerous. You can see all of these winter weather alerts that we have for really going up from Maine and New England all the way down through Texas and even into New Mexico. This is a very large system and a very impactful system for millions of people as well as multiple states here around the United States. Now, we have the ice storm warning in effect for North Georgia, Metro Atlanta. It comes down roughly as far south as I-20, a little bit farther south there in parts of Henry County and also Clayton County. And then where yesterday we were showing you these counties on the south side in a winter weather watch, that's been upgraded, or a winter storm watch has been upgraded to a winter weather advisory now. And they've added on another tier of counties onto that for Pike, Lamar County, over toward Monroe County, Jones County, just north of Macon. This also is for Putnam County and also into parts of Jasper County too with this winter weather advisory, meaning conditions there it's possible that you could have some weather impacts there from winter weather coming in. Now, we are going to see the potential in this ice storm warning for some ice accumulations. It'll be more significant, though, up to the north and east of us, and we're also going to see dangerous travel, and we'll be dealing with some of those power outages, too. The major impacts we're thinking are going to be up to the northeast Georgia here along the I-85 and 985 corridor, possibly coming as far south as Gwinnett County, but really more into northeast Georgia is where it's going to be the major category. Moderate impacts in metro Atlanta, out I-20 to the east and northwest Georgia. Minor impacts on the south side. Still some slick stuff possible there where we could see the ice around glazing, around 1/10 of an inch to maybe up to 1/4 of an inch there. For metro Atlanta, 1/4 of an inch of ice to 1/2 inch. Still significant icing, but even more significant icing up in parts of northeast Georgia. Melissa Nord is breaking down these areas even more and dissecting some of those areas where that ice is going to be building up.
And Chris, the map behind me, this is something called the Winter Storm Severity Index. So it's taking into account what's falling from the sky, how much of it, what are the winds going to be, what's this going to do to travel, what are the big picture impacts for people who live in these locations. And where you see it go up to red, that's major impacts. And we even have a few areas in this purple where those impacts are going to be more extreme. So I want to zoom in on this map and go zone by zone. First, let's start off near Lake Lanier, near Gainesville. You heard earlier Matthew Kent from Georgia Power talking about how they thought a lot of the biggest power outages for them would be in Gainesville. We are absolutely thinking that those ice amounts in Gainesville will be over 1/2 an inch in Hall County. Travel becoming very dangerous overnight through tomorrow morning, through the afternoon, into Monday morning, and outages that could become widespread as things stay below freezing and wind gusts increase throughout Sunday and Monday. Now let's go from there. Let's head towards Dahlonega and Helen. This is White County right here in Lumpkin County. So we're heading a little north of Gainesville, also in that major impact category, over 1/2 an inch. Some of those ridge tops could end up with 3/4 of an inch to an inch of ice. Travel difficult to impossible because up there we have a lot more mountainous roads, secondary roads that may not be treated the same way, and small limbs overhanging those roadways can easily break under the weight of the ice that we're expecting, and outages could certainly be widespread and long-lived there. Let's head further south and towards the metro area. We're looking at Roswell, kind of Alpharetta out towards Lawrenceville and Gwinnett County. Ice amounts there 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch. So the northeast side of Gwinnett County especially will see those higher end of the ice amounts, and travel is the most widespread impact. But the outages here in Gwinnett County especially could be pretty numerous as we head through the day on Sunday into Monday as we see colder air and gusty winds building in. As we get into Atlanta, little lower on the ice amounts, probably a 1/4 of an inch. If we go high end on this storm up to a 1/2 an inch, we still expect those impacts to travel will be very dangerous and still some scattered outages likely. So, Chris, the most widespread and long-lived prolonged impact is going to be in northeast Georgia. But even here in the metro, I know you think it's cloudy outside. It's 47 right now. It's not that bad. There is a lot of rapid change that's going to happen after sunset tonight, and tomorrow morning things are going to look a lot different out the door.
And here's a live look. Speaking of looking out the door, we're looking out our live camera here up at Dahlonega at the University of North Georgia. Earlier when I was showing you radar, we were showing up in parts of Lumpkin County a little bit of pink showing up there. Not all of that is making it to the ground. We've zoomed in a little bit tighter here to one of the buildings here at the University of North Georgia. But you can see that this road right there is still dry. But we're going to be watching in northeast Georgia first. This freezing rain will be starting there first and then kind of spreading as that cold air comes down into the metro area. And then as the rain comes in from the south and west, that's when we're going to see our conditions that will be changing here as we go through the rest of the nighttime hours tonight. Here is the forecast track. Melissa just talked about those temperatures in the 40s right now. The precip isn't here yet, but then look in the evening hours tonight. You see that colder air that's going to be coming in from the north and east as that moisture moves in, colliding with that. That's where we see the freezing rain. So that spreads our way here. At 9 o'clock, still maybe 36 and just regular rain, but then that starts changing over into freezing rain. Late tonight around midnight, you see 30 degrees, freezing rain here, as well as overnight. This is at 3 o'clock in the morning. Then still in the morning, 31 degrees below freezing, but the moisture may be tapering off a little bit, but we think that we would have icy conditions on the ground though at that time. And then at 9 o'clock around 32, and then rising above freezing later in the day with this next band of rain moving in. So we're hoping that, now this model is taking us up to about 39 degrees at 2:30, which will be above freezing for a nice little bit, but staying near freezing in parts of northeast Georgia. So we'll watch that system as it moves through, that hopefully that rain above freezing would help to kind of inhibit any additional ice that would be developing on the ground and those exposed surfaces.
All right, Chris, thanks a lot.
Well, right now we know leaders in Cobb County are keeping a very close eye on the weather conditions that we are anticipating tonight.
That's right, but people are still out there enjoying some of that before it gets bad, before it gets really bad here. Danielle Nottingham is live at the Marietta Square right now, where she spoke with some folks who are trying to get outside and have a good time before the storm actually hits.
Yeah, Ron and Jennifer, I almost kind of feel a little bit like a wimp. I grew up in New Jersey, but I think I'm the only one here in a scarf and a heavy coat. Everyone's just enjoying their afternoon right now in light jackets and vests. They're out shopping, they're out going to restaurants, enjoying what they can of the day. Now, what we have learned from Marietta City Schools as of noon today, they canceled all of their practices, activities. The same goes for Sunday. Now, let's talk about Cobb County and the Department of Transportation. They are also prepared. They've upgraded their system where they can now make 10,000 gallons of brine an hour, and they have 11 trucks ready to work on these roads. And they say they are going to treat about 560 lane miles in Cobb County, which is pretty significant. They have 2,500 lane miles in the county. But again, here in Marietta, the people here are doing what they can before the weather event begins.
I was in charge of charging everything. So power banks, battery packs, getting the stove just in case, electric stove in case the power goes out so that we have something to cook with.
And that is also a good reminder for everyone. Make sure that your electronics are charged, that you take the time now, go to the store, get what you need while everything is calm. And that's what's happening here right now in Marietta. Reporting live, Danielle Nottingham, 11 Alive News.
Okay, Danielle, thanks a lot, folks. We got some breaking news just coming into the newsroom. The University of Georgia announcing the campus will be shut down on Monday because of the storm. All in-person classes, campus events and activities will be canceled throughout the day.
Yeah, and this is new information because earlier in this week, they had urged all students who lived in on-campus housing to head back if at all possible. And they said that they would be giving an update on Sunday afternoon about the plans for Monday. Right. They said they did anticipate that they would not be operating, but we are now getting that official word. So now those students who we talked to, we streamed with a student yesterday on 11 Live Plus. I heard from another student personally who they were nervous that
like, where do we go?
Yeah, they were nervous about going home because they thought class may be in session on Monday. And so we now have that official word from the University of Georgia. Campus will be shut down on Monday.
All right.
We will be right back. We'll continue our coverage in just a moment. To our meteorologists, Melissa Nord and Danielle Moss. We're kicking things off with Melissa as we are getting closer and closer to this winter weather event.
We was telling you the last couple of days how a lot of your Saturday would start off dry, and then by the time sunset hit and beyond, things would really go downhill quickly. That's exactly what we're expecting. So big picture, we still are on track for a freezing rain, prolonged event, and an ice storm across parts of North Georgia. You can see big picture. Most of us are dry right now. There's a little moisture the radar's trying to pick up on. A lot of that is not quite reaching the ground. Where the larger area of moisture is, that is back to the west. So as we zoom out this radar, you can see alerts on the map. Winter storm warnings in pink. Winter weather advisories in that darker purple color, and the really deep purple color. This is our ice storm warning. So all of Metro Atlanta in our ice storm warning, where at least 1/4 inch of ice is likely. The amounts of ice are going to significantly increase in northeast Georgia, and that's where the impacts are going to be a lot more severe. On the south side of the metro, along this I-20 corridor, we are in a winter weather advisory where some light ice amounts are possible tomorrow morning, but the bigger picture impacts that could be much more prolonged, those are going to be across northeast Georgia. So how much ice are we talking about? Well, in this area right here in purple, it's at least a ½ inch of ice. When you get to ½ inch of ice, we don't just see the travel impacts, the power outage impacts significantly increase. Now, in the metro area, I know it's warm right now in the 40s. Things are going to change drastically after sunset tonight. We'll see freezing rain develop. It will last through tomorrow morning, and that's where we could see at least ¼ of an inch, up to ½ an inch of ice. Then on the southwest side of the metro, a little glazing, 1/10 of an inch, maybe up to ¼ of an inch in a few of those places tomorrow morning. So impacts will widely vary depending on where you are. For more on that, let's turn to meteorologist Danielle Moss, breaking down those different zones, Danielle, and what the impacts will be through the rest of this duration.
Exactly. We are all expecting a little bit of ice, at least, Melissa, but some of us will see really major impacts. And it looks like northeast Georgia is really under the target area right now. The models have not really shifted or changed from that at all. Here in Metro Atlanta, we are expecting moderate impacts, and south of the metro area expecting minor impacts. So that is definitely something that we are continuing to watch. And we also talk about what type of impacts. Hazardous roads, absolutely. Power outages, you need to prepare. Get your flashlights out now. And we are already seeing closures and delays in effects that start as early as tomorrow. So let's talk a little bit about our winter storm severity index. This is something that we show. I like to compare it to when we talk about severe weather. You know, you look and we have that level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This winter severity index is about the same thing, but it is for winter weather instead. Here's the good news for you. The latest update shows us a little bit better. This is still major impacts, but we had a little bit more of this purple sinking down. When you look at this winter severity index, purple means that is the highest impact. But you can see that red area, that is where we are expecting the major impacts to be there. This is exactly what we're talking about in northeast Georgia. We could be expecting over ½ of an inch of ice. That's definitely going to make very hazardous driving conditions as well as power outages. Then when we talk about from Helen to Dahlonega, we still have some purple spots in there right into White County. However, it is still definitely going to be very dangerous. So even as you see that red shift to orange, that doesn't mean that you should let your guard down if you're south of like Roswell here in Metro Atlanta. We still could be seeing ½ of an inch of accumulation. And I know that sounds like very small numbers, right? When we're talking about ½ of an inch and ¼ of an inch. However, any ice accumulation can cause some really severe damage. But here's another good update for us. As you take a look from Fayetteville to Peachtree City. Peachtree City now not really in that winter storm severity index, but it is not out of the woods just yet. We still have to continue to monitor this storm. And every time we get an update, we've been seeing this storm, Melissa, go all the way across the southeast. We've been seeing snow all the way from really Texas all the way to Tennessee as well. So this storm definitely has a history of producing this winter weather like we have been talking about. So it's definitely coming. You just have to be patient and make sure that you're preparing now.
Yeah, and really we've been saying by about 8 o'clock tonight, we want you to be home where you're going to be to hunker down for the duration of this event. And it's not just a quick overnight window. We're going to be looking at impacts through tomorrow afternoon, through the overnight, through Monday as well for areas that are dealing with those highest ice accumulation amounts. Amazing how warm our temperatures are outside right now. 46 here in Atlanta, 42 in Gainesville, 32 right now in Clayton. But these numbers will be dropping drastically overnight, and we are still on track for a significant ice accumulation event to take place as we head through the overnight into tomorrow morning. So timeline, we've been saying those amounts of ice would really not start accumulating until the overnight. Let's get to that ice amount. You can see through northeast Georgia, the highest amounts are expected. Accumulation is going to intensify overnight tonight. Temperatures are in the 40s now. They're going to drop through the 30s this evening, then to the 20s by first thing tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, treacherous travel is likely as we see wind gusts increasing. Power outage threats will also increase as well. So buckle up. We're at the very beginning of it. The first freezing rain hasn't even begun to fall here in the metro. It's going to be a long night ahead.
Yeah, here we go.
And we will be here for the long haul.
Absolutely.
Our teams are spread out across Metro Atlanta. We will be here. We'll be switching out with some of our other crews to make sure you get the latest information as the conditions actually arrive here in Georgia.
That's right. And, you know, we have a programming update here. If you're thinking, hey, where's NASCAR right now? Just switch over to the WATL. You can find it there. Or you can stay right here to get your weather updates as well. So let's talk about Gwinnett County. Crews up there are now working to prep the roads and make them as safe as possible.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that go on all over the state. Leaders in Gwinnett County say it is first responders, and they are the ones who are prepared to respond during this evening's winter storm conditions. 11 Live's Gilat Malamed is joining us live now from Gwinnett County with the preparations that are already underway.
In order for first responders to actually be able to do their jobs in storms, they have to be able to get to the emergency. And that is why crews are working so hard to pre-treat roads and then eventually clear roads once this storm happens. There are some trucks that just pulled in a few moments ago, 2 trucks with huge brine tanks in the back of them, and they came to get a refill of that brine. We've been seeing that happen throughout the afternoon. They actually started pre-treating the roads at 7 a.m. yesterday. They're pre-treating major roads and overpasses and bridges in particular. The county's normal 911 center is operating, but there's also an alternate one running out of a police precinct. The Gwinnett County Police Chief says that's to ensure continuity of their operations. The fire department is adding snow chains to its tires so they can respond to emergencies. They're also increasing their field units. Law enforcement agencies are upping their staffing as well.
Our patrol units will be fully staffed. Those officers who would typically be working in an administrative function will transition to patrol. So we'll have more than enough units out on patrol to keep our community safe. As important, the Gwinnett County Police Department maintains a capacity to surge. So we will have a number of officers in a reserve status prepared to respond should the need occur.
The county has 36 dump trucks and 23 snowplows placed across the county to help clear those roads, make it safe for first responders. And they're also asking people at home to help out in a big way by staying home, staying off the roads so first responders can do their job. Live in Gwinnett County, Gilat Malamed, 11 Alive News.
All right, Gilat, thanks a lot, folks. We're staying on top of that breaking news. Just before 2 o'clock, the University of Georgia announced campus will be closed on Monday because of this storm headed our way. All in-person classes, campus events, and activities will be canceled throughout the day. Now we want to check in with the Weather Channel's Molly McCullum.
She is in Fayetteville, Arkansas, where snow is on the ground already there at the University of Arkansas.
It is a snow day here on the University of Arkansas campus in Fayetteville, Arkansas, where the snow is steadily coming down, and this is just wave 1. Now, this is not the kind of snow that you're going to go and make a snowman or a snowball. This is champagne powder in northwestern Arkansas, and it's adding up. With this being wave 1, we'll pick up a couple of inches of snow, a lull later today as we get into Saturday night and of course into Sunday morning. That could be the more potent second wave, with all in all leading to totals 8 to 14 inches of snow here in the northwestern portion of the state. But we know there's lots of troubles all over the state. Not everybody is seeing all snow like this. Little Rock sleet. You go south of Little Rock, it is all about an ice storm. But no matter which way you slice it, we are at the very beginning of this winter storm, and we have a long way to go. In Fayetteville, Arkansas, I'm Molly McCullum, the Weather Channel.
All right, Molly, thanks a lot. We appreciate that. Well, also, you know, what's affecting us are the travel. I mean, especially when it comes to flight cancellations and delays.
Yeah, I had some friends and I was checking in. I was like, are you going to be back by Saturday? Because you need to be if you're hoping to get home at all. We want to send you now to the world's busiest airport, Hartsfield-Jackson. That's where we find 11 Alive's Doug Richards. So, Doug, how's it looking? I know that some folks are still hoping maybe to get out.
Sure, yes, there's really nothing to impede them from getting out at this point. The weather is, you know, really pretty good. The last time I checked is a few minutes ago. So what we are seeing, though, is that some flights into areas that have already been affected by the ice storm west of us have been canceled to destinations like Memphis, Dallas-Fort Worth, destinations in Arkansas. Basically, places that have already been affected by it. But as far as Atlanta takeoffs and landings go, we're not seeing a lot, except for, there are a few arrivals that have been delayed, but they tend to also follow the pattern of cities that are to the west of us.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. And we want to get you now to the roadways. We have been working to get you this important lady for quite some time now. Rachel Cox-Rosen, keeping an eye on the streets. And Rachel, we understand that people have been at least a little bit heeding some of the warning. Not as many people out there as you might expect for Saturday on the weekend.
Yeah, and I definitely love that because you're not just helping yourself stay safe, you're helping your neighbors, first responders, and emergency workers stay safe as well. We do have a crash, though, on 7585. I wanted to show you this car here. It's made progress. It had crashed into a guardrail on the exit to Pine Street northbound, Peachtree Pine Street there. It's been moved off to the right shoulder by a couple of Hero vehicles. Hardworking folks who are going to be out helping folks all weekend through this winter weather. So a little bit of slowdown there. But again, like you said, not a lot of folks out on the road, so the backup's not too bad there. Widening out, really, it is the calm before the storm, literally here in Metro Atlanta, seeing all green on our roadways. Folks heeding that warning to stay off the roads, as Jennifer said. But let's talk about winter weather driving and the things you should do and should not do. Starting also with that alert that those express lanes are shut at this time. That is because of that expected winter weather coming. Some of them are more elevated. That means the risk for them freezing over is higher. Also, closing the express lanes means there are fewer roads for GDOT to have to pre-treat as well. And then keep in mind, as Liza Lucas has been reporting for us, MARTA has changed their schedule for buses and for trains. Going to be a longer wait than usual. And let's talk about when you are actually going to get in your car and drive, because I know some of you have no choice. You work this weekend. So very important to remove all ice and snow from your windshield. Keep your windows, mirrors, and lights clear of snow and ice. So get that scraper ready. And then avoiding accelerating and braking too suddenly when you're out on the roadways. That can really cause devastating results in crashes. So if you start to skid a little bit, slowly lift off of that accelerator, turn in the direction of the skid to regain that control. But again, if you don't have to be out there driving, stay home, hunker down, maybe order a pizza now. It's kind of your last chance. And then just enjoy a nice movie or show. Back to you guys.
Okay. All right, Rachel, thanks a lot. We really appreciate that. We're going to continue with our weather impact alert.
Okay, so we want to get you now back to our team of meteorologists, hard-working ladies. Melissa Nord with us right now as we get closer and closer to this winter weather storm.
I know. People are saying it's cloudy. It's right outside right now. They're wondering, when are we going to see everything begin? Well, it is still dry outside in terms of the air. We have to saturate the air before that freezing rain reaches the ground, and we have to be below 32. So we're going to see the moisture increasing pretty rapidly after sunset this evening. Between 5 and 10 p.m., a lot of that freezing rain developing, and then it goes all night long through midnight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. And tomorrow morning, that ice accumulation on trees and bridges and overpasses and untreated roadways, that's still happening. So tomorrow morning is going to look a lot different as the sun rises than as the sun sets tonight. I expect roads to be very slick tomorrow morning in northeast Georgia as the winds increase and ice accumulations go above 1/4 inch by sunrise. We could also start to see a few of those outages developing. Into the afternoon on Sunday, there will be a little bit of warming that happens. That's going to send some of us from the freezing rain over into just a cold rain. But north and east of Atlanta, that icing is going to continue. And this is the graphic that shows that temperature contrast. In the yellow, temperatures above 40 degrees. You're going to see blue air moving in this evening. These are temperatures below freezing by 10 o'clock, moving in through tomorrow morning, below freezing. So if you're trying to debate, do I go out tomorrow morning or not? The answer should be no, because all across our area, that's the window when everybody is below freezing. Now, as we climb into Sunday afternoon, some warm air is going to work its way into West Georgia. That's going to briefly send areas in and west of Atlanta above freezing. I still expect this wedge of cold air to be more stubborn than this model is showing. I expect those freezing temperatures tomorrow afternoon to make it all the way down to Athens and Gwinnett County likely. It's going to take longer to erode that wedge away. So we'll watch a transition over to rain for some of us. Watch Monday morning, though. Anything that's melted, any moisture left on the roads, that's a flash freeze. That means more icy roads expected for first thing on Monday as folks are trying to head back to school. Dry on radar right now. That winter storm is to our west. We'll talk more about the timeline hour by hour. Also, meteorologist Danielle Moss standing by to talk about the impacts of that ice. That's coming up.
All right, Melissa, thanks a lot. You know, state officials are issuing urgent advice ahead of this winter storm.
Savannah Levins is joining us now live from GEMA's headquarters in Savannah. When we spoke to you last, you had a lot to tell us and a lot of really good information from state agencies and state leaders. So what do we need to know as we get closer to the weather event?
Yeah, you know, I have the assignment this afternoon of watching a near hour-long press conference of multiple state agencies and making it all palatable for you. So let me break down everything you need to know. Now, first and foremost, the overall sentiment is that, you know, crews are expecting this to be an ice storm that we haven't seen in at least a decade, and they're really taking that seriously, doing everything they can on the front end. And it's going to take a lot of coordination from crews, not only in Georgia, but other states as well. We now know there are 500 National Guard members standing by, ready to be deployed. More than 10,000 other crews ready to respond to power outages, including crews from Florida and South Georgia who are being mobilized up north. There are several others as well preparing to help and assist with critical supplies. We're talking food, water, blankets. Those are all going north up there as well right now. And here's what emergency officials said people need to be doing right now before we start seeing the big effects from this winter weather.
The best help we can get is for individuals to be prepared and to stay informed. If you haven't already, take the time now to prepare your family and home for the winter weather impacts. Sit down with your family and make a communications plan. Know how you'll contact one another and reconnect if needed. Make sure you have a ready kit with enough non-perishable food, water, and medications for at least 3 days. Ensure you have warm clothing and blankets, flashlights and batteries. Update your first aid kit, and remember, always have a way to charge your phone. If you have pets, make sure they have enough food and water for 3 days and bring them inside with you as much as possible. Take precautions like installing and testing smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detectors, covering outdoor pipes with styrofoam, sealing your doors and windows, and cleaning out your gutters.
All right, so let's talk about roads. Hopefully you don't have any plans to drive, but if you do, here's what you need to know. GDOT has 1,800 personnel at the ready. Crews are treating roads with that brine as we speak, doing that pre-treatment from I-20 up to South Carolina and Augusta, I-85 from Noonan up to South Carolina, I-75 from Macon to Tennessee, and Metro Atlanta upwards. We're talking 18,000 miles of roadways, guys. To do all of that, it takes 12 to 14 hours just for that one loop. They started the first round midnight and finished around noon today. They took a little break and got back up to it around 12:30. Now, starting tonight, they are going to add 300 plow trucks. They're bringing in the big guns with the heavy-duty salt mix. They did say people staying off the roads is really going to help them do that efficiently. They did note that there has already been a decline in average traffic patterns of 30 to 40%. They say that's been a huge help.
Our expectations of this is an ice event. This is not a snow event. This is an ice event. We're going to do what we can to try to keep the ice from sticking to the roads on the interstates and the state route system. Again, state routes, interstates are the high priority state routes. This is going to be a challenge as this weather comes through with freezing rain continually.
All right, let's talk about public safety for emergencies. Starting at 6 p.m. through the overnight hours, there are going to be 30 state troopers strategically placed along the highways to respond to emergencies. Tomorrow, that number will increase to 50 to 60. DPS also has some drones ready to go up to assess damage as needed or get anywhere they're not able to drive to. They also have helicopter crews ready to move critical supplies if they can't transport them on the roads. And they have teams standing by to respond to any locations that need help. So let's talk about the environment. We heard from some environmental folks, EPD and Georgia Forestry Commission. They say, frankly, Georgia's beautiful trees, these species are just not prepared to handle this kind of ice. So they say we need to expect trees down. We need to expect power outages. They do have chainsaw crews at the ready to respond. But two big concerns that repeatedly came up from all of these agencies. The first one is the potential melting and refreeze. They're really concerned. Obviously, ahead of time now, they can do all this treatment because the roads are clear. But if that ice melts and washes away some of this salt mixture, this brine, and then refreezes, that could be a really big issue for the roads going into Monday. Now, the second big concern all of these crews have is the expected wind gusts. They say it could delay things like power restoration because their first and foremost priority is to keep their crews safe. And if they can't safely work on power lines and things like that because of the wind, they're going to have to take a break. Now, if you do lose power, we obviously want you to stay warm. But if you're not warm in your home, there are 16 different warming centers opening up at state parks across the state of Georgia. They do allow pets on a leash. You can find that information on 11alive.com. We just want everyone to stay safe and really, again, just stay off the roads if you can.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much. And we do want to have a quick programming note here. If you're looking for the Motorsport IMSA Rolex 24 at Daytona, or if you're here early for Track and Field, USA Track and Field, New Balance Indoor Games, we are covering that for you. It is available on the WATL just a few clicks away, but we do want to make sure that those who need it get this really critical weather information as we prepare for a winter storm that we haven't seen these conditions in quite some time. So those sporting events, there's a horse race coming up later this evening too. It is all still available for you. It is on the ATL.
That is so important. So we're going to head out to Hall County right now, and that's where we're going to find Cody Alcorn. And I know, Cody, if you're there right now, a lot of folks, a lot of crews are getting ready for what's to come. What are you learning tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, I was just in the elevator with the crew here behind me with Pike. They are actually from Lake Placid, Florida. They got up here last night. They are hunkering down here at the same hotel we are. Now, we were over at the Emergency Operations Center here in Hall County just a few minutes ago. Making our way back here into the city, we passed a group of MBI. Those folks are from Ohio. They are tree cutting services. So we're told there are people from Florida, as you just heard Savannah mention, for Pike and for other electric companies, but there are also tree service companies coming from across the Southeast and the Midwest, preparing for what we are expecting here in Hall County. The emergency management director said they have not seen a storm like this. If it does produce what they are predicting, this could be a prolonged power outage situation. They say they know a lot of people might be fatigued by this point with all of the preparation, all of the coverage, but here in Hall County, they said people need to take this serious because, again, it's not just about what happens here in the next 12 to 24 hours, but it's after this storm hits. We're talking ice here in Hall County, then the wind. The wind's really actually picked up since we woke up this morning. It's getting definitely colder out here. Feels a lot colder than the actual temperature with this wind gust we're seeing. That is the concern after the storm moves through and drops the ice, is the wind factor, bringing down trees, bringing down those power lines. And this is what Pike told me. They said even though that the storm is going to move out of here, they can't even get out to these areas until Public Works clears those roads, they clear those trees, they can even start to actually put up new power poles and run new lines. Some of those guys said they were expecting to be here a week or two right now. And of course, they don't want to be that away from their families that long, but that's what they are anticipating here in Hall County. Now, as I mentioned, Hall County Emergency Management says they are right now operating their EOC center. It went online at 12 o'clock. We saw brine on the roads. They have their crews out right now, making sure these roads are pre-treated the best they can, really hitting those target areas around Gainesville and Hall County. And this is what the EMA director said just a couple of minutes ago.
We are anticipating prolonged power outages where they occur. Power restoration is going to take some time. So again, to your point, it's going to be prolonged, which is why we recommend that people are prepared for 3 to 4 days without power at a minimum. And again, with the cold weather that's coming in right behind it, it's going to make it especially difficult. I'm hoping that they're prepared for what is coming, and also just to stay off the roads, let our folks do what they do best, and it's going to take some time. We're going to have to work in concert with power companies and other utilities to get the roads clear once this happens, and just stay off the roads as long as possible.
The other thing to consider, too, you have the Hall County Sheriff's Office. You have local first responders here. We talked to the Hall County Sheriff's Office at that same news conference, and they tell us their deputies are ready. They're working 12-hour shifts. Even the guys and women that are off of duty, they are on call. They said, look, if it's not a true emergency, just be prepared. It's going to take some time. If you're an offender bender, if you chance to get out on the roads tonight, you could be stuck out there for hours, because right now their priority calls, once this storm system starts to drop ice here, will be those true emergencies. And even then, it's going to take some time to get out there, because look, this is not a snow event for Hall County or Northeast Georgia. Those chains, things like that, they're not going to help on ice. So no matter what happens, it's going to take some time for first responders to get out there. And of course, the number one priority for everyone is staying safe, even for those deputies and first responders who are going to be going to these calls. But again, right now, it's just a hurry up and wait here in Hall County. As I mentioned, electric companies are rolling in. We're seeing these tree services get into town right now. There's some just pulling in before we went live here. And again, these folks are from Ohio, Indiana, Illinois. So a lot of people on standby here in Northeast Georgia preparing for what could be one of the worst storms we have seen here in over a decade.
All right, Cody, thanks a lot. And it's good to hear that mutual aid is coming in, not just from Georgia, but across our area as well. Thanks a lot. We'll check in with you later on in the broadcast.
And we are certainly grateful for every last one of them.
Yeah.
As we continue to cover this incoming winter storm, we do have some new information coming in from the governor's office. We are told that state employees are to work from a home in North Georgia on Monday. That is if they are not involved in the weather response. Yeah. So employees of the state are to work from home. This is in North Georgia if they are not involved in weather response. We are told that state offices are expected to reopen on Tuesday. That's barring any further development. So we'll, of course, continue to track this and let you know of any other updates that we're getting from state and local governments as people are waiting to see exactly what the conditions are for Monday, a lot of them, before they make any final determination here.
This is absolutely a waiting game, but we know our team is on top of it. Let's get back to meteorologist Melissa Nord, Danielle Moss talking about what we can expect, the timeline. Where are we right now?
Well, I want to go back and talk about the power response, because Cody was mentioning the biggest ice storm for our state in more than a decade. This is probably the biggest power response that we've seen since Helene. And in that storm, both the EMCs in the state and Georgia Power, they have these reciprocal agreements with other states and other EMCs and other power companies to give aid when aid is needed. So in Helene, we saw even folks from the West Coast coming to the state of Georgia to help restore the power. So it's no surprise to hear that the power folks in Cody's background of his live shot were from Ohio, but Ohio is also getting snow. Now, when are we going to see things moving in here? Well, we've got to get the atmosphere to saturate, okay? We need our temperatures to drop below freezing to see that freezing rain develop. And the cold air is up here to our north and east. With our wind flow, this wedge of cool air, we're actually looking to see what are the temperatures doing to our northeast. It's 19 in D.C. right now, 21 in Blacksburg. Raleigh is 25, Charlotte 34. That cold air is on its way down, so it's not here quite yet. The sunset coming in will aid in those temperatures falling from the 40s where we are right now down into the 30s. So I know it's dry outside right now, but we're telling you, you got to prepare, because once we go into the overnight and tomorrow, you're not going to have the opportunity to go drive to the store and get what you need to, especially in Northeast Georgia. So prepare for travel impacts, power outages, that threat greatest in Northeast Georgia, and closures. Some of those closures are not just going to be your Sunday church service, but closures will go into Monday. And I believe in Northeast Georgia, those closures could go into at least Tuesday morning, because the outages are going to be prolonged. It is a big storm. You can see on the map all of our winter alerts. They stretch from New Mexico and even eastern Arizona across the southern plains, the Ohio Valley, even up to New England. They've got some winter storm alerts in effect with significant icing likely. We're watching this moisture coming through the Mississippi River Valley. That's going to be what moistens our atmosphere and produces that freezing rain. Snow breaking out on the north side of Nashville up through the Ohio Valley. We're still dry for the moment. We are awaiting the arrival of that wintry weather. So ice storm warning in effect. We have not seen an ice storm warning since February of 2014 here in North Georgia. In an ice storm warning, we have high confidence that at least a quarter of an inch of ice will fall. And those impacts and the amount of ice are really going to increase in Northeast Georgia. For more on that, meteorologist Danielle Moss to break down how much we're going to expect and Danielle, what that's going to mean for the roads and power.
Exactly. That is all playing a big part in the impacts that we've been talking about. And Melissa, another thing is, when is it going to arrive, right? Everyone wants to know. We are waiting on the arrival. This is a look at the worst of it, right? This is when you can see almost widespread freezing rain falling, and it stretches from North Georgia all the way down to Peachtree City. And this is going to be overnight. So when you wake up in the morning, that's when those conditions will be very treacherous. And then we start to get a little bit of a break before some more heavy rainfall builds in behind this front that comes in. But here are your storm impacts that we're looking at. Hazardous road conditions, power outages, and closures and delays.
All right, jumping in now, our sister station there out of Atlanta. You've been watching here on FCN Plus. We're going to talk a little bit about our local weather, get a broader view of what's happening out there across the United States today, and as well as some of those impacts that we're seeing further towards the west. First, I do want to, take you to what's happening on our flights here, because this is one of those things that has a cascading effect and does have local effects here in Jacksonville. In fact, in Jacksonville today, despite, the weather not being all too bad, we've had 9 flight cancellations, actually going towards the destination airport of Nashville. 2 flights have been canceled. 2 that were expected to go to Dallas have been canceled. 2 flights coming from Dallas have been canceled. And if you take a look at our misery map there, you see Dallas actually, this is from FlightAware, basically the entire circle is red there. Total flights out of Dallas that have been canceled today are 208. Out of Atlanta, where you've just been watching that live coverage, 22 flights have been canceled there as well. 30 have been delayed. Even out of New York City, 30 have been delayed. So obviously there is a domino effect when we're talking about this. And by the way, 2,100 flights nationwide have been canceled at this time because of the storm. It is a massive storm system. That's why, though, if we look at Jacksonville, 9 flights have been canceled here, not because of our local weather, but because people, a lot of our hubs, a lot of those interchanges, go to a lot of these places. And this just looks like it's going to continue as the storm progresses further towards the east. In fact, I want to show you a video out of Oklahoma, just where some of the heaviest of the snow has been falling out there. And it really has been adding up. In fact, we're seeing some spots nearly a foot of snow already, just south of where this video is, out towards parts of northeastern Texas and northwestern Louisiana. We've actually seen a half an inch to 3/4 of an inch of freezing rain. That is a lot. That is stuff that is going to be causing power outages, downed tree limbs. Trees that have stood for decades and decades are going to start to be brought down with this, and it really is going to have lasting impact. So let's look over at the radar right now and just take a look at what we have going on. Actually, first I got a live shot out of St. Louis. Look at that. It's coming down there. The wind's been picking up. Now I'll show you where the radar is looking like. So I just showed you out of Oklahoma, we have that heavy snowfall taking place there. Freezing rain is currently stretching towards the south, so we're looking out towards northern areas of Louisiana, southern areas of Arkansas, over towards northern Alabama and Mississippi. That freezing rain's been moving in, and as you've been seeing that live coverage out of Atlanta, that's not too bad there now, but as they go ahead through tonight into tomorrow, it is going to change, and the icing and sleet is really going to be the big issue there in northern Georgia. Eventually here in Jacksonville, the rain will arrive, but not until about tomorrow night, and that's going to be followed by some exceptionally cold conditions, and I'll get to that in just a second. But you take a look at the broader picture here. There's your winter storm warnings in place, stretching all the way from Texas to Vermont, New Hampshire. I mean, we have winter storm warnings over a continuous 2,000-mile stretch here. And this is why this storm is such a big deal. And I've already got the comments, we get winter storms all the time. Why are we making this a big deal? This has just such a wide range. Cold air so far south. Look at your current temperatures in Dallas, 20, 14 in Little Rock. Nashville's at 20. And then you look further towards the north around like Chicago's at 4. But then you bring in the wind chill. Green Bay's at minus 15. In fact, I got other video I want to show you real quick out of Chicago, just showing you the cold there coming in off of the lake. And this is Lake Michigan. And we've actually seen a lot of steam fog in a few places. What we call pancake ice when it freezes like that and it kind of looks like pancakes. That is just a clear indicator of some frigid conditions. And this morning, I mean, they had wind chills around minus 10 to minus 20. You can just see the steam coming in off of the lake there, and then that freezes on contact, and then they get all sorts of travel hazards right near the coast. But on top of that, it's just crazy cold in a lot of these locations further off towards the north there. So I hope everybody's staying warm. Let's talk about the precipitation side of things, though. And we pull up the picture here. This is where that freezing rain's going to stretch from west to the east. And then we look at the travel impacts. I already showed you the misery map, but this is basically going to continue to stretch. And if you have any travel plans heading towards the north, just be ready for that impact out here. So right now, for tonight, cloudy, cooler, breezy overnight. It is going to be heating up tomorrow in Jacksonville. And one of the reasons why it's heating up is to fuel up that southerly wind flow flowing into this storm system. So our warm air, which we could be into the 80s, 82 is expected here in Jack, some areas towards south mid 80s. That warm air flows into the storm system. It overruns the lower lying cold air, and that's the reason why even as close as northern Georgia, it's getting freezing rain. It's because of this just southerly stretch of air blowing in. And then overnight into Monday morning, we get that shot of rainfall. And I do expect that to continue all the way up to just around sunrise. Now, we do have a weather impact alert here in Jacksonville for Tuesday morning. And actually, I'm just talking about extending that through Wednesday morning as well, because temperatures into the mid-20s means that you could be looking at freezes all the way out towards our local beaches. So both Tuesday and Wednesday, we could have widespread impacts here on the First Coast due to cold temperature. We're not getting freezing rain or snow or anything like that, but the cold air that is coming in all the way from northern Canada, part of this polar vortex shoving towards the south, is really going to impact us by the early to mid part of the week. For now, though, it is rather warm here on the First Coast, but definitely widespread impact. So that is why we'll get you back to our live feed from 11 Alive here in Atlanta. They've been talking about what's happening up there, and we'll be checking back in with you in about 50 minutes here on First Coast News. Thanks for stopping by.
Sunday. And also Cobb County DOT, they are also preparing to work the roads. They said they recently upgraded their systems where they can make 10,000 gallons of brine an hour, and they have 11 trucks on standby waiting to do that. They also said that they are going to treat 560 lane miles. Now, the county in whole has about 2,500, but there are 560 main thoroughfares that they're going to take a precaution with. And going back to what's happening here in Marietta Square, folks are just out trying to do what they want to do. And we caught up with a couple of college students who wanted to grab a bite to eat before the storm hits.
Just getting some burgers at that place, Willie Ray's. Yeah.
It's pretty good?
It's very good. They have the best burger ever. So definitely go there.
So did you think you're going to hop out here before it all starts?
Yeah, I don't think anything's really going to go down.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like we've had something like this happen before, and it's just been kind of chill, so. But we came out here early just in case it did start later in the day.
Mm-hmm. Did you guys done anything to prepare for it, or?
I have some peanut butter and bread. We have about 6 jars of peanut butter at home that we've been storing over the last year, and we make PB&Js, you know. Lots of blankets, too. Yes.
Oh. Okay, keep in mind, they are college students, so listen to half of what they're saying. I think it's good advice to have some food in your home, have some blankets on the ready, but we know the storm is coming, so it's important to prepare. And a lot of businesses here, they have signs on their doors saying they're going to close tonight at about 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. So, make sure in these last hours you get what you need. Back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Danielle, you got to make sure, whether it's peanut butter and jelly, whatever it takes, get it done before the sun goes down.
Maybe some tuna from Variety. I mean, there are lots of options there.
Yeah.
They may not be what you like, but there are options to be had.
Yeah, lots of it out there. Okay, Danielle, thanks a lot. Well, we've heard it all day long. For the past couple of days, stay off the roads if you can.
And that's because of the freezing rain that our meteorologists keep telling you about. They will cause those icy conditions out there. Iris Tien, a professor with Georgia Tech, is joining us now to break down the science of it all here. Thanks so much for being with us. Iris, what should people be prepared for? We are telling people to stay off the roads, but for those who have no other choice, if there's maybe an emergency situation or they have to get to work, what should folks know about these conditions for driving?
Yeah, certainly. So ice is definitely one of the most dangerous conditions for driving because you can't see where the ice is. It's slippery. And so certainly I think different DOTs have possibly different applications and things that you can check where the safe routes are. And so that might be something to look for and seeing, kind of trying to make sure that you're on a road that has been brined, that has been de-iced as much as possible. And I would say if you are able to not go, I think the risk is quite high when there is that ice. So to try to stay home if possible.
There's a lot of folks out there that may say, I got a big truck, I've got this, that, and the other, I got 4-wheel drive, I can handle the snow, I can handle the ice. What would you recommend to them who say that I can get out there and I can make this happen?
I would say let's weigh the pros and cons here and what are the possible downsides, and I would say it's better to be safe than sorry than to go out for a risk and not have a good outcome. And so definitely, certainly, I would err on the side of being safer rather than sorry, and being in a situation where you're on the road, you skid, and you have a situation that's not desirable. So there's certainly different things and you can for your car, but I think especially in the Southeast, we're not as our equipment and things is not as well designed as maybe folks in the Northeast who have snow and ice every winter. And so I think it's safer for everyone to just kind of stay off the roads if you can.
Yeah, good advice.
All right, Iris, thank you so much. And there is the ongoing debate so much among people online who are like, I'm from up north, I know what to do.
I can handle it.
Everybody else down here may not. So even if you have like a slight clue of what to do, that doesn't translate to everybody out there on the road. So thank you so much for that.
And everyone else is like, if everyone else is sliding around, then that's not good. And maybe you know what you're doing, but everyone else, there might be other folks that.
Good point, Ms. Tien. Thank you, appreciate that. We're going to head up to Oconee County right now. I believe we have our 11 Alive Zach Merchant up there. Did you speak with the EMA director, Zach?
Hey, Ron, yeah, we did. We are just outside of the Oconee County Administrative Building. This is the government building here. Just a few minutes ago, leaders from all of the first responder organizations and other governmental agencies here in the county of Oconee all met. They all walked in through those doors just maybe half hour ago, 10 minutes ago or so. They walked back out. This was kind of a final all-together briefing as they get ready to respond to whatever this storm brings. And I can tell you, just in the last hour or so that we've been here, it's gotten a little darker. The clouds have gotten a little thicker. We've got these light panels up. They're doing a lot more work than they were just a little while ago. And the wind is starting to pick up as well. We spoke with the EMA director here in Oconee County just a little bit ago. That's CJ Warden. He told us that he estimates about 100 first responders across various agencies, the fire service here, EMA department, the police department, the sheriff's office, and others will all be ready to respond to whatever comes in the next 12, 24, 36 hours. And as you've heard so many times over the last few days, one of the biggest things that he emphasized, like so many other first responders, was keeping the roads clear. They have chainsaw crews ready to go. That'll be one of their first priorities once this storm hits, is getting them out on the roads when it's safe to make sure that the roads are clear so other first responders can do their jobs. And like so many others have emphasized too, he asked folks, if you don't have to be on the roads, stay off the roads. Leave them clear for the first responders to do their jobs. Now, we should point out here too, there is a local state of emergency declared here in the county of Oconee. That, of course, dovetails off of the state of emergency that the governor declared earlier. And when you talk about a winter weather event, an ice storm in Georgia, it is not that common. It's something that can take people by surprise if they're not used to it. C.J. Warden talked about that when we spoke to him just a little bit ago.
Well, in my experience, I haven't even heard of an ice storm warning for 10 or 11 years now, so this is extraordinarily rare event. The last significant weather event we had here was Hurricane Irma in 2017, so this sort of thing where we prepare to this magnitude doesn't happen often.
And you think back to Hurricane Irma, I remember covering that when I was working in central Georgia. That had a big impact on our state. You certainly hope we don't see similar impacts from this winter storm, but I'll end with this. C.J. Warden said when we wrapped up our conversation, he said, look, I would rather be wrong and have told people to be more prepared than they needed to be than the alternative. Everybody here preparing for the worst, hoping for the best.
Yeah, certainly better to be safe rather than sorry. Zach, before you go, we want to ask you about Athens. You're in that neck of the woods. What can you tell us about what's unfolding and what we're learning in that community?
The big development, of course, is at University of Georgia. They've been warning for the past few days that classes on Monday were a bit of a question mark. Now we know the answer to that. Classes on Monday canceled at the University of Georgia. The school continues to maintain its request for students to leave the campus if they can. They have said through press releases that there will be places for students to stay on campus if they decide to, but the school has warned that if you decide to stay in your dorm, there may come a point if power is lost where students need to be sort of consolidated into a few residential halls that have emergency power, emergency heat to keep everybody safe. So if you're a student or if you're a parent with kids at UGA, you might want to encourage them, play it safe, get home if you can.
Yeah, really Zach, thank you. And there may be a little bit of time left for that. We know that some of those students were a little leery of going home. We interviewed some on 11 Live Plus, and they were a little nervous about going home because they were scared that classes might take place on Monday and they wouldn't be in position. They might not be able to make it back, but we do know that is not a factor at this point. So if they can safely get home, then that is
that would be a nice option. Hey, let's get over to meteorologist Melissa Nord right now. And you're tracking the freezing rain that's heading our way and also looking at the icing conditions as well.
And if the students still want to go home, there are a few windows of opportunity the next couple of hours, Ron and Jennifer, because I think by 8 o'clock tonight, like, you got to be where you're going to be to ride out this storm. I would prefer you to be where you're going to be by 5 o'clock, but if some folks wait until 8 o'clock here in the metro, I think that's okay if you're driving from Athens westward. The cold air will first arrive northeast near Athens and Gainesville and Helen and work its way south into Atlanta. So freezing rain will develop across the area and become widespread as we head through the evening hours. That transition will happen between 5 and 10 o'clock. It's going to be ongoing all overnight tonight and first thing tomorrow morning. And as we go through the overnight, as the temperatures drop, that freezing rain is going to be falling as liquid. It's going to stick and freeze on any surfaces that are below freezing. So initially, some of the ground, the first hour of the freezing rain may be okay, but those ground temperatures, the road temperatures, are also going to be dropping, so everything will turn icy by first thing tomorrow morning. In northeast Georgia, where we could have more ice accumulated by then, we could also start to see the first of the power outages on the board as the winds increase on Sunday morning. Now, Sunday afternoon, a little warm air is going to try to make its way in. That's going to be in Atlanta and points south and west, but northeast Georgia never climbs above freezing. So it is a long duration ice storm for you. Zach was talking about the temperature dropping a little bit, feeling cooler. We've actually seen that on our map as the temperatures update hour by hour for us. We were at 47 the last hour in Atlanta. Now we're down to 46. They're already below freezing in Charlotte now at this point, and that cold air is surging further to the south and west. You can see that cold air, 19 in D.C., 21 in Blacksburg, and it's headed our way. It's coming east of the mountains, driving its way down into northeast Georgia, then nestling into Atlanta by first thing tomorrow morning. So in this deep purple color, that's our ice storm warning, the first one issued by the National Weather Service in Peachtree City since 2014. They will likely be issuing special weather balloons as we go into tomorrow to see the evolution of this wedge, to see how strong is it going to be first thing tomorrow morning. Is it eroding in the afternoon? That's all important data to take into consideration with the total ice amounts we're going to see and severe weather that continues to the south. All right, big picture. We've watched early this morning a little moisture in far north Georgia. Nothing's been reaching the ground in Atlanta, but at this point, the roads are all pretty much dry. Where the moisture is, though, is just west of Huntsville. So that's the deeper moisture. Big winter storm underway. Snow where it is all cold from top to the bottom, from where the jet planes fly to we are on the ground. And then where we're seeing that warm air going above the cold air, that's where we get that wintry mix right now through Mississippi, southern Tennessee, and that's what's moving in our direction. So on the map, I mean, have you seen a map this colorful recently in terms of a winter season? I haven't. This is a massive storm with huge implications across the country. And for us, unfortunately, it is the icing. That is going to be the big problem. Northeast Georgia, where Cody was in Gainesville, where they're expecting in Athens as well, about a ½ inch of ice, and out towards Dahlonega and Helen. There could be a bullseye in here, in this region right here, that ends up with over 3/4 inch of ice. That's major impacts, okay? Now, in the metro area, the freezing rain develops this evening, and it lasts through tomorrow morning, but we will generally warm up above freezing for a small window during tomorrow afternoon. Your ice totals 1/4 to a ½ inch. The higher end of that margin is going to be on the northeast side of the metro. On the southwest side of the metro, you're likely closer to that 1/4 inch. So you see the road impacts. You don't see as many power outages as we do on the northeast side. For more to talk about those power outage risks and who's going to see the biggest concerns on the roadways, meteorologist Danielle Moss.
That's right, Melissa. That's something that we've been watching along with this storm system, because we all know, we've been saying it all day, that any sort of ice accumulation will cause a lot of impacts. But like you were saying, in northeast Georgia, those major impacts are going to be great. So you can expect some really long-term impacts onto your roadways as well as to your power lines, maybe expect some power outages pretty much all across the area, even if you are in the minor region. Here in Metro Atlanta, we're looking at moderate impacts. So that's something that we will continue to watch and monitor as the storm rides on in. It is still off to our west, but we are going to continue to see all of this make some changes. Here's a look at our winter storm severity index. This is something that we continue to watch as well. The National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center, they really will update this based off of what their forecast is, and it's pretty much exactly what we are saying as well. Northeast Georgia, unfortunately, looking to be right under that target area to see the highest impacts from this storm system. So as you can see, over ½ inch, and like Melissa said, maybe even 3/4 of an inch of ice. And that is major, major implications. You're going to see some widespread power outages and very dangerous travel. Also in Helen and Dahlonega, North Georgia, White County, you are unfortunately in that purple region. We talk about that winter storm severity index. Purple is really as high as it can go. So that lets you know that you are definitely under the radar as far as what we are looking. Here's a live look outside in Hartsville International. And right now we are seeing gusty winds for sure. Tonight, that freezing rain will be arriving. And then what's next? Some brutally cold wind chills. That's what we'll be monitoring. If we take a look at our wind gusts currently right now, recently there was a 20-mile-an-hour wind gust in Marietta, 22-mile-an-hour wind gust in Blairsville, and 21-mile-an-hour wind gusts over in Athens. And we talk about ice accumulations. That's really huge for us. So even when we say maybe just seeing a 1/10 of an inch of accumulation, it sounds like a small number, but that is going to have some really big slick bridges, coated windshields, and definitely some isolated power outages. That 1/4 inch, that is talking more about those tree limbs starting to sag and break. And that's when those power outages become a little bit more widespread, and ½ inch or greater, that's definitely talking about near catastrophic ice accumulations, Melissa.
So let's kind of recap the timing. Again, we said between 5 and 10 o'clock, we'd see that wintry mix, well, rain and freezing rain developing, and then it becomes all freezing rain thereafter. Here's the forecast track showing that moisture moving in from the west after 5 o'clock this evening. By 8 o'clock, we are below freezing north and east of the inner metro, and that cold air keeps seeping its way down. So 11 o'clock tonight, you do not want to be on the roadways. The freezing rain is going to be adhering to anything that is below freezing. So that means bridges, overpasses, untreated road surfaces, all going to be slick and icy by 11 o'clock tonight. We're dealing with that freezing rain through the whole overnight. Some of it's a little bit more intense through the first half of the night. Tomorrow morning, still some light freezing rain, freezing drizzle. Now, there might be a window tomorrow afternoon that we're actually seeing the temperatures warm in the western side of the metro. Here's 10 a.m. Light freezing rain to the northeast, but watch that wind pulling the temperatures up into the 40s. That might briefly warm us here in Atlanta above freezing, with more heavy rain and heavy freezing rain building in tomorrow afternoon. This is all clearing out tomorrow evening, and then the temperatures crash. First thing Monday morning, a flash freeze is likely. Any wet roadways become icy again Monday. 23 in Atlanta, teens in North Georgia. Wind chills will be a lot colder than that. So we have not seen the beginning of this ice storm really develop, but once we get into it, it's going to be a long road ahead.
Melissa, thank you so much. And ahead of this winter storm, Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp has declared a state of emergency across Georgia. Now, this does not mean panic. It means pre-positioning help before the conditions get worse. So here's what's involved here. The order activates the State Operations Center, putting GDOT, Emergency Management, State Patrol, and utilities all under one coordinated command. It allows aggressive pre-treatment of interstates, bridges, and overpasses, and it shifts resources to the most dangerous locations first. This authorizes the governor to deploy the Georgia National Guard for transportation, rescue, supply delivery, or welfare checks if needed. 500 Georgia National Guard soldiers have already been called in to serve. Now, the order also temporarily waives some trucking restrictions so that fuel, food, medical supplies, and power restoration equipment can move faster, and it triggers consumer protections, things like making it illegal to jack up prices on gas, food, water, lodging, or emergency supplies. And that, as the order takes effect, Governor Kemp is urging people to stay off the roads as conditions will deteriorate, saying that it helps first responders to do their job and keep everyone safer.
Folks need to start getting off the roads on Saturday night. If it's bad where you are on Sunday, just do us a favor, do the State Patrol, DOT, all the other folks, utility crews, if they're out working, if you can just stay off the roads, that would be a big favor to us and help keep everybody safe.
And Governor Kemp says that early cooperation, staying home if you can, helps the road crews, the state troopers, and utility workers, as you just heard, to respond more quickly when the conditions are at their worst. So that is why we are under this state of emergency. It doesn't mean panic now. It means a lot of setting things up so that our state officials and teams and troops can get that help and help get us back to normal as quickly as possible.
That's right. Don't panic, just be prepared. Let's get to Liza Lucas. Liza, you're in the newsroom right now. You had an opportunity to speak with Georgia Power. What are they saying?
Well, they've been super active on social media. And so I want to get to the video right now because we're really focused on the potential for outages. We've, of course, been tracking all updates for Georgia Power. We'll be watching EMCs throughout the course of the night, too. But some key information when we talk about Georgia Power, they want to really make sure their customers are aware that restoration updates, they're going to come as soon as it's safe for their crews to get out there. Now, after outages, crews first have to assess the damage before giving you any type of estimated restoration time. And reminder, they say, this is going to be an estimate. When you see your neighborhood pop up on the map, that's an estimate. It's not an exact time. So just add in a little bit of grace period here. Now, ahead of this weekend's winter weather storm, the company's also suspending service disconnections. That pause is already in place. It runs through Wednesday, the 28th. So something you need to be aware of. If you need help paying your bill, Georgia Power also emphasizes that it has assistance programs. They're available online, georgiapower.com/assistance. And as we continue to monitor all these changes, help us know what's happening in your neck of the woods. You can text us 404-885-7600. Share your pictures, share your videos, how you're prepping or hunkering down. And just like I promised the last time I talked to you, take a look at some of these pictures coming in this afternoon. These are from Andrea, who is a nurse at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. She's actually staying in a local hotel, and she, as well as others like Katie and Dunwoody, say, hey, thank those linemen. Oh, guys, got to point out this one right here. Fairburn police were active out there. They're clocking people at 114 miles per hour. Please do not be speeding, especially in those conditions. Again, reminder, Let us know what's going on where you are. You can text us in the photos and videos, 404-885-7600, guys.
114 miles an hour. That is
Yikes.
absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Man, okay. All right, Liza, thanks a lot. We really appreciate that.
All right. And during this winter storm, there are thousands across Metro Atlanta who unfortunately struggling to afford those basic necessities. Affordability has been a topic for quite some time here. Right now, 11 Alive and Georgia Natural Gas are teaming up to raise money to help families stay warm. You can scan the QR code you see right there on your screen to make a donation through next Saturday, January 31st. Again, this will go to help families in our own communities to stay warm and get what they need. We're going to take a break and be right back.
Tell us, sir.
It's still looking like that switchover is going to be taking place during the evening hours tonight, late night, overnight into Monday. That is the window of opportunity when we're going to be seeing most of that freezing rain that is going to be moving through. Right now in Atlanta, we have just clouds around. We're well above freezing. We have temperatures right now in the mid-40s. So we're just waiting for those temperatures to fall later on beginning this afternoon through the evening hours, and then the moisture is going to move in, colliding with that cold air. So we're dry here in Atlanta, even though we have the clouds around and the mild air. We do have a little bit of moisture here up to the north of us, and that is trying to come down in the form of maybe a little bit of a mix right now. I just checked the temperature up in Clayton, Georgia. It is 32 degrees now up in Clayton, but we have more of this moisture. Here you can see here, just showing up a little bit of pink, not all of that making it to the ground. Earlier, when we saw this coming through Dahlonega, I was showing you the live camera that we have up at the University of North Georgia, and it wasn't really making it to the ground there at that point. So this that you see over here in Habersham County, maybe a little bit of mixing coming in here, there now, but really that's moving out. So we're just going to see more moisture that's going to be coming in later. At the same time, this cold air is going to be draining in from the northeast, and that's the wedge that's just going to clash with all that moisture that's pushing into our area later on today. Look at all the winter alerts we have from Maine to New Mexico here. Winter storm warnings as well as ice storm warnings. And the ice storm warning is over North Georgia, Metro Atlanta, and down into Henry and Clayton County there, roughly along I-20 northward, except for Clayton and Henry there is on the south side. And then we have a winter weather advisory for these counties on the south side. A few more of those have been added to that, like Pike, Lamar County, also Monroe County, Jones County near Macon. Putnam County is in a winter weather advisory, as well as Jasper County as well. But we have the ice storm warning from Atlanta northward, and the conditions are going to be worse up in parts of northeast Georgia, where that wedge is going to be holding on longer and it is going to be stronger. And that's where we're going to see the major impacts in northeast Georgia from this ice storm, with thick ice about a ½ inch or greater building up on trees and power lines. Moderate impacts here from I-20 through Metro Atlanta up to northwest Georgia. We're going to have some icing impacts here as well, and some power outages, but just not as much as they're having up in northeast Georgia. And then minor impacts here on the south side. So this is what I'm talking about in the major category: a ½ inch plus thickness of ice building up on trees, power lines, and on the surfaces. About a ¼ inch to a ½ inch in Metro Atlanta on the east side of northwest Georgia, and then a glazing to maybe up to a ¼ inch down to the south of us. Here is that live view that we have right now at the University of North Georgia. You see there that road right there that's leading into the campus area of University of North Georgia. It is still dry. We don't see anything actively falling right now. Temperatures, very important today. We're warm, 46 degrees right now. We're waiting, though, for the cold air coming from this direction. It is 32 in Clayton, and that's the wedge. That's the colder air that's going to be sliding down into our area, while at the same time, the moisture is going to be pushing in. I'll show you this forecast track coming up in just a little bit, but I want to get to Danielle right now. You're able to kind of pinpoint even more some of those impacts for that area that's going to be most hard hit there in northeast Georgia.
Exactly. We are looking at our winter storm severity index, Chris. This is the perfect map for this kind of a system. The Storm Prediction Center, they have this. This is kind of comparative to when we talk about a level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 during severe weather. This is for winter weather. So purple is the highest. So you can see there's a few sprinkles of purple throughout North Georgia. Red is that second, that major impacts category. And then you have your orange, and then it starts to get to yellow and a light blue. Now, as we zoom in just a little bit, the one thing that is very evident is in northeast Georgia, unfortunately, definitely going to be seeing some major impacts here. We're talking about maybe collecting, like Chris said, over a ½ inch of ice, maybe around 3/4 of an inch. And then if we get even closer into like White County, you start to see those little splotches of purple. That lets you know that is where we are seeing that highest risk for winter storm. And it's really just talking about ice accumulations only. So this is definitely a very impactful storm. And as we sink from Roswell all the way down to Lawrenceville, you start to see it change from that red to orange. But this is very important here. Don't just think northeast Georgia, you're thinking Gainesville. It comes all the way down into Roswell, Johns Creek Parkway, maybe even getting some really major impacts. This is going to have huge and lasting impacts on our roadways. And it's going to be very important to note as well. Even here in Metro Atlanta, far up as Smyrna and Cobb County, maybe even a ¼ inch to ½ inch. And then this is new information. Yesterday's winter storm severity index really had Peachtree City in that yellow color, which is a little bit less than that orange. But we are definitely seeing some really major impacts from this storm system. And it has not arrived just yet, Chris, but we are talking anywhere from a 1/10 of an inch to maybe even 3/4 of an inch. Definitely going to be seeing some major impacts, at least on the roadways and those power lines.
And that's going to be slippery, and it's going to cause a lot of power outages out there too. So here's the timeline of what we're watching here with our forecast track. This takes us to tonight at 9 o'clock. Rain coming in from the west as the cooler air starts moving in from the northeast. 33 in Duluth at 9, 36 still in Atlanta, but this freezing temperature is going to be pushing our way here, getting into the evening hours tonight. 30 degrees we're thinking at midnight tonight, and then 32 down into parts of Peachtree City. So this pink that you see there is all freezing rain here around late tonight, midnight, also around 3 o'clock in the morning, still freezing rain. The moisture kind of trying to taper off a little bit early tomorrow morning, but temperatures are still below freezing, so it's going to be slick here tomorrow morning. And then the big question is, once we get to 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, will these temperatures go up above freezing and it's able to scour out that wedge before this next band of rain and even heavy rain comes in? We're thinking if that comes in with the warmer air, it'll be just that, rain. with temperatures above freezing, and that'll help to kind of curtail any additional buildup of ice and maybe even work away at some of that ice that's on the ground. But even if we get some improvements tomorrow afternoon, whatever is left on the ground Sunday is going to be frozen again by Monday morning. We'll talk more about that in just a little bit.
Okay, Chris, we'll see you in a couple of minutes, sir. We appreciate that. We've been talking about this all morning long, but we know that state officials, they're issuing urgent advice ahead of this winter storm.
Yeah, so let's get out live to Savannah Levins, live from GEMA, Georgia Emergency Management. Savannah, what are you learning there?
Well, I know that there are a lot of crews standing by right now, 500 National Guardsmen, more than 10,000 other emergency personnel, not only from Georgia, but from Florida as well. We've got power crews coming from South Georgia up north to the metro and further north than that. But the biggest thing that's happening right now is a pre-treatment and brining of roads, tens of thousands of miles of them in Georgia up until Tennessee and South Carolina as well. I actually have this little infrared thermometer here. I've been taking some of the road temperatures here. You can see right now this blacktop here in Atlanta about 47, 48 degrees, not too far off from where we're feeling outside temps to be. But here's what emergency management officials are saying families really need to be doing right now.
The best help we can get is for individuals to be prepared and to stay informed. If you haven't already, take the time now to prepare your family and home for the winter weather impacts. Sit down with your family and make a communications plan. Know how you'll contact one another and reconnect if needed. Make sure you have a ready kit with enough non-perishable food, water, and medications for at least 3 days. Ensure you have warm clothing and blankets, flashlights and batteries. Update your first aid kit, and remember, always have a way to charge your phone. If you have pets, make sure they have enough food and water for 3 days and bring them inside with you as much as possible. Take precautions like installing and testing smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detectors, covering outdoor pipes with styrofoam, sealing your doors and windows, and cleaning out your gutters.
Still a bit of time to do that. All right, GDOT has 1,800 personnel at the ready right now. Crews are pre-treating those roads right now, like I mentioned, from I-20 up to South Carolina and Augusta, I-85 up to South Carolina, I-75 from Macon to Tennessee, and Metro Atlanta and northwards. We're talking about 18,000 miles of roadways. To do all that takes about 12 to 14 hours each cycle. They started the first round around midnight, finished around noon, took a little bit of a break, picked back up at 12:30. Now, starting tonight, they are adding 300 plow trucks. That's with the heavy-duty salt mix. They did say people staying off the roads is going to help them do that efficiently, noting traffic has already been down today 30 to 40% from typical volumes, which has really helped. So public safety-wise, starting at 6 p.m. through overnight, there are about 30 state troopers strategically placed along highways to respond to calls. Tomorrow, that number will increase to 50 to 60 throughout the day. DPS also has drones ready to go up at any time to assess the damage, any place they can't get by car. They also have helicopter crews ready to move critical supplies if they can't transport them on the roads. They also have teams standing by to help respond to any locations that need extra help. Now, we also heard from environmental experts, EPD, Georgia Forestry Commission. They say that they have some chainsaw crews standing by, ready to respond to those power outages, help get trees out of the roads as well. They say, frankly, our species of beautiful trees we have all across the state are just not prepared for this kind of ice event. So people do need to be prepared for power outages. And if the wind gusts are too bad, folks might have to take a break from responding to those outages so that the crews stay safe. Now, if you do lose power in your home and you're cold, Georgia Parks is opening 16 different warming centers at some of their parks across the state. Pets on a leash are allowed. If you want to bring your furry friends, you can check those locations right now at 11alive.com. For now, reporting live in Atlanta, I'm Savannah Levins. Guys.
All right, thank you, Savannah, for all that really, really important information.
Really important. I would call her Savannah #FactsLevins because she brings it every time that we go to her, so we really appreciate that. Hey, in Gwinnett County, crews are now working to prep the roadways to make them as safe as possible.
Yeah, now officials, they've been clear, Ron, they don't want people driving tonight, but first responders and emergency crews, they do need to have access to roads. So let's get out live to 11 Alive's Gilad Melamed in Gwinnett County. Good afternoon, Gilad. So with the preparations to keep the roads as safe and clear as possible, crews are working really hard.
Yeah, they are working really hard, and it's work that's so important because so much of this storm response depends on if the roads are safe and passable. If the roads are not safe, power outage crews can't respond to those outages, first responders can't get to emergencies, and it's just a trickle-down effect. So that's why transportation crews here have been pre-treating the roads all day, and yesterday you could see some of the brine marks left behind from when they've been pulling out of this lot to go head out onto the Gwinnett County roadways. Inside this building are huge piles of salt as well, and trucks with plows and spreaders staying dry right now so they can be ready for the storm. Crews are pre-treating major roads and overpasses and bridges. They're also prepared for trees and branches to fall onto the road from ice, so the transportation director says they do have chainsaws ready to go. The county DOT has 36 dump trucks and 23 snowplows strategically placed across the county to respond once the storm hits. The transportation director, Edgar Aponte, is stressing the importance of people staying off the roads so those crews can clear them.
For this type of event, for this event, please stay off the road. That's the most important thing that we all can do so that as we address the incidents that we see on the roads, our staff can get to the places that we need to get to address those incidents, as well as our emergency vehicles.
Another important message from the county is that they want people to stay safe and warm, especially if they lose power. So they're opening 6 warming centers across the county. Those locations are Best Friend Park Gymnasium in Norcross, Buford Senior Center in Buford, Lawrenceville Senior Center in Lawrenceville, Shorty Howell Park Activity Building in Duluth, the Gwinnett Justice and Administration Center, and the Community Resource Center at Bethany Church Road in Snellville. Those warming centers will be opening fairly soon at 4:30 p.m. The county plans to have them open until Monday morning, but they say they are prepared to have them open until Tuesday if necessary. Live in Gwinnett County, Gilad Malamed, 11 Alive News.
All right, Gilad, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the update.
Yeah, and moving from the northwest now, or excuse me, from the northeast over to the northwest, leaders in Cobb County are keeping a close eye on the weather conditions
and
tonight.
They're really focused on maybe keeping a lot of people safe out there, but there's some people out there enjoying some time out. Before it gets really bad, let's get to 11 Alive Danielle Nottingham. She's live at the Marietta Square right now. And, you know, you talk to some people who are outside just trying to have a good time before the storm shows up.
They're very happy here, Ron and Rachel. I think I'm the most bundled up of most of the people we've been seeing around here, but they're getting out, they're getting their coffee, their lunches, their dinner before this weather hits here in Marietta. But let's just talk about what's happening around Cobb County. Marietta City Schools, they have canceled all of their activities for today and for tomorrow. If we move over to Cobb County, the Department of Transportation, they are ready. They said they just recently upgraded their systems where they can make 10,000 gallons of brine an hour, and they have 11 trucks waiting and ready to use to treat the roads here. They have about 560 lane miles, main roads that people use around this area that they will be using. But again, folks here, they're out there enjoying themselves, and some people still aren't completely convinced this weather event is going to happen, but they're prepared anyway. Are you ready for the storm?
I think we are. Everybody, like I tell, my wife is a little nervous, so, you know, that kicks in Murphy's Law, so we better get ready because we have been here through the previous storms and we don't want to get caught, you know, without the proper supply. So, yes, I think we're ready.
Are you doing kind of your last walks before all the craziness is happening?
We want to make sure that the dogs get a good walk, even though I think they're excited to see a little ice and snow like we normally don't.
Is it a little funny to you? I'm looking around. It looks like nothing's about to happen here at all. Everyone's
completely, and I keep looking at the phone hour by hour. I'm just not seeing it, but you never know. Maybe we'll have a beautiful winter wonderland tomorrow morning.
And we certainly do know it's coming, but that is a very good perspective to enjoy the weather, too. Just to add, Cobb County offices, they're closing today at 6 p.m., and all Cobb County libraries, they're closed through Monday. Reporting live in Marietta, Danielle Nottingham, 11 Alive News.
All right, Danielle, it's good to be positive, but you got to be prepared as well. So we appreciate that update. You know, North Georgia is expected to get the brunt of this storm tonight, folks.
Yeah, right. So we want to welcome in Gordon County's EMA Director, Courtney Taylor. You've been working around the clock to help keep people safe, Courtney. You're on the phone with us now. So thank you for being here, first of all. I know how busy you are. What's it like right now in Gordon County?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity. Now it's just business. The roads are clear. We are noticing that our citizens are going ahead and taking the warnings that we've been putting out all week. There's some late preparations still going on at our local hardware stores, but our road less traffic already.
Okay, I got a quick question for you, sir. What resources are you offering the residents now? And I know a lot of folks are preparing. They have their own, their own items, whether it's food, whether it's water, whether it's charging up their devices. But are you offering any other resources for the residents there?
We are. As you said, we've been prepping them all week, and we think most of our residents have taken it pretty seriously. But we do have some that we're looking for shelter. So we have several shelters open tonight. One is at Crane Eater Community Church on Redbud Road. Will be open at 6 p.m. for families and meals. And we also have a Providence Rescue Mission for men in downtown Calhoun. And our community center on the east side of the camp will be opening if needed. And then we also have several more churches on standby and recreation. If those begin to fill up, we feel like we have the capacity to anyone in that asks.
Okay, you're breaking up a little bit,
Yeah.
but we do have one more question for you tonight. What is your message to the residents there tonight?
My main message for the residents would be, once the sun goes down, be where you're going to be. Try to that will help endlessly if we lose power to get those power crews out and help our public safety to be able to respond more efficiently. So they could just stay home, duration. We're here if they need us, call us, and we'll get to you as soon as possible.
All right, Courtney, thank you so much, and good luck over the next couple of days. Stay warm. So, Ron, that's a message we've been hearing from all officials. Stay home, help first responders, help your neighbors. Let's get over now to meteorologist Chris Holcomb, our chief meteorologist. Tell us what folks can expect as the forecast continues to change today.
It's going to be a progression here, really, through the rest of the evening hours tonight. That's when the window of opportunity is going to be higher for that freezing rain to begin later on tonight, and then overnight and into tomorrow morning. That's when things are going to be the slickest here. Now, what we're watching, cold air coming in from the north and east is going to clash with the rain that's going to be pushing in from the south and also to the west. But temperatures right now are still in the 40s here in town. We don't have any rain yet. We are mainly just cloudy out there right now. But what we're going to be watching first is the changeover to start taking place in northeast Georgia, where that colder air is going to be in place. It is already freezing right now up in Clayton, and that's the beginning of that wedge, that colder air that's going to start pushing in from the north and east. So that's going to start sliding our way, while at the same time, we're watching this moisture to the west that's going to be pushing in and colliding with that wedge, that shallow layer of cold air at the surface. And what it's going to be rain coming down, but you'll look at it and think, oh, it's just raining. But when the temperatures are at 32 or lower and the surfaces are at freezing, it's going to start glazing up on trees first in the higher parts of the trees. And then you'll notice the glazing coming down lower and lower as those temperatures continue to fall. And then exposed surfaces outside will start glazing over. And then eventually the ground will start piling up with ice and some of the roads out there too. It's just the timing now of the cold air pushing in and then this moisture arriving. And so as we were talking about, we really want you to be where you're going to be and where you're going to be hunkering down by sunrise or by sunset tonight. Now, it may not be happening exactly at sunset, but that's just a safest bet for you to get into where you're going to be there, as we have this ice storm warning that is in effect that covers all of North Georgia, Metro Atlanta, and just a little bit south of I-20 as well. And Danielle, even though this ice storm warning covers all these numerous counties, it's not going to be the same thing in every county. It's going to be much worse in northeast Georgia, and then moderate impacts here in Metro Atlanta and a little more minor impacts to the south of us.
Exactly, Chris. That is something else that we're watching are the other impacts that could be on our radar. It is definitely going to be some ice, and we know that. But right now, even we are seeing those winds being very, very gusty. And even over the next few days, we're going to see those wind chills really play a big part in what it feels like outside. So that's another component of this storm. So if we take a look at our current wind gusts, in Canton, there is a 24-mile-an-hour wind gust. That's pretty gusty out there. We've been seeing this off and on. As you take a look at our forecasted wind gusts over the next few hours, this is overnight tonight and Sunday morning. You can see a 29-mile-an-hour wind gust in the North Georgia mountains, around 36-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is just overnight, and it continues, these high winds, as that entire system pushes off to our east. So you need to be prepared for that as well. That is another threat that we are looking at with this storm system. So it is also going to be very cold, and those winds are going to make it feel very cold. Also, that's going to play a big part in our road temperatures. Right now, currently, they are all above freezing. However, as the temperature drops, the roads cool off, those winds start to blow, that's when we're really going to see those accumulations really get worse because that ice is really going to fall. And then, Chris, low temperatures on Monday, when people wake up, it's going to be into the 20s. And because of that, the wind chills involved, there is a cold weather advisory for us as well. So this is just kind of the storm that keeps on going. That cold weather is going to be that second component that we're going to be watching for as we wrap up the freezing rain and prepare for the blast of cold air to be coming in behind it.
And it just wants to keep pounding us. Not only is ice worse, but then you add wind to that, and then you add more cold air to that, and it's just going to want to stick around here for a while. Now, this is the warm air that's in place over us right now with temperatures that are at about 40 degrees or higher. And then through the nighttime hours, we're going to see this with us for a little bit. And then tonight, look at that cold air. That's the wedge coming back down into our area. It's going to be covering us up with those below freezing temperatures late tonight, overnight, and into early tomorrow morning as the moisture moves in, up and over that. Then the big question is going to be tomorrow, how much can that wedge erode and allow some warmer air to come in to get us above freezing for multiple hours tomorrow? Hopefully that we don't think it would get rid of all of the ice, but it would help to curtail the growth or the thickening of the ice out there if we can get back up to the upper 30s and lower 40s for multiple hours. But then that's not going to last long either, because overnight and going in Sunday and into Monday, there's that second blast of cold air. So whatever is still on the ground Sunday night is going to be freezing again going into Monday morning.
All right, Chris, thanks a lot. And come on, warmer air as much as we possibly can.
Yeah.
We have a programming note we just want to slide your way. So normally you will be watching track and field right here on 11 Alive. However, it's now playing on the WATL, if you want to check it out. Or you can stay right here and make sure that you are weather aware.
Yeah, one area that definitely needs to be weather aware is Hall County, one of the areas that our meteorologists have told us going to be seeing some more severe impacts of this ice storm. So let's head out to our very own Cody Alcorn in Hall County. Good afternoon, Cody. So tell us what folks there are expecting and how everyone there is preparing.
Well, as of right now, it's just a typical Saturday afternoon here in Gainesville. People are coming, they're going, they're enjoying some afternoon out at a restaurant. There's people getting last-minute supplies at the grocery stores, filling up those vehicles, and of course those Ace Hardware and other hardware stores around the county busy this afternoon, making sure people get those last-minute supplies. And something interesting to note, we're talking about ice, not snow, so people are going to be like just a half an inch, 3/4 of an inch. That's not a lot, but you heard Galat talking about the last hour that, what is it, a half an inch can add 500 pounds to a power line. And this bottle cap, if you measured from the top to the bottom, that's just over an inch. So we're talking about half of this. So when people say, well, it's not a big deal, or just an inch, it's not going to be that bad. If we get a half an inch of this, that is catastrophic here in Hall County. And that's what the EMA director is trying to stress to people, not just here in Hall County, but across.
Streaming on First Coast News Plus, this is First Coast News on your side. We begin with breaking news.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for sticking with us here on First Coast News Plus. I'm Channing Curtis. We want to break out of that weather coverage we've been giving you all morning and afternoon long to bring you some breaking news out of Minneapolis. The situation happening there, federal immigration officers have shot and killed a man in Minneapolis on Saturday. It's a 37-year-old man, according to several reports. Right now, police are not identifying the name of this person, but according to the Associated Press, his family is identifying him as 37-year-old Alex Preddy, an intensive care unit nurse. Now, just moments ago, the governor of Minnesota, Governor Tim Walz, has activated the Minnesota National Guard in response to the ongoing protests there. Today's shooting took place actually just about a mile away from where 37-year-old Renee Good was shot and killed by ICE agents when they fired into her car earlier this month. Now, another breaking news that is happening at this moment, the NBA also responding to the news of this shooting. They were supposed to have a game between the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Golden State Warriors take place later on this evening there in Minneapolis. They have postponed that game until tomorrow out of a precaution for safety for the ongoing community there. Let's get over to our sister station there in Minneapolis. Right now, they're covering the very latest on this situation. I'll send it over to them for the latest.
And again, that's where we stand. We don't really know what that means if the federal government says, no, you're not. I think it's fair to say anyone that's worked behind the scenes on things when there are big kinds of investigations, even probably in 2020 when things were really unsettled here in the Minneapolis area, we always got the sense that there were conversations happening behind the scenes. We have often heard that law enforcement, federal and state, even in some cases with the Department of Corrections right now, that there's still communication. But from all accounts right now, that communication and back channels just seems to be broken. It's pretty unprecedented for investigators on scenes to not communicate, and to what we know right now, it's just not happening. And so it's really unclear what that means moving forward. Hopefully we get some more information. Hopefully something gives here, but that's basically all I can say about what we know so far.
Kent, I think you bring up a point that so many Minnesotans have been asking, and that's, how does this end? We have this stalemate, as you point out, with the federal government saying one thing, the state saying another, law enforcement not communicating, not working together. Leaders seem more interested in scoring points against each other than working together. And so I think so many people are just wondering, how does this end? And I remember earlier this week, during one of his news conferences, Greg Bovino was asked, how long is Border Patrol, how long is ICE going to be here? And he basically said until the job's done. He didn't give a timeline. So while the governor is demanding that ICE and Border Patrol leave the state, there doesn't appear to be any end in sight.
And to be fair here, I think it's worth pointing out, because we heard Bob Jacobson talk about this, and we have heard our Department of Corrections and other officials say this week that they have worked with federal partners. We have seen it on the scenes when local law enforcement has been called and they have come to help secure the area. But we don't often hear much on the federal side. We hear that they're not working together, but we have seen some more evidence of it on the state side and local law enforcement side of them showing up and saying, hey, here we are. And we know that they want to work with the FBI on these investigations, with DHS on these investigations, but we have heard repeatedly that they are being told no. And that's the unprecedented part more than anything. I feel like there is a little bit more of on that part of this. But again, if it still continues to be a stonewall there, if that is in fact what's going on, if the federal government is doing that, then again, what does that mean? What does that even mean for our National Guard? We don't know, and we'll hope to get some more answers and ask those questions as we move forward.
Kent, you bring up Bob Jacobson. I want to remind people he's the Commissioner of Public Safety. And the one thing that he did say during the news conference that you were at is that federal government isn't the only people that arrest violent criminals or people that are here illegally. And in fact, they do that as well. And a lot of the people that they have arrested were in jail, or a lot of people that ICE have come to take were already in jail in our system.
And that's something that the Department of Corrections has also had to correct on the record, that some of the people that DHS is claiming that they have arrested in this operation were truly already in prison here in our system. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. And on Tuesday, there was a Department of Homeland Security news conference in which they got up and they said, we're not getting cooperation from the state prisons and jails. And they said this wouldn't have to happen, meaning the actions on the streets wouldn't have to happen if we had cooperation from those entities. Well, that night I spoke to Paul Schnell with the Department of Corrections, and he said, what are they talking about? We don't know. We are handing people over. We're seeing people that we hand over turn up on the worst of the worst lists because they had to track that. And that was confirmed with us the next day. ICE in the news conference and the Department of Homeland Security backtracked and said, we are getting help from the state Department of Corrections. It's the jails we're talking about. Now, that's a pretty big omission if you ask the Department of Public Safety or the Department of Corrections and many others that have been saying what's going on, because this cooperation that has been going on for years, long before any administration, continues, and it is not changing. And yet it's being presented in a different way. So that is something that has been a concern and continues to be something that we're seeing state entities correct the record repeatedly. And these are law enforcement entities that for years have been proud to say they're playing it down the middle, so to speak.
Yeah, Kent, thank you for your reporting. It is unusual to see law enforcement critique other law enforcement agencies. There is a brotherhood, a sisterhood, back the blue. And so that is one of the unusual things we've seen this week, is this critique of one law enforcement agency of another. Thanks for your reporting out there, Kent. We'll check back with you. And we are expecting another news conference from the state around 3 o'clock today.
All right, we're going to go to Chris Rapsky now. And Chris, we're told you have an interview, and I'm not sure who you're interviewing. Let us know.
I'm interviewing an expert that we always turn to on Breaking the News and here at KARE 11. He's a Supreme Court expert at the University of Minnesota Law School. He's a poli-sci and law professor. Tim Johnson is on the phone right now. And we always go to Tim Johnson when we have questions about precedent in the law, specifically Supreme Court law. Tim, are you here? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's good to be here with you, Chris, on this hard day.
Yes, indeed. I always feel sort of comforted and grateful when we get to talk to you. And it's not hyperbole. It's because you tell us exactly what the law has said, what Supreme Court justices have said, and what precedent is on certain legal matters. And boy, do we seem to find ourselves in a legal quandary as we speak, with federal investigators either not allowing or being told not to allow state investigators to obtain evidence and help an investigation of a killing by the guns of federal agents. What can you tell us about precedent, the history of United States law, about whether or not federal agents typically do or have to or don't have to work with state authorities and investigators?
It's a really good question, Chris, and obviously a really important one here in Minnesota over the past couple of weeks. What I can tell you is that the norm within the legal system, and we live by precedents and we live by statutes, but the norms are what covers this particular area. And the norm and the standard practice has been that federal law enforcement agencies cooperate, share information with, and actually coordinate with state and local law enforcement if there is an incident in particular, like today, a shooting involving federal agents. And certainly the federal government has always had primary jurisdiction in such cases. That would fall under Article 6 of the Constitution, the Supremacy Clause, which makes federal law and the federal Constitution supreme. On the other hand, in order to make sure that everything is done objectively, that investigations are conducted well, that scenes are secure, the federal government has, through the history of the United States, worked with state and local governments to make sure that investigations are conducted as properly as humanly possible. And that includes things like sharing data, securing scenes, collecting evidence, talking to witnesses. And so that is really the precedent that we have and that we are working with, at least it seems, until the past couple of weeks. where the federal government almost always, with some limited exceptions over the course of U.S. history, has shared jurisdiction with state and local authorities.
Yeah. Tim, is there a single example in history, in U.S. history, where the federal government not only does not allow cooperation with state authorities, not only does not prosecute, meaning they don't find enough evidence for a charge, but they don't even investigate, which is what we heard with Renee Good. Is there and they refuse to investigate or allow any other independent investigator with dubious evidence. Is there any other precedent in U.S. history of something similar to this?
None that I've ever come across in my 30 years of teaching law and politics in both law schools and in political science departments. Absolutely not. There's precedent to suggest that if federal agents do commit a crime, that they are subject only to federal law and not to state law. In other words, states can't prosecute federal officials or federal law enforcement, but no precedent on the idea of not even investigating a crime. And if you're talking just about the shooting today, the only precedent that would exist would be the Renee Good shooting from about 2.5 weeks ago now.
So is there a legal remedy then? If a federal government refuses to investigate one killing, even to push it, to push that investigation further for more truth and more evidence and to really lay it out before a decision on charging is made or not, is there any legal remedy for states, for citizens, for Congress, for the courts? Or do we just, do people just have to say, okay, federal government, right or not, if you do not want to pursue any more investigation, you don't want to give over any of the evidence, we just have to leave it? Is there any legal remedy?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I almost interrupted you there, Chris. The answer is really there's not. I mean, the only legal remedy is what you mentioned, and that would be Congress. And that would be Congress changing the law or actually writing a brand new law that says in situations like this, in order to make sure that investigations are actually conducted and then be conducted objectively, you have to force the FBI, the Department of Justice more generally, to cooperate with state and local officials. And short of a law passed by Congress, there's really nobody to sue in these particular cases. So there's no court case to be had to bring to the U.S. Supreme Court. So this is really a legislative fix, and it can only be fixed by Congress in Washington, D.C.
Do you think the founders saw this one coming, Tim?
Man, I'm not sure. I mean, I think the founders were pretty clear, even though there was some, disagreement on issues. I think the founders were pretty clear on the supremacy of the federal government, but they also, once they put the 10th Amendment in the Bill of Rights, knew that there would be powers left to the states and the state governments. And if you would combine, and this is my opinion, if you combine the Supremacy Clause with the 10th Amendment, I think the framers of those two parts of the Constitution would assume that there would be cooperation between state, local, and federal government, because that's the way government works best.
All right, Tim, one last question. What happens next legally? What do you think happens next?
I think what happens next is that the state of Minnesota, as per Governor Walz's press conference, is going to do their own investigation. I mean, we all listened to what the governor had to say. They're going to, that is the state of Minnesota, the state patrol, Hennepin County sheriffs. I think they will gather as much data and information as they can. We all know there were thousands of cell phones out there this morning. They will gather that information. They will try to conduct the investigation to the best of their ability without any of the evidence from the federal government, because the federal government, just like in the Renee Good shooting 2 weeks ago, will not provide anything to the state or the local authorities.
Right. All right. Professor Tim Johnson, political science and law professor at the University of Minnesota. You are our Supreme Court expert. He's never let us down and did not today. Thank you so much for that context in this surreal, almost unbelievable situation that we're in that has everything to do with the U.S. Constitution and what it says and means. All right, let's go back to Rena and Lauren now. I know we have some reporters with new information.
Yeah, Chris, and thank you for that. It's great to get that high-level sense of what's happening here, because this really is a constitutional question in state and local powers. So we appreciate Tim Johnson's expertise there. Let's head back out to the scene now. We have Jessica Hart out there, I believe, with the very latest.
Yeah, Lauren, these protesters are still here. They've been out here for hours now protesting ICE after that man was shot and killed this morning. So this is what we're currently seeing. They still are blocking off the intersection here near 26th Street and Nicollet Avenue. They're chanting intermittently. We've seen a couple people on top of buildings here. We have someone sitting directly right there. There's other people who've gathered on top of buildings. We're not exactly sure how they got up there, but people are still coming to this scene. We've seen a lot of people walking around. We've seen a lot of people in chaplain, like these orange vests that they have saying that they're a chaplain. We've also seen people walking around in peace observer, like reflective vests. And this crowd still here shows no signs of going home. Several people are continuing to show up with signs, and they're still standing. Those things that they're standing on, they're actually dumpsters. So they brought these over here probably about an hour or so or more ago, and they're standing on top of them, and they're kind of giving directions saying that we are not going to go home. We want ICE out of Minnesota. We will not be silent. There's also several people kind of walking around, just checking in on people, making sure they're good in case they need any sort of water or hand warmers. But so far, Lauren, we haven't seen police come back to this intersection since they left earlier today. So again, still a very active scene here. We have not seen any police come down to this intersection, but actually it looks like now that I'm looking down the street here, Tyler, can we flip around a little bit? I know it's gonna be kind of bright here. It looks like we have some Minneapolis police officer squad cars parked all the way down there, kind of blocking off this section of the street. Again, we haven't seen any MPD officers out here on the street, but it looks like they might be starting to stage or block streets off down there. So now the crowd is back again here chanting. So I want to apologize for any profanity you guys might hear, but this is just what we're currently seeing here. So we'll send it back to you.
Thank you for that reporting out there. You can see that scene doesn't appear to be changing. No one is going anywhere at this moment. We want to bring you back, just sort of reset here and let you know how we got here in case you're just joining us. At 9:03 this morning, Minneapolis police say that they received a call about a shooting involving federal law enforcement at 26th and Nicollet. That's known as Eat Street for folks in Minneapolis. And at that point, a man was shot and killed by federal law enforcement from Border Patrol. That is confirmed by both Border Patrol and local law enforcement authorities. We do know that victim's name, and perhaps we can see his picture at this moment. His name is Alex Preddy. He is confirmed by his parents to be an ICU nurse, and he is from Minneapolis, a U.S. citizen and a registered gun owner.
And what we want to reiterate is that DHS has put out a statement, and actually we heard from Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino a little while ago. DHS contends that Alex was carrying a weapon, which is entirely possible because he does have a license to carry, a permit to carry, and that the officers feared for their lives. And so the officer, who he also claims is an 8-year veteran of the department, shot and killed Alex Preddy out of defense and to save the other officers around them. They also claim, DHS claims that they believe that Alex Preddy was there to do harm to as many officers as possible. Unfortunately, the videos that we've seen, and there may be more, don't necessarily corroborate that part.
Yeah, we have a number of videos of this shooting, which we have seen from multiple angles. This one across the street, you can see 5 Border Patrol agents tackling Preddy, who is, they say, resisting arrest. And the videos do seem to indicate that he is resisting his detainment. And then you hear one shot, you see people walk away to the Border Patrol agents disperse, but then you hear more shots. And we are stopping these videos at the moment that first shot is fired. That's a decision we are making because we don't want to broadcast a person's death. Now you see this angle. This is from another angle, this shared by the Associated Press. And in it, you can again see the officers tackling Preddy, but as it slows down and zoom in, you can see his fists appear to be clenched. And why that angle could potentially be quite important is because Preddy may have been armed. He was a legal firearm carrier, and DHS has shown a photo of the gun. But a question will be, did he reach for the gun? Did he brandish the gun or threaten officers with it? In this video, his hands appear to be clenched, and you do not see a gun in them, at least from the angle that we are able to see.
And we do have another angle. I don't know if we can show it right now, but there is another angle where you can see it appears that he is helping a woman on the ground that may have been pepper sprayed or trying to be detained by Border Patrol agents. And this is Alex Preddy there directing traffic before the shooting happened. But we can see another video where he appears to be helping a woman who is trying to be detained, or ICE is trying to detain, or maybe she's been pepper sprayed right before the shooting happened. So these are just 3 videos that we've seen come in and that we've been able to verify that they're real. And so
there is where you see that is the push of the other woman, and Preddy comes in to, it appears, trying to assist her. And then when Border Patrol agents take him to the ground, you can see he's fighting as they try and take him to the ground. And then that's when the shots are fired.
And, you know, more videos may come in. We learned this when just weeks ago on January 7th when Renee Good was shot. As the day progressed, more videos came in. And so we're just showing you the videos. We're showing you what we have. We're verifying all the information. It took us several hours to confirm who the victim is. And so we're only reporting what we know, what we can verify. And so we can bring you the best, most updated information as soon as we have it. Morgan Wolf joining us now on set to further advance the story.
Yeah, one thing I just wanted to circle back on my conversation with the retired FBI agent, and after hearing our Supreme Court expert, the professor from the U of M, talk, you know, he hit on how federal agencies have that working relationship a lot of the time with state agencies, and as we mentioned, we have seen that countless time again here in Minnesota, the BCA working with the FBI. I referenced the lawmaker shooting. I wanted you just to hear, though, in this retired agent's own words, what he had to say when he was weighing in on the current situation of that relationship. So here he is right now, Brian Dugan.
We often had agents involved in shootings. We would often work cases side by side with our state counterparts, and that way it was more efficient and then more transparent. And we would run the investigation down. The nature of the relationship with the FBI and its partners in Minneapolis, I can't speak to, but they're making their decisions for the reasons that they feel that they have to. I know it's not what we would normally do in the past. You know, typically we would do a preliminary kind of color of law investigation. We would go over whatever we had in video, body cam with our federal prosecutors to find out if we think there's a there, and then we start digging into it more. I don't know what is going on in Minneapolis as far as that relationship and if they're digging into it or not. So it could be evidence that would come out of there that could be used in the color of law investigation. But I do feel bad for where the FBI is right now, where they're having agents resign for potentially doing their job.
And he is referencing the headline from yesterday with one of those agents resigning in wake of the investigation with the Renee Good shooting that happened earlier this month.
Yeah, the New York Times reporting actually the FBI supervisor in Minneapolis resigned. Essentially, the reporting was because there wasn't an effort to investigate the Renee Good shooting.
There's a lot with that separate investigation, the initial one that really kicked off a lot of these increased tensions that we really don't know about too. I mean, we're trying our best. I've put in multiple requests to the Department of Homeland Security, FOIA requests as well, telling me that I won't get information back for 30 to 60 days. It's really, really difficult to try and get access to all of this information. And so I hope people at home understand that we are doing our best right now to try and clarify everything that we can, but it's challenging when we have these hurdles in front of us.
Yeah, and dealing with information requests with the federal government, completely different. For instance, if someone is arrested or detained in Minneapolis or St. Paul or anywhere here, you can go directly to the Hennepin County Jail website, see who was booked, see when, the roster, and we don't have that sort of information when it comes to the federal government.
Yeah, Morgan, thank you. Let's get back out to the scene now. Ian Russell is standing by, and this is obviously calmer than it was earlier today. I don't see any chemical irritants in the air right now. What can you tell us about this group of protesters that has gathered there at this moment?
Yeah, guys, well, I mean, it is peaceful. There are speakers going on right now in the middle of the crowd with a megaphone kind of talking to the crowd, but it's peaceful. I mean, people are listening. There was some chanting earlier as people obviously voice their opinion, voice their frustrations and concerns right now with everything going on and getting that out there. But we were kind of backed off for a second just to kind of reset for a little bit while some of these press conferences were happening. As we're back in here now, as we look around here, I see some folks on rooftops that I hadn't seen before. Some people on the roof of Cheapo Records. It looks like just observing. I'm not sure how they got up there, but looking around and kind of a little bit further down the way here as well, there was I don't want to say what it was because I'm not entirely sure, but further down, Nicolette, on the other side of this crowd, we did see a cloud of white smoke as we were walking in, but people weren't really reacting to it, so I'm not sure what that was. So I don't know a ton of information about that right now, but this is the vibe of what is out here right now, is people coming together, they're kind of standing as one and making their position heard on what happened here. There are barricades set up in many directions here in the intersection of 26th and Nicolette, especially right here. The one right here, there's one directly next to us, kind of in every direction, and then at the next crossroads as well, there have been dumpsters set up, tray tables and different things being set up to kind of keep cars from coming down here. And as the cars have been driving past, some just kind of drive on their way, some have honked and showing their support as they go past here. But this is kind of what it looks like, and I'm assuming these are tables probably from a nearby restaurant, if I had to guess. Trash cans, there's a picnic table. There's a lot of restaurants around here, so I would presume that's where a lot of these are coming from. But yeah, peaceful is how I would say this is right now. People are talking, kind of expressing their thoughts with each other. You hear them cheering right now. As the speaker just said something, I wasn't able to hear exactly what they said. But listening, standing up with each other, and peaceful, I think is the word to kind of encapsulate what we're seeing right now, guys.
We know that later on tonight there is a vigil scheduled for 5 p.m. Are these folks planning to be out there until that point? Do you have any idea from the people who are there sort of what their plan is for the remainder of the day?
That I do not know. Is it the MIRAC press conference I think I saw? Yeah. I've seen some folks with the logo on the hats that they're wearing, so I'm not entirely sure. I can see if I can find someone wearing one of those. There's quite a few of their folks walking around that I have seen. So let me get back to you on that. I'm not entirely sure, and I don't really know as of right now sort of what the group think is on what the next steps is kind of outside of this intersection right here.
Sure. Ian, of course, it's not as though it's an organized effort necessarily, but it is good to see that it has really calmed down. It does look fairly peaceful behind you, and that is good news for that neighborhood and for the city at this point.
Thank you, Ian. We appreciate it. I do believe we have the BCA statement that we can call up now, and we are expecting a news conference from them at 3 o'clock. It says the BCA Force Investigations Unit has been requested by Minneapolis police to investigate this morning's federal agent-involved shooting in Minneapolis. Our agents and crime scene personnel attempted to access the location, but were blocked by DHS personnel at the scene. So again, we're going to hear from the BCA in about 5 minutes, but some of these news conferences have been running a little behind, so we will take you to that just as soon as it is available. I also wanted to point out we just got a statement from the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus. They released a statement on the death of Alex Preddy. They're saying we are deeply concerned by this morning's reports that a federal law enforcement operation in Minneapolis resulted in the fatal shooting of 37-year-old Alex Preddy by federal agents. According to local officials, the man was legally armed, a firearm was recovered at the scene, and he is believed to have been a lawful gun owner and permit to carry holder. Many critical facts remain unknown. That is the truest thing we can say right now. We do not yet have an independent account of what initiated the encounter or what triggered the use of deadly force. Despite widespread speculation regarding intent, there has been no evidence produced indicating an intent to harm the officers. We are calling for a full and transparent investigation by both state and federal authorities. Every peaceable Minnesotan Minnesotan has the right to keep and bear arms, including while attending protests, acting as observers, or exercising their First Amendment rights. These rights do not disappear when someone is lawfully armed, and they must be respected and protected at all times. Again, you are hearing from the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus. That is their statement that they released just a short time ago.
And we are getting statements from across the political spectrum. We have heard from some of Minnesota's Republican leaders as well, responding not only to this shooting, but to some of the statements that Governor Walz and others have made. Let's see if we can pull those up. This is Tom Emmer, congressman who represents a central Minnesota district. The governor and local leaders' rhetoric has empowered criminals and put law enforcement's lives at risk. It's dangerous and has made the situation in Minneapolis much worse. Unlike my Democrat colleagues, I'm going to let law enforcement conduct their investigation and not jump to asinine conclusions. We are grateful no Border Patrol officers were harmed. I believe we also have a statement from Lisa Dameth, who is the Republican leader of the Minnesota House and also is running for governor of Minnesota. Lisa Dameth says, "Today we had another tragic loss of life, and I'm heartbroken for the loved ones affected. As we saw yesterday, thousands of Minnesotans were able to peacefully demonstrate without a single incident. Unfortunately, there are still too many political leaders urging direct confrontation, including the attempted disruption of law enforcement operations and throwing of dangerous objects. These dangerous tactics put lives of officers and the public at risk. We can have protest. We can have lawful monitoring of ongoing law enforcement operations. But it's going to take leadership at all levels of government to turn down the temperature. I spoke earlier this week with Vice President Vance, who expressed both publicly and privately a sincere desire to foster better cooperation between the federal government and state and local officials. But that cooperation is what has been called into question all day long by the BCA and Minnesota officials who are saying that they are unable to work with the FBI to investigate this. Let's also hear from Senator Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat. There has been another shooting involving federal agents in Minneapolis, and I'm working to get more information. I will update as soon as possible. To the Trump administration and our Republicans in Congress who have stood silent, get ICE out of our state now.
Also to point out, she is running for governor
as well.
Or she's filed paperwork to run as governor, not official.
All right, here's Senator Tina Smith, another Democrat representing Minnesota in the United States Senate. Another catastrophic shooting in Minneapolis by federal agents. We are gathering more information, but ICE must leave now so MPD can secure the scene and do their jobs.
All right, again, we are waiting for a news conference from BCA, expected to start any moment now, but I believe we're going to go out to the scene. Is it Jessica Hart that is standing by? Jessica, what are you seeing out there right now? We can hear the chanting, but it seems peaceful.
Yeah, and I do want to apologize for any profanity you might hear. It's kind of intermixed within the chanting, but nothing has really changed since we last checked in. I haven't seen any Minneapolis police officers, federal agents, or state troopers come back out to 26th and Nicollet since they left the scene. If you kind of look, this is the scene still. You know, you can see now the barricades that they're using. Before you couldn't because there were so many people on this side. You can see there's dumpsters, I've seen mattresses, I've seen chairs. So people have dragged these over from nearby places and placed them here in this intersection. They also have 25th and Nicollet blocked off. Same thing. They brought dumpsters down, big, small. I also see them brought some fencing down there as well. And they're trying to keep federal agents out of this intersection. You know, the speakers that we've heard from have saying, these are our streets, They want ICE out of Minneapolis. We've seen people kind of on top of rooftops just sitting and observing and looking at the scene. I've seen someone with a stop sign that they took down and have come down here. People are still coming to this scene here. Some people are leaving intermittently, but there's still more people coming. We kind of have chaplains, people in these bright orange vests that say chaplain on the back. They say they're just kind of walking around, observing, making sure everything stays peaceful and everyone is doing okay. We've also seen people in peaceful observer vests. They're kind of a bright yellow reflective, and they also say, don't shoot on the back. Now,
all right, Jessica, I'm going to interrupt you just a moment now because we want to head out to a news conference with the BCA. Here's Drew Evans.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Drew Evans, and I am the superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. The public in the state of Minnesota expects that when a person is killed in one of our communities, an independent, thorough, and transparent investigation is conducted into that incident to fully understand what occurred and any enforcement authority is involved in a deadly force encounter. Minnesotans not only expect this, but they deserve this. That's what our BCA Force Investigations Unit does. For years now, our independent unit has investigated the majority of use of deadly force incidents in our state. That's true for entities like the BCA, and it's common practice across the United States. That includes incidents involving federal officers and other high-profile incidents like have occurred in the city of Minneapolis and across our state, not only in recent months, but in recent years. Our highly trained independent team of investigators, crime scene personnel, are experts at conducting these types of investigations. This is all they do. We do not make decisions about guilt or innocence, but we compile the facts of the incident for review by proper prosecutorial authorities, both at the state and federal levels. This morning, I was in contact with the Minneapolis Police Department after the incident that you're all familiar with now. They requested our Force Investigations Unit respond to the scene and conduct such an independent investigation as we have in other recent incidents in the city of Minneapolis. What occurred was our team responded to the scene, and I was in contact with federal authorities to inform them that that was going to occur and that we were responding to the scene in Minneapolis. When our team arrived, they were blocked by federal agents with the Department of Homeland Security from accessing the scene. We worked with them and we're in contact with the FBI, trying to attempt to access the scene so we can gather evidence to understand what occurred and work through this process. Our team also secured a search warrant for the scene, which is an unusual move in a public area like that, but we did that attempting to have judicial approval to enter this scene to gather evidence. We were once again blocked by federal authorities to go in and do that scene examination. We have a long history of working side by side with the Federal Bureau of Investigation on all types of cases. That's true in other high-profile incidents that you've seen in officer-involved shootings, and that remains the case that we do and will be going forward. They're excellent partners to us as an organization, but unfortunately, in these recent events, others outside of the state are making decisions that that does not occur. So we will continue to investigate this case and others that we have recently been involved with, but I would be remiss if I didn't state that it will be difficult to obtain all of the evidence and information contained without cooperation. It is my understanding at this time that this case is now being led by the Department of Homeland Security Investigations as an investigation into this matter, and not the FBI leading that at this point in time. As the FBI gathered information and conducted crime scene evaluation, they left. After they left, we were attempting to move in to do our own scene examination once we can access the scene, but federal agents that cleared the scene, as was previously said, the state and local police that were on scene from the beginning of this, providing protection of that scene alongside federal agents trying to allow us to do our work, were unable to hold that scene, and it got overrun with protesters in the area, and we were not able to re-examine that scene. I'm aware, and our team is aware, of the videos that you've seen, and we would welcome additional information provided to our team going forward that will continue a full investigation to the best of our ability with what we have, and we will do that as we always have, fairly independently in that process and transparently as we do in every investigation, and provide that without recommendation to the county attorney's office for review. You know, we're in uncharted territory here. It's been a long-standing understanding both within our state and across the country that entities like the BCA that conduct 80+% of officer-involved shooting investigations across the United States are asked to do these investigations of federal agents involved in officer-involved shootings. There certainly can be a new process going forward if the federal government would like to do that and federal agencies, but that has not been a discussion that's been had so that we can provide clear understanding to citizens to understand what that process will be. And so we will continue to investigate this case. We welcome cooperation. I'd continue to ask that we provided access to any information that's necessary to do a complete investigation, and that we want to work together with all of our federal partners so that we can really understand what occurs in any of these cases. An officer-involved shooting is an incredibly complex incident, regardless of the video that you see. And the only way to really, truly understand what occurred is to have a full investigation of the matter so that we can really understand what we all see that happens in a very short period of time that is often incredibly complex and requires a very thorough and large investigation to really understand what occurs in those very few moments that we often see. We'll continue to pursue partnerships with our federal partners in these investigations and others going forward, as it's clear to us and it's clear to all of us in Minnesota that we at the state and local level have an expectation when something happens in our communities that an investigation not only is done by our federal partners, but also by state and locals into various incidents as we see them. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and our Force Investigations Unit is committed to continuing to work on these sorts of incidents and conduct those independent investigations at the request of our local partners whenever that happens. Minnesotans deserve that so that they can fully understand what occurred in each and every one of these incidents, so they can really have an understanding of what occurred each time something happens in our communities. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
So to be clear, you said you got a some judicial warrant to gain access and were still denied by federal agents?
Yes, that's accurate. The question was, we had a signed warrant and we were still denied access to the scene. That's accurate, correct.
How uncharted is that? And have you had any contact? You said that you understand DHS is leading it now. Have you had contact since then? And is there any reason to believe that there is now a new way forward?
Yeah, the question was, have I had any contact since? It's my understanding DHS is running this investigation. I attempted to contact the individual that I was told was the overall commander at the scene, and I have not received a call back from them. We will continue to work together to gather that and make that contact and understand their process, but we have not had contact yet today.
How much investigative work were agents able to do at the scene and when they could get access?
We were not able to do really any work at the scene once we had access because it was quickly overrun and overtaken. That being said, we have been out talking to witnesses, gathering information, gathering various video, and we'll continue to do that work. You saw in the recent shooting in North Minneapolis, if and when it's prudent and we need to, we can always return at a different time if there's relevant evidence at the scene.
Do you know the identity of the federal agents who were involved in the shooting?
The question is, do we know the identity of the federal agents involved in the shooting? Not only on this case, but the other two that have happened, the federal entity, Department of Homeland Security in particular, does not provide us that information. They have not provided us that information in this case as well.
How will you be able to ensure a thorough and fair investigation if they weren't able to collect evidence and they would shoot?
Yeah. So the question is, how do we ensure a thorough investigation if we weren't provided access to the information? It's complicated. You know, that's why the long history of jointly working investigations when the federal entities conduct their own investigation is really important. And we have a long established process of doing that, and we'd welcome that now, where we parallel investigations where they share information with us. And to be clear, the BCA will share everything we obtain in our investigation with them. To say that we can do this in the manner that our team normally does, which is a very strict and established protocol, that obviously is disrupted. When we don't have access to the crime scene, we don't have the ability to map the scenes that we normally would in that process, so it will be compromised in some level of getting all of that. The hope is that we'll use all the different tools available to take different paths to do the best that we can with the information that we do have.
Knowing that you have to deny, and then secondly, can you share what agents were told on the scene by DHS as the reason that they were not allowed access
Yeah. So the question was about the warrant and then access to the scene. We took the step of getting the search warrant because we were denied access to the scene. So we thought that we'd be able to get access to the scene, much like we would anywhere else, by having an independent judge agree that we have probable cause to investigate the incident at the scene. That was provided the information to the Department of Homeland Security, and they said that this was a scene and matter being investigated by the federal government, and they would not allow us physical access to the scene.
So you arrived at the scene, you denied, you go to a judge, ask for a warrant, so Judge Grant said denied, you show up with that, and you still denied.
That's accurate. We were denied after we provided information we had a warrant. Please.
I'm not trying to be glib here. Has local law enforcement lost the ability to pursue the rule of law against these federal officers? I'm just trying to understand, what does that mean for this operation?
Yeah, the question was about, is local law enforcement lost the ability for the rule of law? I will tell you that I and other law enforcement leaders continue to have discussions about this. It is important for people to understand just across Minnesota that there are two different, sets.
Why do we come here? To reach for new heights, to dive to new depths. You can call it a team, even a community. That connection with others. We all deserve that. So why come here? This is why.
Swing into luxury, where golf and community come home. Located in St. John's, Florida, Stillwater is a premier 55-plus active adult community where golf is in your backyard. This bundled golf course community features a championship 18-hole course, top tracer practice facility, and resort-style amenities. Whether perfecting your swing or connecting with neighbors, Stillwater offers the perfect blend of relaxation and recreation. Live where every day feels like a getaway.
Maybe you're new to all this streaming, OTT, on-demand stuff. You need a trusted news and weather source, and we've got you with First Coast News Plus.
That's some pretty serious cold.
Get your most accurate forecast, your weather impact alerts,
heavy law enforcement presence,
extended breaking news coverage,
and that breaking news right now out of Camden County, Georgia,
and exclusive specials, all on your schedule. So download First Coast News Plus and start watching for free.
He has never seen anything like this. It is uncharted territory, as he said, to the fact that they got down there today expecting again, maybe despite what we all know from the previous shootings, that they were going to have some level of cooperation as they showed up to start investigating. They were stonewalled, he said, and then they went to the unprecedented move of calling in a judge to sign a search warrant to try to then gain access to that scene. And he says they were denied again and told that the Department of Homeland Security and federal agents were running this investigation now. He then told us after this that he reached out to the Department of Homeland Security and the name that he was given in terms of who was in charge of all this, and he received silence. They have not gotten any more information. So he is saying he is vowing, just as the governor had said, to move forward as best they can to investigate. But he said that this will be a very tough job. As anyone knows that's ever seen an investigation, there's a secure crime scene, there's evidence preserved. We saw a gun on the front seat of a car today that had a picture taken of it. We also saw, and as our reporters showed down there, a chaotic scene in which federal agents then pulled out. Then the BCA and others tried to come in. By that point, it was so chaotic, there was not enough safety, so they had to then pull out. There clearly would have been a very tough time maintaining the integrity of that scene regardless. But at this point, again, uncharted territory is about as busy as you can say it. And keep in mind, again, this is a law enforcement arm in Minnesota that has many others like it in other states. And Drew Evans said today that their entity, as in other states, this is the way it works. It's the way it's worked for years and years and years, that they come in and investigate even shootings involving federal officers if it happens in a state. It's the way it's expected to have been, and it's the way it has been for years and years. They're trying to do this fairly and not jump to any conclusions, and they're not getting anywhere. Now, it's worth pointing out one other thing, because in the past week, because what we will undoubtedly hear again is what we have heard many times, is that the federal government says that they're not getting cooperation on their mission, not these investigations, but on their mission to enforce immigration from state and local authorities. We heard the vice president this week say that local authorities told him that they were trying to locate sex offenders and they weren't getting addresses. Now, I had talked to the Department of Public Safety and the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which runs the sex offender registry in Minnesota, earlier this week. They told me that they have provided that information to the feds. They not only did it once, they did it twice, including once earlier this week, which gave them information to then put a detainer on someone who was already incarcerated that the Department of Homeland Security said that they were looking for just days before. Now, they said, we don't know where this is coming from. We're providing this information. We are doing it behind the scenes when it comes to their investigation into what's happening right now in this operation. But then when they're coming in and asking to gain access to a crime scene to start their own investigation on an officer-involved shooting, as again, it's always happened, they're not getting access. So this is the cognitive dissonance that's happening right now in real time on what we're hearing from the federal government and what we're hearing from our local authorities that have never taken any kind of political stance when it comes to this type of investigation in the past. This is something that they continue to say. One thing worth pointing out that Drew Evans said, if the federal government were to have a new protocol where they have their own way of investigating these scenes, then they would like to know about it so that they can let everyone know. He said that essentially they would be okay as long as they know what the ground rules are and how this operates. But again, the federal government isn't picking up the phone, he says. So they can't even acknowledge what's going on. So there's a lot of unanswered questions, clearly, a lot of frustration, and a lot of long-time relationships here behind the scenes that seem to just be crumbled.
Kent, and you bring up such a good point there about these relationships. Just in the last week, we've heard the Brooklyn Park police chief criticize the efforts of federal law enforcement. We've heard Paul Schnell, the Department of Corrections commissioner, who it's worth pointing out is a former police officer and was the police chief of, I believe, 3 different Minneapolis area police departments. So these are law enforcement people. These are cops. And they are calling out federal law enforcement on this. And that's just something that is not typical to hear. And so we do wind up in this stalemate. Appreciate your reporting out there, Kent. We'll check back if anything new happens.
And hard to combat as journalists when people want both sides. They want to hear both sides. And we are 100% trying to get both sides and trying to get facts about this case and anything else that has happened since ICE and Border Patrol have come into our community. At the heart of all of this, though, we have to remember there is a 37-year-old man who is now deceased, and we're trying to learn more about him as well. So we're going to bring AJ Legault in now to talk a little bit more about Alex Preddy, the man who was shot and killed by ICE Border Patrol this morning. DHS, by the way, saying that he was armed and planned to do harm to other officers. You've been talking to people who knew him.
Yeah, I just walked back here into the station. I was out in the neighborhood where he lived, the Lindale neighborhood, and neighbors, I was breaking the news to them that Alex was the man who had been shot. And they just kept going, Alex from next door, Alex from upstairs, he's a nurse. He works for the federal government. He works for the Department of Veterans Affairs, from what we can tell so far, and that's what neighbors had told us. They said he's the neighbor that they talk to over the fence, that they, see walking his dog all the time. And a number of his neighbors are part of the Lindale like crime watch neighbors, and they were just floored. You just heard one lady just scream, "Not Alex!" Like they couldn't come to grips with the video that they're seeing of him being killed on social media or
it hits a little
on
different
TV.
when it's someone you know.
Yeah,
directly.
and some of them didn't either. They didn't put two and two together that they were seeing the video and that this man was also their neighbor. We've got a picture of him up there. I know we're working to get some of the sound from the neighbors I spoke with. I don't know if we have that yet. I don't have an IFB in my ear right now.
I think we can hear from some of those neighbors. Let's take that sound if we have it.
All I know is that he's oh my gosh. All I know is that he's been a good neighbor. I talk to him over the fence all the time. He walks his dog. He's a registered nurse. I don't know what else to say. It's senseless.
A lady whose name was Jeannie. She lives right next door to him, as you heard. She said this was a man she saw all the time, talked with over the fence. He was that kind of neighbor. And they were adamant that there was no way he was out there looking to do harm to anyone. That is, a nurse, he was someone who was always looking to care and help.
Well, in some of the video, we see him potentially helping someone that was being dragged down to the ground by agents there. And we've seen these videos playing over and over again today. But to your point, a helper.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were being told by folks who live nearby. His family, when we've reached out to them, hasn't been prepared to talk and, has kind of said no comment.
As you would understand.
As you would
right?
absolutely
Can you imagine
understand if that was your family or my family, that's the response you get. But neighbors, when that lady you just saw, we just played that clip from her, found out she was standing in her doorway talking to another neighbor, and they're like, hey, there's a guy from the news here who says Alex has been killed, and she just let out a wail, not Alex.
Yeah. I'm wondering, and they're neighbors, so they may not know him super closely, but did they know was he someone who was a regular protester? Was he someone who was one of these observers at scenes, or were they surprised that he was even there?
They were surprised that he was there, and they were absolutely floored that he even owned a firearm. They didn't know, and if it was the video we've seen from him out there, even at this protest, you couldn't see the firearm early on. This wasn't somebody who was walking around with a gun on his hip all the time. One gentleman said to me, I kind of thought he leaned the other way. It wouldn't be somebody who had a gun because he was a nurse. Not that there's any indication that the firearm was illegal, but they were surprised by that.
The chief has confirmed it was a legal gun, and he did have a permit to carry. So we do know that. Whether anybody, and that goes to character witnesses, obviously, but people don't know people, either. So I mean, it's just it's hard to make any assumptions from.
Certainly, and neighbors here in Minnesota are not necessarily nosy neighbors either.
We stay out of each other's business. That's what we do here.
And that's what they all told me was he's a very kind man. He's a man we spoke with regularly. We haven't been into his home.
Right.
I mean, that was kind of the response, but I can just tell you that whole neighborhood, as you talk to folks and other people were walking by with their dogs and they're going, he lived here. Oh, he was the man with the dog, was what we kept hearing.
That's how they knew him, the man with the dog.
The man with the dog, or Alex from upstairs, Alex from over the fence.
Well, AJ, thanks for your reporting out there. I mean, I know we'll get a fuller picture of Alex Preddy in the hours and days to come, as we're able to speak with people who knew him more closely.
Maybe his family at some point. Yeah. Oh, we do have some new pictures, actually, of Alex, I'm told, so if we can bring those up. Again, as the day goes on, more videos are coming in, more pictures are coming in. We're starting to learn a little bit more about the man at the center of all of this. This is 37-year-old Alex Preddy, shot and killed by federal agents this morning in the city of Minneapolis on Eat Street. And we're told by DHS that he was carrying a weapon, and they claim that he planned to do harm to as many officers as possible. We've been watching the videos all day. We've been talking to use of force experts, and it doesn't necessarily match up at this point.
Yeah, but we actually do have some sound we want to get to from Greg Bovino from Border Patrol, giving his perspective on what happened there. AJ, thanks for your reporting on Alex Preddy.
We'll be back.
This is only the latest attack on law enforcement. Across the country, the men and women of DHS have been attacked, shot at, doxxed, had their family members threatened. And, as we have seen, more than 100 vehicle rammings over the past year against federal law enforcement. We will not allow violence against our law enforcement officers, and we need state and local help, state and local law enforcement, to help us coordinate to get violent criminals off the streets.
All right, that was Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino, who has been in Minnesota during the last few weeks of Operation Metro Surge, talking about their perspective that they believe that Alex Preddy was there to do harm to law enforcement, which, you know, the neighbors did not see him as that type of man.
Right.
But again, we don't know. We're waiting for this investigation to continue. And certainly our condolences go out to Alex Preddy's family. To lose a loved one, a son,
Absolutely.
is unimaginable.
Unimaginable is right. We are continuing to follow the story. We're continuing to bring you as much information that we can vet and verify just as soon as we possibly can. We also want to let you know that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem is planning a press conference at 4 o'clock, which is about 28 minutes from now. So, of course, we will bring that to you as soon as that happens. We will take that live here on air on KARE 11, KARE 11 Plus, and, of course, KARE11.com. We do want to go to our Raya Katene, who has made it out to the scene now to fill us in on how things are going down there. Raya?
Rena, we're right in the middle of 25th and 26th Street and Nicollet Avenue here, and we've been out here for about 20 minutes now, and I want to show you what struck me the most when we first got out onto the scene is this effort that has now popped up of neighbors and volunteers coming together. These are tables that have been set out here. There's water, some snacks, hot water, and hot coffee. And if we want to take a little bit of a walk down here, I'll also show you, we went inside the Copper Hen not too long ago. This is a restaurant. It's called a cakery and a bar and kitchen that is opening its doors because the kitchen is now closed. This street is known as Eat Street, so there's a lot of restaurants and cafes, that sort of thing here. These shops have now closed down, but what the Copper Hen is doing is they've opened their doors sort of as a warming spot for anyone who's still out here protesting, and they want to be able to provide a safe space for folks. So if you're able to see folks coming in and out this entire time, there's also some hot coffee out here. And then also when we walked in, volunteers greeted us right at the door. They said, if you just need a place to warm up, go ahead and take a left. And if you need medical attention, go ahead and head straight to the back. So from my understanding, there are also medics in there who are providing any sort of assistance to people who may need it. Now, there is still a very visible demonstration and rally going on near 26th Street. See that right behind me. There's some flags that are being flown, a lot of sign, of course, and a lot of really loud chanting. But again, I just wanted to point out this effort that we've seen on the ground since the moment we came down here, which is people coming together to just provide a little bit of relief for folks who may have been out here for several hours now because, again, this all unfolded at about 9 o'clock this morning.
Raya, if you tell us, what are people there telling you why they feel compelled to be there? I mean, it is below zero temperatures, and this has been going on since 9:05 this morning. So are people talking about why they want to stay there, why they keep coming down to the scene?
It's a lot of what we've heard before, Rena. I actually approached a couple of the people who were at the door that I thought were workers here at the Copper Hen, and they said, no, we're just volunteers, but we want to be out here because we want to show our neighbors that they are not alone, that we stand in solidarity with them. A lot of the folks that are out here are carrying the same signs that we've seen before, expressing their frustration and their anger that this is once again a situation in which Minneapolis is in the headlines for all of the wrong reasons. They say a neighbor has been killed yet again at the hands of a Border Patrol agent in this instance, and they're frustrated and they're extremely angry that the federal government, they feel as though, is not listening to their demands, that they want ICE to get out of Minneapolis.
All right, Raya, thank you. And I think that there is this sort of juxtaposition. Yesterday, in equally cold temperatures, we saw tens of thousands of people in downtown Minneapolis. It was scenes that I had friends from around the country texting me saying, I can't believe Minnesotans are out there in this weather. And I said, well, we're from Minnesota. It's what we do.
It's still very cold.
It's still very, very cold. But then, you know, and both Republicans and Democrats in their statements have pointed out that we had that large, peaceful scene yesterday. And then today, there's been so much more tension at this scene in the wake of this killing of Alex Preddy by federal law enforcement.
We just reported that Secretary Noem is going to have a news conference at 4 o'clock, but we're now also being told that Senators Klobuchar and Smith and also Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey also holding a news conference at 4 p.m. So not quite sure how we're going to handle that yet, but we'll make sure to get you both of those so that you can get the information. Obviously, this is both sides here, so we want to make sure that we get both of those to you.
We'll bring you all of that information. We have already heard today once from the mayor, we've heard from the Minneapolis police chief and the governor and the BCA, and we've also heard from Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino, expressing his point of view from DHS. It was his agents, Border Patrol officers who were there on the scene. They say that they were there as part of targeted enforcement in the area. And then Alex Preddy approached them. In our video, we can see that we have seen from the scene, we see him almost directing traffic kind of in the area. And then there is that confrontation and struggle with federal law enforcement agents. About 5 Border Patrol agents can be seen before you see shots, you hear the shots fired. First one and then at least 3 more.
Absolutely, and we will continue to show you those videos, and if we get more in and we can vet them, we'll bring those to you as well. I do believe Jessica Hart is down at the scene now. We're going to check in with her to see if anything has changed there. I know it seems like it's been fairly stable there for you for quite a while now.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people are starting to leave, but some people are still coming. So it's hard to get a gauge on how big this crowd is with so many people moving. But earlier I mentioned that there were people on the rooftops, and you can see some of them over here. Now, we did figure out how they were getting up on top of the roofs. It looks like there was a little bit of a dumpster in the back, and they were hopping on top and then jumping up from there to get on to that roof there. And this is just kind of the crowd. It has gotten, maybe it looks like a little bit bigger. I noticed some people are having to kind of step back. Usually it was like right at that intersection. It was thinning out a little bit, but then the crowd picked right back up. And some of these businesses are actually still opening. They're welcoming people to come in. They're coming in to get warm. Someone actually brought out some tables too, and they have some water and hand warmers for people to pick up while they're down here, out here protesting. You know, the crowd has been intermittently chanting. Right now they're saying they want ICE out now. They want them out of Minnesota. So the scene has been kind of the same here for the past, you know, I would say hour or so. We haven't seen any Minneapolis police officers, federal agents, or state troopers come back to this intersection after they left several hours ago. Even looking down Nicollet, I haven't been able to see any squad cars. We did see some Minneapolis cops kind of blocking off part of 26th Avenue, a couple blocks north here, but we haven't seen that around this area over here. And so people are just trying to stay warm. They're coming here to find solidarity within each other. They still have this intersection blocked off. They have it blocked off down at 25th in Nicollet, 26th in Nicollet, and also 27th in Nicollet. And it looked like they were starting a fire near 27th in Nicollet just to probably keep warm. We saw some smoke down from there earlier, but it's still a very active scene. People really aren't showing any signs of having to head out yet, but still people are coming and going here. But it's been very peaceful. We haven't seen anyone get, you know, frustrated or agitated, so it's been very quiet and peaceful, but we haven't seen any law enforcement.
All right, Jessica Hart, thank you so very much. We appreciate you and your reporting down on the scene. If you are just joining us, we have been covering this ICE-involved or Border Patrol-involved shooting in the city of Minneapolis today, where a 37-year-old man, Alex Preddy, was killed by a Border Patrol agent. DHS saying that he was carrying a weapon and that he planned to do harm to as many officers as possible. Of course, we are working to get as much information as we can for you, but can we take a picture, show a picture of Alex Preddy here so people can just see? We finally have confirmed from his parents that he was the victim of this shooting, and we've been hearing from people all day long. We've been hearing from our elected officials. We've been hearing from the president. We've been hearing from BCA. We've been hearing from Border Patrol, and everyone has their mission of their statement or whatever it is that they want to tell us. And so we are following all of that, and we are bringing all of that to you as quickly as possible and as soon as it's happening. And we will continue to do that here. We do have 2 news conferences, kind of dueling news conferences coming up here at the top of the hour. One with Secretary Noem, and then one with Senators Smith, Klobuchar, and Mayor Frey. We're going to take the one that starts first, and then we will, of course, let you hear and see both of those in their entirety. So we are not going to pick and choose here. We're going to show you both of those in their entirety.
You will hear them back to back. And you are looking at a picture of Alex Preddy. We've learned a little more about him. We've learned that he was 37 years old. He was an ICU nurse, according to his parents. And we're told he actually worked for the VA as an ICU nurse. He is an American citizen, a Minneapolis resident, lived in the Lindale neighborhood. And important to point out, because much is being made of the fact that he did have a gun, and that is being held up by Border Patrol as a reason for this shooting. The police chief of Minneapolis tells us that he did have a permit to carry. He was a licensed firearm owner with no criminal record other than a traffic ticket. So as we've been watching these videos, we've seen them from multiple angles, and this investigation will continue to play out in the hours and days and weeks ahead. There may be even new angles that we haven't seen yet. But at this point, one of the things that's interesting about the investigation is, according to the Minnesota BCA, DHS is leading that investigation, not the FBI.
Not the FBI.
So they are doing an internal investigation on it rather than an outside law enforcement investigation.
And also important to point out, the BCA, who normally investigates these sorts of things, and like Kent pointed out, there are organizations like the BCA in every state across the country, and it is their job to be an independent investigation unit when it comes to officer-involved shootings in this case as well. He says they don't make the decisions about guilt or innocence. They just gather the information. However, when his team, Drew Evans from the BCA says, when his team showed up at the scene today, they were blocked by the federal agents on the scene. So they went and got a judicial search warrant from a judge, returned back to the scene, were blocked again. We're not allowed on the scene. He called this uncharted territory and said that we have a long history of working side by side with the federal government and federal agents, but that is not happening this time. Important to point out that the federal government is claiming that our local officials are not cooperating with them, which our local officials vehemently deny. So that's where we are. That's where we stand. Two sides claiming that the other side is not helping them in this process.
And that has been a stalemate that's been going on for weeks now in Minnesota, in the city of Minneapolis, and throughout the state. You are looking at a live picture from the scene where there have been protests going on since this shooting happened at 9 o'clock this morning, early on, and for the first several hours. It was an incredibly tense protest, with protesters facing off with federal agents who deployed just a lot of chemical munitions. We heard numerous blasts at the scene. We had pepper balls deployed. We had tear gas deployed. Our own Jana Shortle tells us that she was pepper sprayed at point blank range by a federal agent when Jana arrived at the scene shortly after they heard about it this morning. And so we saw that go on for a long period of time. And then this afternoon, federal agents pulled out. The local officials and the state patrol ordered the crowd to disperse, but that has not happened. People have remained on the scene protesting. However, now it is a far more peaceful scenario where people are in the area chanting, holding signs, but we have not seen confrontations now for several hours with law enforcement.
Absolutely, and we were told by the crews on the scene that they haven't seen any law enforcement, local police, state patrol, FBI, or other agents, Border Patrol or ICE, on the scene for a long time now. And that is when, like you said, Lauren, when we stopped seeing the gas, the irritants being put into the air. We do, oh, you know what, let's go to this right now. We have a statement from Attorney General Keith Ellison, who says, "I share the intense grief and anger of so many that another Minnesotan, Alex Preddy, 37 years old, an ICU nurse who served veterans, was fatally shot during the Trump administration's Operation Metro Surge. On Monday, my office will be in court arguing to end this illegal and unconstitutional occupation of our cities and the terror and violence it is inflicting. This must stop now.
And it's worth noting that that Monday morning hearing that was previously scheduled in a lawsuit that was filed weeks ago by the state of Minnesota, asking a federal judge to order this ICE and Border Patrol surge to end in Minnesota. That judge did not immediately make that order. They wanted time to gather more information and have both sides make their arguments. There was a previously scheduled hearing tomorrow, but now that hearing is going to happen in the backdrop of yet another fatal shooting of a Minnesota resident by federal agents. And again, you're seeing that person, the victim of that shooting, Alex Preddy, 37 years old, from the city of Minneapolis.
And again, just to put context to the situation, the other picture that you're seeing there is a live picture at the scene of where this happened this morning. Again, just after 9 o'clock this morning, protesters have been gathering there all day, even in these sub-zero temperatures. It's actually gotten warmer, if you can believe that, minus 10 below actual air temperature, I think earlier today when all this started out. People obviously coming down there feeling compelled to be there for whatever their reasons are. But again, Lauren, like you mentioned, much more peaceful than it was when law enforcement was on the scene. We do know that State Patrol came by at some point and asked people to disperse. We do know that Governor Walz came on the air in a news conference telling people to leave the area, to please go home, please do not damage or destroy our city. So there are some government officials that are please asking people to do what they're doing now, which is actually protest peacefully as long as it stays that way.
Yeah, we want to show you the videos again because at the heart of this is what happened at 26th and Nicollet earlier this morning at 9 o'clock. And we have videos now from 3 different angles showing the shooting and what led up to it. We are stopping these videos at the point that first shot is fired. That's an editorial decision we are making because we don't feel comfortable showing a person's death on TV. So we're going to show you what leads up to this shooting. This is the first angle we were able to see from across the street. And part of why it's so important for people to get a look at these videos is to make their own judgments. We're hearing 2 very conflicting narratives about what happened, and these videos do shed light on what happened here. So in this video, you see the 5 Border Patrol agents on top of Alex Preddy, and then we pause the video immediately after that first shot is fired.
And you can see there's another, what appears to be an agent, looks more like in plain clothes there with the tan jacket on, that appears to perhaps pull a weapon either off the ground or out of Alex Preddy's waistband. We're unsure of that at this point. But we're stopping it right there, not just because of the shooting, but that's also where you can see that agent leave the scene with the gun. That is before Alex Preddy is shot by officers. That's not making any statement about innocence or guilt or what happened here. We're just showing you the videos and trying to make sense of what we're seeing. And we're getting them from several different angles here. And of course, we do expect with the number of people that are out there and potentially security camera video that we might get some more video, maybe even some more angles here.
And this angle is interesting because it's a little hard to see here, but if you go in when it slows down, it zooms into Alex Preddy's hands as he is on the ground, and it appears that his fists are balled up and you don't see a weapon in his hands. Now, what we can't tell you is what happened immediately before that.
Right.
Federal law enforcement, when asked, Greg Bovino was asked today if Alex Preddy ever brandished his handgun or threatened officers with it, and Greg Bovino from Border Patrol did not answer that question. He said that it's all a part of the investigation. So at this point, they have not claimed that he had a gun in his hand, although they do claim that he appeared to be coming to the scene to harm federal agents. And this next video that we're going to see after this, honestly, is the best angle because it shows what happened leading up to it.
Yes, you can see here, Alex Preddy appears to be directing traffic and then videoing at the same time, as you can see there. At some point, there is a woman either tackled by agents or perhaps sprayed. He appears to go over to give aid or to help her in some way. I don't want to say that as a fact because I don't know that to be true. You can watch it here.
We're going to see it in just a moment.
Yeah,
here
you can
in the
see here in a
video.
second what happens.
Yeah, there you see the federal agent shove a person, and then Alex Preddy goes over to her.
And we don't know what he was trying to do, presumably pick her up or help her. and then they pull him off of her, and then we now know what happens next here. So these are the videos that we have right now. These are the only videos we've been able to vet and verify are true. So these are the videos that we're bringing you, and again, we'll bring more information as soon as possible. We want to get out to Ian Russell, but before we do, it seems frivolous to even point this out, but we want to mention that the Timberwolves game against the Golden State Warriors is postponed tonight from the Target Center. They do plan to have that game again tomorrow at 5:30. It will be at the Target Center, but the NBA, the one releasing that information, saying they wanted to keep they just want to make sure that everyone is safe and that there's a safe environment in the community. Also, the Minnesota Twins shutting down Twins Fest an hour early for the very same reason. So
yeah, and some of that is that they don't. Certainly, there's a law enforcement effort when you have that many people coming into the city for something, and they don't want to draw, I'm sure, Minneapolis police and Hennepin County sheriffs away from the work they need to do at the scene of this shooting.
And important to point out, too, when you mentioned the Hennepin County Sheriff, Sheriff DeWanna Witt asked for the National Guard to come in and help. And so her plan, her idea was to have them go to the Whipple Federal Building, and they will help there so that her officers can be elsewhere in the community. So we do know the National Guard is in town. They are helping law enforcement now.
Yeah, they have been deployed. It was asked at a news conference how many National Guard members have been called up, and they declined to answer that, just saying that it's enough.
It's enough for the mission that they have right now. All right, let's get out to Ian Russell, who is out at the scene again. And Ian, it seems peaceful there, but there are a lot of people still there.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell exactly how many people are here just from the perspective with the buildings and being down here on street level with the crowd. But it looks like it's stayed about the same since we've been out here. We've been out here all morning. And when this kind of transitioned to what this looks like now, a couple hours ago, I'm losing track of time to be honest with you, but it's turned into sort of an impromptu rally here. There's been several speakers coming up there, kind of voicing some things, rallying up the crowd, but peaceful is what I have seen. Obviously people are frustrated. Peace doesn't always just calm things, but people are frustrated. They're voicing those frustrations and voicing their opinions right now. But we've seen kindness throughout this too. There are several businesses around here that are open, kind of staying open as warming spaces for people, passing out hand warmers and bottles of water and offering a space to go to the bathroom. So there has been some kindness we've seen around this area, as well as kind of folks have come together and rallied here, voicing those same opinions as one group here. But it's hard to tell, like I said, the size of the group. It's you got other buildings around here, so we can't see around corners. But as some people leave, some people come in. It's all stayed roughly the same here as folks come down here and continue to rally out at 26 and Nicollet.
All right. Well, compared to earlier this morning, status quo is good news out there. Ian, appreciate your reporting out there. Let us know if anything changes.
Always good to see our reporters not having to wear their gas masks out there for their safety and for the safety of everybody else that is down there as well. If you're just joining us, we are talking about the shooting in Minneapolis today. Border Patrol agent who shot a 37-year-old man, American citizen who is a resident of Minneapolis. This is 37-year-old Alex Preddy, who was shot and killed by federal agents this morning. His parents tell us he was an ICU nurse at the VA hospital. And we do know from the chief of police that he was a lawful gun owner and did have a concealed carry permit. So we do know those things to be true, and we do know that the DHS has said that they felt that Alex Preddy was a threat to their officers.
Yeah, AJ Legault was out in the neighborhood where Alex Preddy lived, the Lyndale neighborhood, earlier this morning, talking to people who knew him as a neighbor, not close friends, but people who knew him as a neighbor. They knew him as the man with the dog. They knew he was a nurse. They said he was a nice guy, and so we are hearing from some of those neighbors.
All I know is that he's oh my gosh. All I know is that he's been a good neighbor. I talk to him over the fence all the time. He walks his dog. He's a registered nurse. I don't know what else to say. It's senseless.
We have been throughout the day showing you those videos, and we've also showed them to some use of force experts, people whose job it is, who are in law enforcement, whose job it is to look at these types of videos and determine if proper protocol was followed. Morgan Wolf talked to two earlier today.
It was awful. I like to see that at any time. But it's a lot like when you see a football game when people pile up on a fumble. You don't know what's going on down there in that dog pile, and limbs and body parts are getting pulled and pushed in different directions. And I've been in that position before, both in the football field and out with fellow law enforcement officers. And it's a scrum. Whatever led to them kind of jumping on him, then that is kind of like a bad time for them all of a sudden to find out he has a firearm, or while he's down there to explain to them that he's got a firearm. So it's certainly a bad situation and escalating when both parties have firearms. And I really feel bad for everybody involved.
All right, that man was a retired FBI agent, so he is someone who has investigated these types of shootings, has also been a federal agent in law enforcement, encountering these types of situations. I think we also heard from Mylan Masson, who's the director of the law enforcement program here in Minnesota. She trains officers. Let's see if we have her sound.
Well, is the gun in the holster, or is it pointed at you? If the gun is pointed at you, you know that they're making an assault towards you, that they have an intent to shoot you. You can't wait and say, are you going to kill me or not? So that is a direct assault on the officer if it is pointed at you. Now, if it's sitting in the car, on maybe the driver's seat or in a glove box, or if it's holstered because they do have a carry permit, then you say, put your hands up, make sure that you can identify them, tell them not to touch the gun, and that you will search and make sure that you are protected and safe. Take the gun away from them, find out for sure if they have the permit, it should be on them, and then you go from there.
Throughout all of this, we've been receiving statements from various representatives, from law enforcement, from people who are elected officials. And earlier we read President Donald Trump's statement, which called out Representative Ilhan Omar, who is, of course, represents the area. And so seeing this for the first time, but here is Representative Ilhan Omar's statement. She says, "This appears to be execution by immigration enforcement. I'm absolutely heartbroken, horrified, and appalled that federal agents murdered another member of our community. It is beyond shameful. These federal agents are targeting our residents instead of protecting them. This isn't isolated or accidental. The Trump administration is trying to beat us into submission rather than protect us. The administration cannot continue violating constitutional rights under the guise of immigration enforcement. ICE and CPB must leave Minnesota immediately. Their presence is terrorizing communities, violating rights, and taking lives with zero accountability. Minnesota was once a place of refuge, and Trump has turned it into a war zone where unchecked federal forces murder our neighbors." That is the statement from Representative Ilhan Omar.
And it should be said, we have throughout the day been bringing you statements from our Republican leaders as well. We know that Morgan Wolf is reaching back out to Representative Emmer, Congressman Emmer, to ask if he has any reaction to this idea that the Minnesota BCA is pointing out that they have been blocked from the scene even with a federal warrant. So we are trying to get the other side of that, and we have been bringing you statements from a number of people throughout the day, which I'm sure you can also see on our website right now.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say we want to bring some video from earlier today to give you a sense of just how chaotic it was out there and the number of chemical munitions that were launched this morning. It was unbelievable, and I have been at a lot of protest scenes in my life. This was a large number of tear gas canisters, of flashbangs, of pepper balls, all being put out there as protesters and federal agents clashed.
And we want to point out we are expecting at the top of the hour here at 4 o'clock to have dueling news conferences, if you will. We are expecting DHS Secretary Kristi Noem to take the podium, and we are also expecting to hear from Senators Klobuchar and Smith, as well as Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey. We are going to bring both of those to you. We'll start with the one that starts first. That's just whoever starts first, we will take that, but you will get to hear both of those in their entirety so that you are getting both sides of what people are wanting to say, their message that they want to give out.
And important questions to be asked as well. I mean, I think people want to know, what is the off-ramp here? We have seen this incredible acrimony now for over a month during Operation Metro Surge from our local and our federal leaders. I think Minnesotans want to know, what is the end game here? How does this end? There have been allegations that our local leaders have been turning up the temperature, so that will need to be asked. And I think there are some questions for Secretary Kristi Noem about what they hope to accomplish here. Also, more clarification about the statements this morning by Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino that it appeared Alex Preddy came to harm law enforcement agents. But when asked if Preddy ever brandished his weapon at them, he declined to answer that question. And so I think more clarification from that is needed.
And perhaps more clarification on why DHS is handling its own investigation into a shooting committed by a member of their staff. That is unprecedented, really. Usually the BCA and the FBI would handle this investigation. But as we heard from Drew Andrews from the BCA here, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension in Minnesota, they were denied access to the scene when they showed up today. They even went so far as to get a judicial warrant for a public street, to have access to a public street. But when they showed up with the judicial warrant, they were also denied access to the scene. So maybe someone will ask the question, why is DHS handling this investigation on its own? It's like an internal investigation to one of their own employees.
And is that in fact happening? That was Drew Evans' understanding of the situation. Perhaps that has changed. We do know earlier this week there was reporting in the New York Times that the head of the Minneapolis office of the FBI resigned over what he viewed as inappropriate handling of the Renee Good shooting investigation. And so it is unclear what role our local FBI office would have in this.
Well, and maybe that's a question that can be answered as well. We can only assume what the Senators Klobuchar and Smith would have to say. We already heard from Mayor Frey earlier today. So again, we'll have to wait and see what they have to say about that. Let's go out to Raya Katene, though, right now, who is down at the scene. We have several reporters that are down there. Some have been there all day, and Raya has joined right now. It sounds loud, but it appears calm. Is that right?
I would say that's an accurate description. It's loud, but still peaceful. And I do apologize for any profanity that you may hear. People are just extremely riled up. They're extremely angry and frustrated with the actions of what they say is ICE officers out here who are just acting recklessly against law and order. And these are what we're seeing on the signs too. For example, you can see that sign. It says ICE does not equal law and order. There's another sign that says love your neighbor as you love yourself. I even saw a sign out here earlier that said if you need any free mental health or counseling to contact this phone number and this email address. And so, as you mentioned, it's getting loud. It is getting louder even as we stand here. The chants are now going, and we are seeing some main speakers out with microphones kind of chanting and riling people up as well. I spoke to a couple of protesters just a few minutes ago, and they tell me they've been out here for a few hours at this point, since about noon, 1 o'clock, and I said, how are you braving this bitter cold weather that we're experiencing? And they said they're just so thankful for the businesses along this stretch of Nicollet. This is known as Eat Street, so there's a lot of restaurants and shops around here that have opened their doors as pretty much warming centers for people. We showed you one of them a little bit earlier. They have hand warmers, hot water, hot coffee, snacks, and even medics on hand, ready to help whomever needs it. And they're also just opening their doors for anybody that needs a spot to just kind of warm up for a bit before coming back out. And so that's what we're seeing, a lot of people going in there, warming up, coming back out. And I asked those couple of protesters too how long they plan on staying out here. They said as long as it takes. They said that they want to be out here in order to make sure they maintain the peace, because what they saw earlier is they said a random van kind of pulled up in here and a couple of people kind of left that van and wanted to instigate some stuff, and they said that that is not what they are trying to do here. They want to be here because they want to protect their communities and they want to protest peacefully. So again, we're seeing a lot of chanting, some people actually climbing some of the pipes and also making their way onto the roofs of these restaurants. So I don't know if you can see there at the Black Forest Inn, there's a person standing on that roof. There's Cheapo Records right on the corner as well, some people on that roof right across from Black Sheep Pizza. And so this crowd, from what I can see, keeps on growing. We see people walking up even as we're standing here right now, and doesn't seem like it's going anywhere.
Raya, just a question for you. What, if any, law enforcement presence do you see there?
From my vantage point here, I cannot see any law enforcement. I know that we were told by some people earlier that they have not seen federal agents out here in quite a while as well. And from my understanding, those federal agents left a long time ago. But even from a local police presence, state troopers, any of those agencies, I don't see anyone from those agencies out here. But I may be limited in my vantage point. That's just what I can see at this moment.
All right, Raya Katane, we appreciate it. Like I said, we have several of our reporters on the scene, and so far everybody has said they don't really see any sort of law enforcement, local or otherwise, or federal or otherwise, on the scene there. We are working to bring you more information. We're vetting things just as quickly as we possibly can, seeing more videos that are circulating, trying to confirm those for you. We're also seeing videos that are circulating that are absolutely incorrect and false. So we are waiting until we can confirm the information before we show those videos to you. So the 3 videos that we've been showing you, those are the ones that we've been able to confirm so far. So, and I know you have something that you wanted to bring up in the city of Minneapolis.
Right, but that's a good reminder. Be skeptical of the things you're seeing online, because especially in the world of AI, videos appear that aren't accurate. All right, we do have some breaking news from Minneapolis. Now, the city of Minneapolis has requested the Minnesota National Guard come in to help because they say that they are stretched too thin. Earlier today, the National Guard was activated at the request of Hennepin County Sheriff DeWanna Witt. And in that case, they were being requested to help with security at the Whipple Federal Building, which is sort of the headquarters for ICE and Border Patrol.
And we've seen many protests there since the shooting of Renee Good.
Almost constantly. And so they've asked that Minnesota National Guard help out there. The city of Minneapolis is asking for their help because their resources are just stretched right now. And one interesting note here, they're telling people that the National Guard is being asked to wear neon vests, which will help differentiate them from other federal law enforcement agencies who may have a similar uniform. They don't want local citizens to think that they are Border Patrol or ICE. They are National Guard members from Minnesota, requested by local authorities to help local law enforcement who have had incredible overtime over the last several weeks as they've responded to so many scenes.
And important that they want to differentiate themselves, because we have seen protesters throw snowballs and objects at officers. We have seen them impeding them doing their work. There have been cases of that. So fair to say that they're trying to keep their own officers safe by differentiating them from the other officers, the ICE and Border Patrol that is out there. And again, not at the scene. ICE and Border Patrol no longer at the scene, but as they do their immigration enforcement, their targeted immigration enforcement across the city, that people do show up and want to protest their presence here.
And I think it seemed as though the mayor and the city officials wanted to make clear that they have asked for the National Guard. This is not the federal government sending in troops to the city of Minneapolis. This is local leaders requesting assistance from National Guard members, the Minnesota National Guard, who are members of our community, who are here in service of our community. And so they will be out at various locations in Minneapolis doing not enforcement, but essentially security and safety, helping Minneapolis police out.
We are still waiting for a news conference by DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. We are also waiting for a news conference from Senators Klobuchar and Smith and Minneapolis Mayor Frey. You can see the podium there. We will take that just as soon as it becomes available. We have heard from all day. We've been hearing from different people. We've heard from Governor Walz. We have heard from Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino. We have heard from Drew Evans and the BCA. We've heard from Police Chief Brian O'Hara, and we've heard from Mayor Frey already as well. And hopefully at some point we will hear from Chief Brian O'Hara again, maybe an update on where things stand, especially if we're asking National Guard to come in and help. Like you mentioned, their officers are stretched so thin, working plenty of overtime because of everything that's been happening in our city. Just having been called in riot gear to come down to the precinct, and there's just all this going on behind the scenes. I think that people don't realize just like how much our local officers are doing to keep our streets safe. So we appreciate that very much.
Absolutely. And we want to head back out to Jessica Hart, who is at the scene, where the protest appears to just be getting larger, although thus far this afternoon, it has remained peaceful. Jessica, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, Lauren, right now they're kind of chanting here behind me, and then you can see some of the dumpsters that they've used to kind of block off 26th and Nicollet. You can also see a mattress. There's a cinder block. There's a chair that people have kind of been dropping off. They're standing on top of dumpsters. They'll occasionally kind of bang on the dumpsters to make some noise, but we've just been hearing a variety of speakers kind of speaking in the middle of this intersection here, just kind of rotating out. It's kind of hard to hear them from where we are at, but people are coming and going from this scene. It doesn't show any signs that it will be dying down anytime soon here. Now, we haven't seen any sort of law enforcement here at this intersection. They are up the street, kind of blocking off 26th Street a couple blocks from us, but we haven't seen them make their way down here. But so far, it's been really peaceful out here, and obviously it's been hours since we've seen tear gas or flashbangs deploy, but you can still kind of feel that tear gas a little bit here in the air. People are still coughing a little bit, and so people have actually set up some tables where they have water, they have just a couple little granola bars, they have hand warmers that they're handing out to people just so everybody can stay safe out here and stay warm as well. There's some businesses that are still kind of just keeping their doors open for people to come in and get warm. You know, people we've talked with say that, you know, they're out here because they're tired of seeing this happen in their community, and they feel like something needs to be done, and this is how they feel they can get their message across by coming out here and protesting and making their voices heard. But so far, everything here has been very peaceful. We haven't seen any, again, law enforcement down here on this scene, so we'll send it back to you, Lauren.
All right, Jessica, thank you for your reporting out there. Appreciate it. And she mentions the hand warmers people are handing out. That is a part of this story, the incredibly cold and dangerous temperatures that are happening here in Minnesota. Still, I think -2 degrees with a wind chill far lower, and people have been out there since 9 o'clock this morning protesting.
They have. And I know we've statement after statement after statement, right? But Secretary Hegseth putting out, thank God for the patriots of ICE. We have your back 100%. You are saving the country. Shame on the leadership of Minnesota and the lunatics in the street. Again, another statement that does little to quash what's happening on the streets of our city. We've got both parties and both sides blaming each other, which again does little to help the citizens of Minneapolis right now.
Notable that Secretary Hegseth is a Minnesota native from Forest Lake, I believe. I would imagine he has been to this location in Minneapolis in his life as someone who has been here. So that is his most recent statement. Now, what we've been having is, you know, dueling narratives around this. And as we have seen time and again, how you view the videos oftentimes depends on the opinion you had going into viewing the video. But we have had dueling narratives around this. Governor Walz called the shooting sickening. Ilhan Omar called it an execution. We do have DHS's initial statement. And again, we're waiting a new news conference from Kristi Noem. But DHS put out a statement earlier today talking about this shooting and saying that it appeared in their view that Alex Preddy, who did, they say, have a gun on him, although we do know he was a licensed gun owner in Minnesota, came with the intention to do harm to federal agents. And so, you know, those are the two dueling narratives. Is this a person who came to do harm to federal agents? Is this a person who was executed by federal agents? And so those are the two competing versions of what happened. We have been showing you videos from the scene that will help clear that up for many. But now we want to head out to a news conference right now. I'm not sure which news conference this is.
Mayor Frey and Klobuchar and Senator Smith. Let's listen in.
We're here to provide an update on the safety plans and precautions that we're going to be taking for this evening. The city of Minneapolis is filing a declaration after today's shooting to encourage the judge to rule on a temporary restraining order on Monday that would grant us immediate relief and would help stop this operation that has been so harmful to the city of Minneapolis. The state of Minnesota has resulted in multiple shootings and tragic deaths. I have formally requested assistance from the National Guard to support the limited number of officers that we have in the Minneapolis Police Department. We have around 600 officers in total. Days off have been canceled. Our incredible Minneapolis police officers have been working tirelessly to do their day-to-day work, and simultaneously, they are put in the middle of these chaotic situations. We will not be able to do this on our own, and so we are getting assistance from both mutual aid jurisdictions as well as the request to the governor for the National Guard, and we're appreciative of the assistance. Our community is tired. Our officers are tired. Our businesses are tired. And this additional support is necessary. And again, the chaos that we are seeing is caused directly by ICE, Border Control, and this federal administration. Our top priority is keeping our neighbors and businesses safe, and the additional support will help us do that. Our community service officers are helping to deliver food to families that are in need. Community members are out there peacefully protesting, making sure that their voices are heard. They're escorting workers to their jobs. They're taking care of daycares. It has been extraordinary how people around our city have stepped up during this difficult time, and there is an incredible group of leaders in senators and members of Congress that are here with me to deliver a powerful message in just a couple of minutes. We're also working closely with our immigration task force to make sure that clear and transparent information is coordinated. We'll continue to do everything in our power to keep our neighbors safe and to stand up for our immigrant communities. Most of the protests that we've seen have remained peaceful. Let's keep it that way. Let's not counter Donald Trump's chaos with our own version of chaos here. I understand that people are angry. I'm angry. I understand that people are experiencing trauma. It makes sense. Our communities have been placed on the very front line, and this has been ongoing now for weeks. It must end. Remember, it's only our city that will suffer if there is damage or destruction that is done. Finally, to the victim's family and friends, our hearts are with you. Our love goes out to you. I know that there is nothing that I can say right now that will ease the pain. But I hope you know that Minneapolis cares deeply for you. There are 435,000 residents that will do everything possible to stand with you. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief O'Hara, who can give more of an update on the plans for tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I'm going to provide a brief update on the events today and our plans to maintain order in the city. I recognize that this is a volatile and emotional situation, and our focus remains, as it always has been, on de-escalation, slowing things down, and maintaining peace and order in this city. The situation is stable right now, and it is peaceful, and we intend to keep it that way. After our last press update, additional residents and demonstrators gathered today, and the situation deteriorated. Local and state law enforcement officers were surrounded on multiple sides by a mix of protesters and also agitators who engaged in unlawful acts. Individuals began erecting barricades, throwing glass bottles, ice chunks, and at least 2 separate fires were started in the immediate vicinity. Minneapolis police had to escort firefighters so that they could safely extinguish those fires. The number one priority of our police officers is to protect life and maintain public safety for all people in our community. And so given the volatility and rising public safety risks for residents, for demonstrators, and police officers, state and local law enforcement did deploy less lethal and gas munitions at that assembly in order to allow for a safe egress of law enforcement and to prevent further violence and damage. We do everything that we possibly can to de-escalate whenever possible, and the actions that were taken today were in response to a dangerous and escalating situation that already had multiple confrontations. The gathering at the scene now is peaceful, and we need everyone to respect the lives and property of all people in our community. In order to maintain that peace, we have established a vehicle exclusionary zone in the affected area. That zone has allowed traffic to be safely managed and has significantly reduced the risk of escalation, ensuring access for emergency vehicles, for residents of the area, and for lawful, peaceful demonstrations. This zone will be maintained by uniformed police officers of the Minneapolis Police Department, working alongside members of the Minnesota National Guard. National Guard members will be wearing fluorescent yellow safety traffic vests and will be working alongside uniformed Minneapolis police. In addition to the Minnesota State Patrol and Hennepin County Sheriff's Office that assisted at the scene, the St. Paul Police, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, and numerous Hennepin County suburban police departments are assisting with answering 911 calls in the city of Minneapolis today. The loss of human life, yet again, is a tragedy. We pray all people can recognize that, and we extend our condolences, as the mayor has said, to the loved ones of the deceased. To the people of our city, we understand that the pressure has been building for weeks. We understand the hurt and frustration that this causes. But again, if you choose to come out, if you choose to demonstrate, peacefully assemble, do so lawfully, and understand that the men and women in this uniform standing here tonight are committed first and foremost to protecting the lives of every single person in this city. We will continue to monitor the situation and provide updates as needed. Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for your strong leadership during this crisis. I'm joined today by Senator Smith, as well as Representatives McCollum and Morrison, and joining us in a statement are Representatives Craig and Omar. Our message is really clear and straightforward. We need ICE out of Minnesota. They are not making us more safe. As the tragic killing this morning, as people saw it viscerally on that video, shows us they are making us less safe. With 3,000 agents, which of course includes border control, outnumbering the sworn police officers in Minneapolis and St. Paul by 3-1, and even larger than the 10 metropolitan police departments, this is completely out of whack, completely out of balance, and now 3 people have been shot, 2 resulting in death. 1, Renee Good, mother of 3, and now Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old Minneapolis man, a citizen, also a nurse. They both have families that love them very much. This city has been under siege, and I want to make something clear. As the mayor and the police chief are doing their job for this city, it's not just the cities. It's not just Minneapolis and St. Paul, as you'll hear from the members of Congress. It is the suburbs where kids have been lured in and abducted. It is small towns all across our state, rural areas. This has gone way beyond some stated purpose of the fraud investigation or apprehending violent offenders. That's not what this is about anymore when you have 3,000 agents overwhelming sworn police officers. I took part in that peaceful and powerful march yesterday, all those peaceful people. And then we wake up this morning to this horror. As members of Congress, we are calling on this administration to get ICE out of our towns, off of our streets. It will make us more safe. We, as a congressional group up here, strongly opposed the ICE funding this week. We opposed it this summer when our Republican colleagues tripled the budget, $75 billion. It is now more than the FBI. They reduced the training from 5 months to 47 days. And these are the results. We are also calling for a full and transparent investigation. We have done this before in Minnesota, coordinating with local and state and federal law enforcement. And if they're not going to do it, then they need to get out of the way and allow our very professional Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to conduct the investigation into these killings. And finally, we call on our Republican colleagues to stand with us. I know they know what's going on here because it's happening in their own districts. We have, of course, these shootings, but it is a lot more than that. They know that something's wrong when a Hmong elder is pulled out of a house in his underwear and slippers, and they figure out about an hour later they got the wrong guy, and in fact the guy they were looking for is actually in jail. Or a 2-year-old, a case my office worked on, in addition to hundreds more, who's taken with her dad and then put on a plane to Texas when her mom is desperately trying to get her. We got her back, but none of this should be happening, none of it. So we call on our Republican colleagues to join us because we have warned this administration, I have personally warned them that there would be more deaths, that more of this would happen, and clearly they're not listening. So we ask people around the country to talk to their Republican representatives to make clear that this is not the America that is ours. This has got to stop. And with that, I turn it over to my colleague, Senator Smith.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today, federal agents beat and then shot multiple times and killed 37-year-old Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a U.S. citizen, a Minneapolis resident, and a VA nurse. Eyewitness video shows once again reckless, violent, and dangerous federal agents taking the life of a Minnesotan. And rather than following standard law enforcement practice, which is focused on public safety and de-escalation, they have killed another person. And the Trump administration has already called Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist. He was a nurse. We send our heartfelt condolences to his family and to his friends. And all Americans should be outraged at this unaccountable, violent federal force which is operating with impunity in our city. And you need to know, America, that if it can happen here, it can happen in your community too. So we gather here to say, first, I want to say to the President, you must stop Operation Metro Surge immediately and send these ICE agents home so our communities can be safe. Second, it is essential that trusted, impartial state investigators at the BCA are allowed to fully investigate what happened here today. Third, I urge my neighbors to express our grief and outrage at this killing and at the federal invasion of our cities peacefully and with the love that we showed yesterday when so many thousands of us showed up in support of our community. And finally, we must have our Republicans in Congress, they must join with us to condemn this violent and unfettered violent abuse of power and to stop it. And they can do that by refusing to fund this agency so long as it continues to kill and terrorize Americans. That is what Senator Klobuchar and I will be working on in the United States Senate. And I just want to close by thanking so much the local law